Chushanun expected light traversed to a world governed by deities, where found himself unfortunately not okach the atin shanaft god off greed. This divine being demanded the Thesserongderis Saulan abitowilsanakum a favor. Athean sitov this foreign realm, Chuchan awaken doniki ability temporal anchor points. These endowment enabled him to establish connections with alternative versions soft himself across parallel dimensions, facilitating the exchange of resources and information. As the sacrificial ceremony loomed ominously, Chuchan adeptly employed this newfound power, ingeniously adhering to a sacrificial protocols laid down by the deities. In a twist of fate, he intended torrent god off greed and tothiver offering he had been compelled to provide. You assert thought he wore a theparallel version of? Chuchan gazed intent lieth the figure before him. A man strikingly similar in appearance, furrowing his brow in confusion. Moreover, you inhabit a world characterized by extraordinary powers? And do a re-practitioner of full-based abilities? Hepper said further. Just moments ago, Chuchan had been lost in thought, seated in contemplation when his vision blurred. An influx of information cascading into his mind, revealing the existence of Thistlefan and the pertinent background surrounding him. The interplay between parallel worlds and universes and variably, steeped in mystery and profundity. By some fortunate twist, had become the nexus of such interactions, allowing him to communicate with various versions of himself from different realms and, with mutual consent, share skills, powers, and techniques. Of course, this sharing was reciprocal Shudekas, Hekudel soin per this capabilities to his counterpart, fostering a spirit of collaboration and mutual advancement. Indeed, the version of Chuchan from Thworld of Ability is replied, sitting a pritan nodding in affirmation. Wary akin to this same flower blooming in disparate worlds. Naturally, if you possess so roan interpretations, that is equally commendable. Head. Diversu world sharber neque cultivation systems and variant reservoirs knowledge such an imensian declarating wealth. Our future eshel, Thrughor mutual aid, radiate brilliancy and dilmine tethiagis. However, Chuchan fell into contemplative excellence before suddenly declaring, "I may have it to disappoint you, for in 3 days, it shall me it minimize." A look of confusion spread across he face soft he ability wielding Chuchan, as a question mark had materialized above his head. What? Hearing such news upon their first encounterance to led within him a sense of foreboding. Washid esteemed toperish before he embarking on his journey, these washered lie auspicious tidings. I fittest not o mukdosk, mighty you elucidate what thas transpired. The ability wielding Chushan inquirage Raveliant's arrogant composure. For instance, what is your world like? What pearl shave you encountered? Perhaps I called off resistance. Chuchando Kasip Framiskup, steadied himself, and began recounting. My world I sonesti ped in sacrifice. Annie have caught the io fe deity. In truth, there was an additional detail had to disclose. Strictly speaking, he did not belong to his realm, buffled from a more distant parallel world Earth. Had comprehended the notion of being a focal point of convergence among various parallel universes after all, it weighs a whole mark of fascios a narrative. Yet, the world ha entered ways a treacherous and dark realm of sacrifices. In this world, each individual, from the moment of birth, finds an altar formed bethelos of nature manifesting in their consciousness. The myriad deities establish connections with their followers through hisi altars, directly communicating their demands for offerings. Thekaminga fosserum insignifius the ultimate sacrifice of own self. On the day of adulthood, animus the divine will, offering what the deity desires in exchange for things. Benevolent deity is typical lidden note imposi excessive libur densima condition san may avangrant the sacrificer theliberty of choice. This, in itself, is a form of grace. Conversely, malevolent deity is denote exhibit such kindness. They cast their gaze downwards, unilateral designating their, sacrifices without room for dissent. Some made mantlimbs, others facial features, and some even reproductive organs. Unfortunately, during Iskaminga Fosh ceremony, Chuchan was selected by God of Greed, with his soul as the sacrificial offering. In other words, 3 Dacians, Athis Gomingo Fijerimini, the God of Greed wold claim his owl, regardless of his consent. Watakraland Shadowy World, the ability-wielding Chuchan remarked after absorbing these information. For some, this mere presentimedi or a crisayet for others, it signifies a plun giant be soft despair. Itis nothing short of fe force a jamble. Here framed from questioning with Theather did not simplice which deity is such an inquiracy mid foolish. If a change were possible, how could malevolent deity sacked with such audacity? Surely, near Liverion would gravitate towards benevolent gods. Of course, a minuscule fraction might perverse a thimsel vesta harship malevolent tones, yet the tremains rarity. Thus, being targeted be a deity, particular life god off greed, leaves me with no venues for survival, Chu Chen lament. Have perused numerous texts and records, and all accounts regarding god off greed convey singular, chilling truth followers off greedery de mediperish. Throughout history, there has been no instance of devotee of god off greed serving. Suddenly, the ability-wielding Chu Chen interjected. Actually, their eyes note entirely Nopatho salvation. Chu Chen's eyes brightened, and hastily inquired, Can you savim? The ability-wielding Chuthika shed. Itis not Taiho can rescue you rather. Itis io u homa seveo yourself. How could I accomplish that? Chu Chen retorted. Faced with a deity, how could an ordinary person possibly effectuate their own salvation? If mere mortals could defy divine will, then deities would hardly hear lofty status. The ability-wielding Chu Chen may possess extraordinary talents, yet remain too young. Perhaps in the future, he might wield his powers to call in true gods, but for now, Hesimid far from achieving that. A previous Lymanshin misstatches a rule-based ability wielder, yet did not delve into specifics, the ability-wielding Chu Chen elucidated. Among the various branches of rule-based abilities, have awakened to a subcategory known as rule annihilation, specifically mutual destruction faction. From Thimament off my awakening, the state dispatched protectors to safeguard me. Food, drink, leisure. As long as I voice a request that tis not overly extravagant, the state teachers my needs to remit. In Themitstoff national were fairy and ethnic trife, individualese like chemical fair regarded as a nation's nuclear arsenal. While a male lethal capability is to influence a the course of famage or conflict, as long as I exist, the oppose inja light during a trivial themselves openly. Should Thichikusto merge, would nother see teta dragged him down with him. Pausing for effect, he continued, the annihilation at the rule level renders certain healing gond resurrection methods meaningless. Yet, they possess a critical flaw the difficulty of cultivation is immense, and Dorsal's strength cannot sustain transition off full power. A third irably wielder I sour utmost limit. Thus, we acquire constant protection while adventuring out, side otherwise, for risk encountering foreseen calamities. Moreover, if the could pass without were, a swepro corninities, on the brink of death, when I assist thestating eliminating a formidable foe. After a moment of silence, Chu Chen spoke, So, you were suggesting that commit divine assassination? Indeed. The extraordinary Chu Chen nodded and remarked, You mentioned earlier that the altar within the sea of consciousness is formed by rules, with deities residing therein. This indicates that the hierarchy of the sea of consciousness altar surpasses that of the gods. Therefore, in a certain sense, you may harness the power of both myself and the altar to execute a conceptual substitution. At this juncture, the extraordinary Chu Chen paused momentarily before continuing. My rule-based ability allows you to perish alongside the god of greed. Moreover, since I am a third-tier ability user, I can grant you an additional 3 minutes of life beyond the god of greed's demise. You might then offer the deceased god of greed as a sacrifice to the altar in your sea of consciousness, in hopes of carving out a path to survival. After all, altars, particularly those formed on such a grand scale, are likely to bestow upon you certain gifts in exchange for your sacrifices. But what is the most precious offering for one on the brink of death? Surely, it is the continuation of life. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen contemplated for a moment and then declared, Very well, let us proceed with this plan. The moment he uttered these words, the extraordinary Chu Chen was taken aback. He had anticipated that the other party would hesitate or express doubts, articulating their apprehensions and pressures. Questions such as, what if we fail? What if the rules of the two realms cannot communicate, rendering the rules ineffective? What if the suggestion I just proposed is fraught with countless issues? Merely glancing at it, one could identify dozens of flaws. If we were to delve deeper into inquiries, there would be many questions for which even I cannot provide satisfactory answers. Yet, the other party did not inquire at all, nor did they seem to deliberate, preparing to follow the plan I had just suggested without a second thought. Do you not harbor any doubts? The extraordinary Chu Chen took a deep breath and could not help but ask. Indeed, I have countless questions in my heart, Chu Chen replied. I'm also quite astonished by the concept of parallel temporal interactions. And I feel a strong urge to discuss this with you at length. If I were in a peaceful era, without the burden of worrying for my life and future, I would dedicate many days to exploring this matter with you. However, given my current predicament, merely resisting has become a luxury I never dared to dream of just days ago, as an ordinary mortal, to oppose a deity, and perhaps, if fortune smiles upon me, to drag the deity down with me into death. And even possibly survive. Surely, this outcome cannot be deemed unfavorable? If I survive, I will naturally have ample time to fulfill both our dreams. And if I do not survive, then what is the value in pondering so deeply? With that, Chu Chun paused momentarily, then smiled and stated, "The suggestion you have offered may indeed harbor numerous issues. Yet, the mere possibility of survival is enough for me to wager everything I have. This, I believe, is the best news I have received since the god of greed set its sights upon me." The extraordinary Chu Chun gazed at the smile on Chu Chen's face and, for reasons unknown, felt a profound sadness within. If the one proposing the sacrifice were not his parallel self, but rather a stranger, he might only feel pity for that individual. However, when the protagonist becomes his parallel self, an individual bearing his likeness, his heart is burdened with an indescribable discomfort. It is a complex mix of emotions that defies articulation. Who, besides a madman, would find solace in witnessing their own demise? Let us first exchange our rule-based abilities, the extraordinary Chu Chun declared, as soon as the words left his lips. Chu Chun felt a surge of information flooding into his mind. In an instant, he fully grasped the intricacies of the third-tier rule-based ability. The sensation of mastery felt akin to having awakened and honed this skill over many years. How wondrous! Chu Chan gazed ahead, awash with emotion. So this is the marvel of intertemporal assistance. How extraordinary! In the blink of an eye, I have transformed from an ordinary person into a third-tier ability user. Though third-tier users specializing in rule eradication may not excel in the usual skirmishes compared to other branches, the third tier is sufficient to drastically enhance my physical strength. Not to mention, I could effortlessly obliterate my former self with a single punch. Let us set aside our musings for now and discuss the pertinent details for 3 days hence, the extraordinary Chu Chan stated with a serious demeanor. Following this, he began to elucidate the taboos associated with their mutual demise, gradually shifting the conversation to other matters. Frankly, when it comes to confronting a true deity, both of them shared an unspoken understanding that they must prepare for the worst. Every detail, every step was meticulously crafted with the worst-case scenario in mind, deliberating on how they would respond should such outcomes manifest. There was no alternative. The disparity between them was too vast. And only by contemplating every dire possibility could they remain composed when the most unfavorable results unfolded, thereby seeking that slender thread of hope. In truth, the extraordinary Chu Chen did not wish for his parallel self to perish so easily. On one hand, he could not ascertain how long he might survive if the version of himself in the sacrificial realm were to perish. What if there were some connection he was unaware of? After all, they were both the same individual. Who could say that if one died, the other would not follow suit? On the other hand, he was unwilling to remain confined within the walls of a room, living solely for the purpose of perishing alongside a foe. Given such a fortuitous opportunity, he yearned to shatter the chains of fate that bound him, a rule-based ability user, a favored child of destiny. Why should he, a rule-based ability user specializing in mutual demise, be condemned to a life devoid of choices, living in servitude? He too aspired to lead a vibrant and fulfilling existence, akin to other ability users. Yet, since he could not alter this reality, all of this hinged upon one crucial condition. His parallel self must not perish. Therefore, in assisting the other, he was wholeheartedly dedicated, striving with every ounce of his being to ensure his own survival. He must survive. I hope we will meet again, he murmured softly after feeling a slight dizziness, at that time. I believe you too will have the opportunity to experience this marvelous intertemporal exchange. Trust me, you will be astonished by what you encounter. The extraordinary Chu Chen smiled and replied, I believe in you. Simultaneously, I eagerly anticipate the surprise of our reunion. As he spoke, the extraordinary Chu Chen waved his hand, saying, when the time comes, remember to reach out to me. Once these words were spoken, both parties instinctively closed the channel of communication. It appeared that such exchanges consumed a great deal of mental energy. Chu Chen mused inwardly, and then he noticed the dimming purple star in his mind. and clarity dawned upon him. It seemed that this purple star represented the world of abilities. When this purple star reignited, he would likely be able to communicate once more with his extraordinary self. Having endured sleepless nights, he decided to take a moment to rest and replenish his energy. Being targeted by the god of greed, and still managing to sleep so soundly, Chu Chan murmured to himself, before sipping some water to soothe his throat and making his way to bed. Suddenly, a voice echoed within the room. "May I inquire? Have you given up on struggling, or have you transcended worldly concerns?" Chapter 3. The Black Star Sect. Who are you? Chu Chan gazed at the figure in black robes that had suddenly appeared before him. Momentarily taken aback, he then narrowed his eyes. If this individual were an enemy, it would not be unwise to take them along as company. His burdens were already immense, and if he was destined to perish, he might as well take one more with him. Even if my rule-based abilities cannot vanquish a deity, surely they can handle you. You need not inquire about my identity at present. Simply understand that I am here to assist you. The figure in black robes spoke. In truth, I have been observing you for quite some time. Being targeted by the god of greed, you did not react like those foolish souls, rejoicing in their supposed fortune. Nor did you eagerly prepare for the so-called divine banquet. This, in itself, is commendable. What is even more extraordinary is your fervent search for information on the god of greed, driven by an urgent desire to seek a path to survival. Frankly, this exceeds my expectations. The figure paused for a moment before continuing. Do those fools truly believe that by sacrificing everything they possess, they can gain entry into the divine realm and indulge in pleasures unattainable in their previous lives? What a farce! Even as free individuals in life, they could not obtain such rewards through their endeavors. What gives them the audacity to think they can bask in the luxuries of a realm governed by the divine? Is it merely their inflated egos, their penchant for daydreaming? Or do they believe that the gods created their realms and wielded divine authority solely to grant them enjoyment? Apologies, I digress. With that, the figure in black robes waved his right hand, and a white talisman floated into view. Being targeted by the gods can indeed induce a sense of urgency, but do not rush. Allow me to explain. This is a false death talisman. On the day you are to be sacrificed, find a moment to apply it to yourself. The god of greed has no interest in the deceased. According to the usual sacrificial rules, it cannot be intrigued by you. As the final words left his lips, the figure in black robes vanished from sight. Once you successfully survive, I shall return to seek you out. A voice reverberated throughout the chamber, seemingly attesting to the remnants of the enigmatic figure in the black robe who had once graced this place. The sound echoed like a distant whisper, and in a moment of reverie, an obscure wave pulsed through the abode, akin to a gentle breeze, sweeping away all traces of the black-robed specter. Chu Chan gazed at the fleeting figure before him. His left eyebrow slightly arched in curiosity. Was this person a harbinger of aid? Yet, what motivation could drive such assistance? Upon discovering his exploration into the lore of the god of greed, had this entity deduced that he had fallen under the deity's malign gaze, and thus felt a twinge of pity for him? Surely, this seemed implausible. The unexpected benevolence from a stranger was rather disconcerting. A deathly talisman. Could it truly deceive a god through feigned demise? Chu Chan pondered quietly, eyeing the white talisman left by the black-robed figure. Was it conceivable that a seemingly doomed fate, marked by the god of greed, could be undone by such means? He couldn't shake the feeling that it was less than credible. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from afar, in quick succession. A powerful psychic force swept through the vicinity. Soon, an announcement echoed around him. Attention, residents of the community. Recent sightings of the heretical Black Star sect have been reported in the area. If encountered, please contact the authorities immediately. Now, all individuals must cease all activities and maintain a steadfast faith, offering prayers to the great deities. As Chu Chan listened to the broadcast, he fell into contemplation. Could that black-robed figure be affiliated with the Black Star sect? Perhaps that was why he had been so hasty, uttering only a few words before departing, leaving behind a token in his wake. Was he fearful of being cornered and ambushed? The name Black Star sect resonated like thunder, a notorious cult known across the globe. Demons, minions, abominations, treacherous fiends. They were likened to vermin scuttling through the sewers. A disreputable organization associated with underground monstrosities. Each of these colorful epithets was a testament to the disdain held by the deities and official bodies. Yet, from the scant words exchanged and the white talisman bestowed upon him, it appeared that the Black Star sect was not as malevolent as mainstream narratives suggested. After all, in their eyes, he was merely an ordinary individual. Their kindness towards him, a pitiful soul marked by the god of greed, led him to doubt the organization's inherent darkness. Indeed, in this world ruled by deities, anything that deviated from their will could be deemed heretical, even if their actions were aimed at saving lives. Futile. Whether the gods cared for the common folk was uncertain, but the intent of the god of greed to claim his soul was all too real. A brief slumber, followed by familiarizing himself with the rules of this extraordinary realm, was in order. Then, preparations for the impending ritual in 3 days would commence. To live or to perish, he would do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. After storing the white talisman left by the black-robed man, Chu Chun reclined on his bed, allowing drowsiness to envelop him. However, his thoughts soon drifted back to the Black Star sect. To others, it might indeed be the most terrifying antisocial organization in existence. Yet for him, it felt like an ally. In this dominion presided over by deities, should official personnel arrive, he might hesitate to trust the offerings they provided. After all, in this world, when officials or representatives of mainstream sects came to visit, their purpose was often to counsel him to await his demise and surrender his soul to the god of greed. There seemed to be no alternative. Naturally, he could not place his trust in a black-robed stranger with whom he had exchanged only a few words. Yet, comparatively, he found himself more inclined to believe in this individual. 3 days hence, the sacrifice would commence. While Chu Chun was engaged in his meal, a resonant voice akin to a mighty bell suddenly reverberated within his mind. In the next moment, a brilliant column of white light descended from the heavens, simultaneously causing the table and chairs he occupied to vanish from existence. When Chu Chun regained his senses, he found himself enveloped in a shroud of white mist, an expanse of nothingness stretching before him. But as he looked again, the scenery around him transformed dramatically. Gluttonous figures relished their feasts, lithe women admired their beauty, and powerful politicians wielded their authority. All manifestations of humanity's myriad interpretations of greed began to unfold around him. This tableau seemed imbued with a peculiar divine power, stirring the most primal desires of those present, compelling them to offer everything in devotion, willingly becoming the loyal servants of the god of greed. Suddenly, the white talisman in Chu Chun's possession trembled slightly, as if an inner force was being unleashed. At that moment, a ripple in the fabric of space shimmered above him. In the next instant, a colossal eye materialized in the sky. A cold snort, reminiscent of a deep abyss, descended with overwhelming authority, instantly stifling the energy emanating from the talisman. Concurrently, the immense eye above grew more substantial, as if a formidable presence had cast its gaze upon him. With a crack, the white talisman shattered, igniting a spark of revelation within Chu Chun. The god of greed had arrived. In that instant, a grand and majestic altar, as if drawn from the very essence of the cosmos, appeared beside the eye. The ritual of the rules was set into motion. The officiant must present an offering. Chapter 4. The identity of the officiant confirmed mortal. A voice, resonant as if echoing from the heavens or the depths of the underworld, reverberated around him. Yet before the second sentence could escape, the surroundings transformed violently. A crimson beam shot forth from within Chu Chun, its chaotic and sanguine radiance instantly dispersing the aura of rules above. The once formidable divine power, capable of suppressing all, fell asunder before this luminous column. In the next moment, the crimson beam intensified, breaking free from the constraints of the ritual space, racing toward the celestial realm above. Danger. Meanwhile, far above in the celestial realm, the god of greed's essence was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of peril. A crisis. A grave crisis. A life-and-death crisis. In that fleeting moment, his formidable consciousness surged, a whirlwind of confusion, uncertainty, bewilderment, and composure flickering through his mind. Though questions lingered, the immediacy of the life-threatening danger left no room for contemplation. The priority was clear. Evade this existential threat. Once the turmoil subsided, he would investigate the source of this chaos. God of greed, heed my command. The god of greed, unhesitating, summoned his most potent powers, drawing upon the strength of his subordinates in full force. In an instant, the power of greed began to tremble through the surrounding cosmos. Upon receiving the divine command, nearby celestial realms rallied, contributing their strength in accordance with the god of greed's directives. At that moment, the god of greed shone as the brightest star in the night sky, surrounded by allied realms that circled like planets around their sun, forming an intricate defensive array. Simultaneously, the eyes of all deities in the cosmos were drawn to this spectacle. What madness had possessed the god of greed to mobilize all his power for defense? Was he preparing to confront another equally powerful entity? Otherwise, why would he necessitate such a formidable defensive formation? Such a misstep could ignite a divine war. After all, the deities maintained various connections and interests. And should conflict arise, particularly at this level, no one would escape unscathed. Yet, before the gods could ponder further, a crimson beam surged from the lower realms, piercing the heavens. The once impregnable celestial barrier crumbled before this force, disintegrating as if made of paper, unable to withstand even a single breath. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red beam traversed the vast cosmic distance, reaching the defensive formation below. At this juncture, the deities comprehended the rationale behind the god of greed's abrupt display of force. Instantly, the cosmic consciousness flickered with realization. However, from the moment the crimson beam began emanating the aura of rules within the divine domain, it signified that the god of greed would have to contend with this threat alone, alongside his subordinates. Even if the god of greed enjoyed strong ties among the pantheon, today, no divine being would extend their hand to assist. No deity wished to challenge the fundamental laws of existence, especially when their own lives were not in jeopardy. Furthermore, the god of greed's reputation left much to be desired. The blood-red beam erupted with boundless divine radiance, obliterating the defensive array erected by the god of greed and surged directly into his celestial domain. The surrounding deities, his subordinates, were rendered irrelevant. At this moment, the sole target of the blood-red beam was the god of greed. Today, it seemed, greed was fated to face its reckoning. A shadowy figure emerged in the cosmic expanse, exuding an enigmatic aura that attested to its strength. Theo invoked divine retribution. I am curious to know what deeds greed has committed. A man clad in golden armor appeared nearby, his expression one of bewilderment. The invocation of divine retribution signified that the actions of the god of greed were far from trivial. If greed were to be surrounded and slain by the gods, or plotted against by some being, it would not hesitate to strike at a crucial moment, reaping the benefits of the situation. Yet, alas, greed has been condemned by the laws of this universe. Despite the existence of the realm of the god of greed and all that it possesses, it dares not harbor any covetous thoughts in the near future. Greed has long indulged in wicked deeds. The gods may not judge, but the universe will doubt a goddess clad in white battle attire. Her countenance icy, appeared nearby and spoke with indifference. Your intentions are clear to all, but the crux is you are the god of justice. The man cast a sidelong glance at her and scoffed. If you disapprove of another, then go judge them yourself. The goddess of justice remained silent. At that moment, a sudden crimson radiance erupted from the realm of the god of greed. Subsequently, the divine barriers surrounding the realm began to visibly crack at an alarming rate. Wails echoed through the air, resembling the lamentations of the heavens, resonating swiftly throughout the entire world. The gods, witnessing this phenomenon, grew solemn. Such an omen signified the fall of the god of greed, a tremendously powerful true god. A magnificent realm vast enough to suppress an expansive void had fallen as if it were a trivial matter, all under the gaze of the gods. Everyone, disperse. A vague figure uttered softly before turning and vanishing into thin air. Sighing, the man gazed at the crumbling realm of greed and let out a slight breath of melancholy. As a true god himself, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow at the demise of the god of greed. Most importantly, the god of greed had been forcibly erased by the power of the rules. The implications of this were indeed worthy of contemplation among the gods. In the distant past, he vaguely recalled sharing fine wines and delectable feasts with the god of greed. His gaze sharpened suddenly as he shifted his attention to a lesser deity of greed nearby, who, greed is dead, the realm has collapsed. You must consider your future. They could not touch the treasures of the god of greed or the remnants of the realm. Yet the lesser deities of greed represented a vast fortune. If utilized properly, it could enhance the influence of his own realm, at that very moment, in the sacrificial space. One of the two offerings has been made. The identity of the sacrificial master has been confirmed. Offering, the god of greed, is in place. Please select the part to be sacrificed and initiate the ritual. A booming voice resonated in Chu Chen's mind, and at that moment, he realized that the ability to perish together had begun to take effect. He had only 3 minutes left. All offerings, Chu Chen declared without hesitation, according to his and the ability's intentions. After perishing with the god of greed, he would not linger. He would sacrifice everything possible, even the last minute or two if time permitted. Regardless of how precious the items or remnants left by the god of greed might be, they were of no concern to him. For one on the brink of death, merely existing, or rather, living better, is the optimal choice among countless options. Their journey was a gamble that the ritual would grant the sacrificer certain benefits. Otherwise, why would the gods persistently conduct rituals for countless years? Failure mattered little. After all, there would be a deity to accompany him in death, thus recouping his losses, as the celestial altar began to rotate above. Chu Chen mused, "Though I have not been in this world for long, I cannot help but feel, this realm governed by gods is rather despairing." Chapter 5. The sacrificial master whoosh, a stream of chaotic light surged into Chu Chen's body, followed by a torrent of information flooding his mind. Sacrificial master, Chu Chen, offering, the essence, body, and divinity of the god of greed. Rank, master god. Rule rewards, true divine body, divine soul, essence of greed, moderate mastery of the greed rule. Embryonic form of the divine realm. It detected that the sacrificial master was deeply eroded by the power of the rules and on the verge of demise, due to the exceptionally high rank of the offering. The sacrificial master was under special scrutiny from the primordial consciousness. For the sake of the sacrificial master, the primordial consciousness chose to lower the rule rewards and eliminate the erosion of the rule power. Do you agree, sacrificial master? Upon hearing this, Chu Chen quickly nodded. Agreed. The rewards of the ritual were indeed enticing. Should he accept, he would ascend to become a true god. After all, he would possess the divine body, divine soul, and divine essence, and even have a faint grasp of the greed rule. Furthermore, with the god of greed eliminated by his own hand, did that not imply he would become the new god of greed? One's position dictates one's perspective. Prior to becoming a god, the world ruled by deities was dark and despairing. If he were a god, then the previous statement would be nonsensical. However, if the ability to perish together could eliminate the matured god of greed, and subsequently eliminate him as the new god, was that not akin to mere play? He firmly believed in the worth of those 4 words. Perish together. Thus, there was no need for further contemplation. Even a moment's delay would be a disrespect to his own life. Completely agreed. First, let us save my life. If life is lost, what meaning does it hold, even with all else? Having obtained the sacrificial master's consent, the purification commenced. During the purification, the voice of the rules fell. The chaotic light within Chu Chen erupted with dazzling brilliance. In the next instant, Chu Chen's divine body began to levitate involuntarily into the air. He soon found himself in a state of profound and ineffable mystery. After deducting the consumption of the rule power, the rewards from the ritual were as follows. Half divine body, half divine soul, fragmented essence of the god of greed, faint mastery of the greed rule, and an imminent collapse of the embryonic form of the divine realm. Detecting the state of the sacrificial master, detection complete. Rewards are all beneficial with no detriments. Commencing distribution, waves of inaudible voices of the rules reverberated around him, and as the sound of the rules swayed, an overwhelmingly potent consciousness seemed to descend from the void into the sacrificial space. Boom! A magnificent radiance descended from above, enveloping Chu Chen entirely. Simultaneously, Chu Chen's entire being began to receive this gift from the primordial source, in the starry sky, the realm of the god of greed, which was gradually falling silent and teetering on the brink of destruction, suddenly began to tremble at an astonishing pace, drawing the attention of the gods. Just as they thought something was about to occur within the realm of the god of greed, an inexplicable mighty force descended abruptly in the next moment. The realm of the god of greed vanished from the sight of the gods, along with the essence, soul, and body of the god of greed. all disappearing without a trace. It was as if a lofty being had intervened, erasing all traces of the god of greed. What sins had greed committed? What could provoke the primordial rules to act? Obliterating every trace of greed? This situation bears a striking resemblance to the aftermath of a ritual sacrifice, does it not? A ritual sacrifice? Are you suggesting that the fall of the god of greed was orchestrated by some hidden deity? Surely, that is a jest too far. Which master god possesses such fluidity in manipulating the power of the rules? Moreover, the god of greed is also a formidable master god. Among master gods, battles do not conclude in an instant. Even if there were a 1 in a billion chance, we must remain vigilant to this possibility. The thoughts of the gods clashed continuously, and past grievances were momentarily cast aside. After all, the events of the day were too bizarre. The rules of the world had inexplicably intervened, something that had not transpired in countless years. The fall of the god of greed was an earth-shattering event. However, compared to the demise of the god of greed, the collapse and obliteration of the realm of greed, the gods were more concerned about the actions of the god of greed. What could have transpired to provoke such a reaction from the rules? In an instant, the entire realm of the gods was enveloped in a tense and eerie atmosphere. If the god of greed indeed provoked the rules or prepared to commit acts disrespectful to the heavens, they could understand this, even feeling a sense of relief in cursing the fallen god of greed. After all, if there were a cause, they could then take precautions. But if it were something else, that would be the worst news for the exalted gods in history. The news of the fall of the god of greed spread swiftly across the world through the divine decrees of the gods. The fall of a true god was already a monumental event, let alone that of a powerful master god. This represented a transformative upheaval for the world order and the realm of the gods. Therefore, both the gods and the faiths of the lower realms must begin preparing for the impending turmoil. When Chu Chen awoke, he immediately felt an overwhelming surge of power emanating from within him. This power was something he had never dared to dream of or imagine. Simultaneously, a wave of enlightenment washed over him. Now, he stands as a being who has embarked on the divine path, possessing a divine realm, divine nature, and the foundation of divinity. He wields the power of the rules of greed, poised to elevate his divine kingdom and ignite the divine flame when the opportune moment arrives, thus becoming a formidable demigod of towering stature. Although the realm of greed in his possession is on the brink of extinction, and his divinity is about to fade along with the collapse of his divine rank, he remains the most powerful demigod among his peers. If all goes as anticipated, he could even claim the title of the foremost individual beneath the true gods. After all, everything he has inherited springs from one of the primordial deities, the god of greed. The significance of being a primordial god cannot be overstated. Even if his own powers are significantly diminished, they ultimately trace back to the primordial deity. Were it not for the overwhelming force of the mutual destruction rule counteracting most of his powers, he might have already ascended to the pinnacle of the world as a true god. With a deep exhale, Chu Chen released a breath of despair, his eyes flickering with ecstasy. This situation is infinitely better than the dire circumstances he initially faced. Transitioning from a mortal to a demigod is no exaggeration to describe as a meteoric rise. Even though he is unaware of the specifics of his cultivation, he understands that while demigods may seem insignificant before true gods, in other realms, they undoubtedly represent the apex of power. 3 days prior, the god of greed sought his demise. Chu Chen gazed skyward, contemplating. But now, I have become the god of greed. The world is truly marvelous. As he spoke, Chu Chen shifted his gaze towards the rule altar not far from him. Now, upon his renewed inspection, the scene before him appeared entirely different from before. This rule altar is evidently a gift from the world's essence to sentient beings. The sacrificer is referred to as the altar master. By offering sacrifices to the world, one receives a reciprocal gift. This is the essence of the rule altar. In a world governed by the gods, where the sacrificial rights of the populace are usurped, and even the rule altars possessed by the masses are monopolized, it is not surprising, Chu Chen murmured softly. After all, the stronger the populace, the harder it is to manipulate their faith. Chapter 6. It is too dangerous for the awakened ordinary person. This is truly a despairing world. After staring at the rule altar for a while, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh in this realm dominated by the gods, where humanity is reduced to the status of sacrificial offerings. The gifts from the world's essence have morphed into weapons turned against oneself. He has not forgotten the despair he felt when the god of greed targeted him, compelling him to offer his soul. During his research, he had also encountered the vitriolic curses some individuals directed at the rule altar, in this vast world. Even though the divine churches wield significant influence over public opinion, they cannot alter everyone's perceptions of life and death. On other matters, they might bend or submit. But when death approaches, who cares about anything else? If they intend to kill me, can I not hurl a few insults their way? Previously, fear of death silenced them, but now that death is imminent, what do they have to fear? At worst, it would merely hasten their demise. After all, death is death. What difference does it make? Perhaps these individuals would never realize that the rule altar was initially a gift from the world's essence to all. This gift, if utilized wisely, could empower them swiftly. Had his circumstances not been so unique, he might never have learned of this truth. He then slightly shook his head, knowing this was sufficient for him. As for future matters, he would first assess the situation upon returning. Whoosh! A beam of white light descended from the heavens, enveloping Chuck-in. The next moment, he found himself back in his small dwelling. Upon returning, he surveyed the familiar layout of his room, a smile gracing his face. His mood now contrasted starkly with the melancholy he had felt prior to his departure. The despair he once harbored had transformed into a refreshing clarity. After all, he had once been an ordinary person. Even possessing the ability for mutual destruction, the pressure of facing divine beings had been immense. Now, everything was different. Suddenly, Chuchin's eyes flickered. He then feigned ignorance and grabbed a bottle of water from beside the bed, seemingly shaken as he gulped down a few large swigs. Congratulations, you have returned alive. The figure in the black robe appeared abruptly, observing Chuchin as he spoke. Chuchin turned to face the figure and replied, "Indeed, I have returned alive." The figure in the black robe nodded, stating, "It was quite the challenge. The danger you faced this time was nearly insurmountable." With a pause, the figure continued, "Do you know? For those chosen by the god of greed, including yourself, I dispatched 36 death tokens. Yet, you are the only one to return alive. To be candid, I had thought you would." The figure in the black robe left the last thought unspoken, yet Chuchin understood the implication all too well. With 35 individuals perishing, his survival seemed improbable. That he had lived was indeed a miracle. "You surviving this ordeal must be attributed to your luck," the figure in the black robe remarked suddenly. "According to my predictions, you were among the last group to enter the sacrificial space." Then, just as the god of greed was about to act against you, the figure abruptly halted mid-sentence. "What is it?" Chuchin inquired, puzzled by the abrupt interruption. "It is rather impolite to leave a thought unfinished. Though I believe you should be aware of this, given your current lack of experience in the path of cultivation. Knowing it would not benefit you, the figure in the black robe stated gravely. This matter harbors great terror. When the time is right, you will learn of it, Chuchin. Great terror? This is something I should know? It cannot be the demise of the god of greed, can it? What would it feel like if the figure knew that what he desperately tried to conceal was orchestrated by none other than Chuchin himself? Of course, he refrained from voicing such thoughts, as they were not familiar enough for him to disclose his intentions. Why say so much? At present, he is merely a demigod. If he were to provoke a few true gods due to his loose tongue, only a fool would act in such a manner. All right, it is unwise to linger here. We must depart, the figure in the black robe announced, gazing at Chuck-in, as the sole survivor of this greed ritual. You are no longer suited to remain in the public eye. Otherwise, various religious factions will undoubtedly target you, and I can only imagine the methods those madmen would employ. Chuchin responded, "So, does this mean I must join the Black Star Church?" The figure in the black robe shook his head, "Not necessarily. That contradicts our church's principles. Joining is entirely voluntary. We do not impose any obligations. If you choose not to join, or wish to avoid any entanglements with the path of cultivation, I can arrange a suitable position for you, allowing you to live well within the church." Upon hearing this, Chuchin's eyes brightened. This sounds too good to be true. Such fortuitous offers often signal a trap. After all, those who deceive often lure with promises of high salaries and substantial bonuses. However, for those in this world, especially someone just returned from the brink of death, a tranquil and secure life may indeed be the most cherished aspiration. Yet now, as a demigod, even if he has yet to fully master the various demigod techniques, the perceptive abilities afforded by his divine rank allow him to sense many things with ease. The figure in the black robe harbors no ill intent. The Black Star Church appears quite favorable to him. Moreover, he sensed the presence of several unusual figures lurking nearby, as the black-robed figure had cast an exceptionally subtle barrier to conceal their presence. It is not difficult to comprehend. The ramifications of the god of greed's fall are immense. Perhaps the gods would disregard the trivialities of the common folk, never suspecting that a mere mortal had used the power of the rules to vanquish the god of greed. Yet, given even the slightest possibility, no matter how far-fetched, it would warrant the mobilization of significant church resources for investigation. Any matter pertaining to the divine, no matter how minuscule, deserves utmost scrutiny. Most crucially, the chosen of the god of greed have all perished. Leaving him as the sole survivor, it is evident that he must be scrutinized. They will likely bring him in for interrogation. After all, idleness breeds idleness. What if the interrogation yields results? As for the lack of results, for fanatic religious zealots, divine will reign supreme. The demise of a heretic would surely be a cause for celebration. Very well, let us depart, Chuchin remarked softly after surveying the room's layout. The more he contemplated, the more he felt that this world is perilous for ordinary individuals. His previous experiences serve as the best example point. One could easily meet their end simply by stepping out to dine, only to be targeted by the gods. You can bring along any familiar items if you wish, the figure in the black robe offered, fully understanding Chuchin's sentiments and hesitations. After all, encountering such events suddenly, and with a stranger he had only met twice, to venture into an entirely foreign place would be daunting for anyone. Unless life was in jeopardy, few would dare take such a step. Although he believed that the realm of the stars was the safest sanctuary, for someone who had lived under the sway of mainstream opinion, fear of the Black Star Church is entirely rational. Yet, there is no alternative. This world is indeed treacherous. Chapter 7. Crimson Star. No need. I have nothing to take. Chuchin spoke directly, asserting that there was nothing particularly significant or of great sentimental value in the room that needed to be taken. As for the notion that the Black Star sect was dangerous, if the Black Star sect had even a single true deity to protect them, they surely would not have fallen to such a state. Where they are reviled by all that it is improbable that they would worship an evil god, considering that the mannerisms of the god of greed bear a striking resemblance to those of a malevolent deity. Despite this, they are still officially regarded as guardians of the world. Thus, the definition of an evil god in this realm is likely somewhat different. Furthermore, observing the Black Star sect's sacrificial activities for the god of greed, which seem to hinder even the pitiful souls targeted by the divine, it is reasonable to assume that no deity would come to their aid. Of course, if necessary, employing them for nefarious deeds is also a possibility. In comparison to remaining here and confronting the divine church directly, it would be wiser to seek refuge within the Black Star sect for a while. At the very least, one should wait until they have further mastered the rules of greed. Right? Following one's instincts, if danger arises, one can simply flee. All right, let us walk, and I will briefly discuss our sect's situation with you. The figure in the black robe nodded and, with a swift motion, pulled Chuchin along. Vanishing from the spot in the next moment, everything related to Chuchin within the house was reduced to dust, scattering throughout the nearby space. Amidst this dust, a flicker of deeper energy pulsed, annihilating these objects on a more profound level. At that moment, even if an unparalleled powerhouse were to exert tremendous effort to reverse time in the surrounding area, they would be unable to restore these objects to their original forms. Black Star Sect, it is you again. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed around. Almost immediately, a red-haired man appeared above the house, his face dark and his eyes ablaze with rage. He had received orders to oversee this area concerning those summoned by the god of greed. Should any of these summoned individuals exhibit unusual behavior, he was to apprehend or detain them without delay. However, just moments ago, the beasts of the Black Star sect had brazenly relocated one of the summoners right before his eyes. Damn it! After a moment of impotent fury, the red-haired man could only continue monitoring the area. Simultaneously, he sent a report detailing his tasks to the higher-ups. The loss of one person is inconsequential. You need not monitor further. Since a summoner has awakened, it indicates a mistake in this round of sacrificial activities for the god of greed. Now, bring back all the summoned individuals on the list. Upon receiving the orders, the red-haired man dared not hesitate. In an instant, flames flickered throughout the surrounding area. Due to the multitude of personnel exchanges among the sects, the events occurring here quickly spread to the major sections. Soon, a fierce battle for the souls summoned by the fallen god of greed erupted. At the same time, on the other side, had it not been for pressing matters, he would have relished observing the spectacle of dog-eat-dog. The figure in the black robe concealed Chuchen in the skies, his gaze flickering as he took in the battle unfolding in the distance. Beside him, Chuchen followed his gaze and looked toward the horizon. There, radiant streams of light, each unique to their respective religions, flickered nearby, escalating from a restrained skirmish to an all-out assault, disregarding the safety of those around them. Some attacks even struck bustling areas, causing numerous casualties. Yet they seemed utterly unconcerned. After all, this vicinity was not the domain of their own deity. Death was inconsequential. Heretics, the more that perish, the better. The black-robed figure glanced at Chuchen, jesting. You seem as if you can see it all from afar. Chuchen. In truth, he could indeed see everything. Not only could he see it, but he could also discern it far more clearly than the other. However, the misunderstanding was quite beneficial. He needed to remain low-key for now. After all, a mortal summoned by the god of greed, suddenly gaining immense power, and becoming a top-tier demigod after the deity's demise would raise suspicions even among the dullest of minds. His foremost priority was to find a place far removed from the gods, then contact the alternate version of himself, sharing the good news of his triumph over the gods. Afterward, he would share his demigod prowess with that version of himself, allowing his alternate self to soar from the depths. Without a doubt, possessing demigod strength should enable him to dictate his own fate, right? Just as the other had exhausted themselves to assist him. It was only fitting that he return the favor upon his success. If he did not assist himself, how could he expect others to help him? Moreover, he believed that the wonders of the alternate reality would be no less captivating than the one he inhabited. A third-tier ability user, under normal circumstances, would create no ripples in the tide of the era. Yet, due to the nature of his rule-based abilities, he could directly eliminate a lofty god. Therefore, should they support one another? The explosive energy they unleashed would undoubtedly upend the established order of their respective realities. Before long, the figure in the black robe led Chuchen through breathtaking tunnels, navigating various convoluted spatial rifts, and venturing into seemingly perilous territories. Finally, under Chuchen's astonished gaze, they arrived at the domain where the Black Star sect purportedly resided. However, upon entering, Chuchen was greeted by a radiant crimson star illuminating the sky. In truth, we do not call ourselves the Black Star sect. The black-robed figure pointed to the star above, explaining, the term Black Star is a derogatory label bestowed upon us by the divine sections after all. Our actions are fundamentally opposed to the gods. Furthermore, the designation of sect is utterly absurd. In the eyes of those religious zealots, it seems that all organizations are founded upon religious principles. If our organization must have a name, it would undoubtedly be Red Star. We possess faith, yet our faith does not belong to the gods. Chuchen paused, momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he softly remarked, Red Star is a rather fitting name. These two characters held a deeper significance in his eyes. However, in this world where power is reclaimed by oneself, within the dark realm directly ruled by the gods, the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with greater challenges. Before bringing you here, I ensured that arrangements were made for your lodging. The black-robed figure stated, Chuchen, I understand that you have many questions about us. For instance, why I would assist you, why I awaited your return, and there may be some answers you have already deduced, such as why we resist the dominion of the gods. But it matters not. You may witness for yourself, through your own eyes, the differences between the lives of those who reside here and those who live under the rule of the gods. Likewise, take your time to consider whether you wish to join us. Chapter 8. Just an ordinary person, Chuchen departed with the key that the black-robed figure had given him, destined for 45, South River 5th Street in the heart of the Red Star domain, which would be his new residence. Shortly after Chuchen left, a swordsman appeared beside the black-robed figure, carrying a long sword on his back. Is he important? The black-robed figure mused, pausing for a moment before answering. Perhaps very important. The swordsman raised an eyebrow in curiosity, questioning, what do you mean by perhaps? It means he could be significant. but he might also be of little consequence. What kind of nonsense is that? The swordsman retorted, incredulous. The sole survivor of the god of greed's sacrificial rites, and the deity inexplicably fell during the ceremony. Do you not find this peculiar? The black-robed figure regarded the swordsman's incredulous expression with amusement. Explaining, considering this, I find it hard to believe. With my judgment, it is highly likely he is merely an ordinary person. Well, an exceptionally fortunate ordinary person. The swordsman breathed a sigh of relief, startled by the prospect. He had feared that his colleague, possessing such strength, had returned with a being of god-slaying caliber. Yet, it was merely a false alarm. After all, such formidable individuals should logically reside in the heavens. Now, we must deliberate seriously about the implications of the god of greed's fall. The black-robed figure clapped the swordsman on the shoulder before vanishing without a trace. Wait, you have yet to clarify this matter, the swordsman called out, but he too disappeared in an instant. Not far away. Chu Chen felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, as expected. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated, and could the gods truly be oblivious to such matters? Though they may not care about the survival of a mere ant. He, as the sole survivor, was undeniably conspicuous. Why dwell on such thoughts? Could the situation possibly worsen than what he had encountered in recent days? With that in mind, Chu Chen smiled slightly and began humming a tune as he approached the residence at 45 South River 5th Street. Upon entering, he was greeted by a layout of 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a bathroom. The moment he stepped inside, his formidable spiritual sense swept through the house, revealing an astonishing lack of any unusual energies. It was impeccably clean, a perfectly ordinary home. Is it merely a concern for the worst-case scenario? What if I truly possessed the strength of a godslayer? Would eavesdropping lead to unnecessary misunderstandings? Chu Chen pondered. Hoping that he was merely overthinking, brother, are you still there? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in Chu Chen's mind. Alas! Could he have perished? It stands to reason. To confront a deity with a mortal body is likely to invite death. And perhaps his soul has already been extinguished. Yet, if he has indeed passed away, why does this communication channel in the parallel universe remain open? Is it designed to evoke memories? Rest assured, brother, on this day next year, I shall burn offerings in your memory. Chu Chen. Has he merely been lost in thought for a moment? How did it escalate to the point of preparing offerings for himself on his death anniversary? Ahem! Chu Chen cast a glance at the shimmering purple star in his consciousness, clearing his throat to assert his presence. Speak cautiously. I am still very much alive, brother. Have you succeeded? The alternate Chu Chen asked with delight. The ability to converse with himself indicated that all was not lost. Could it be that the greed god was chatting with him? I have succeeded, Chu Chen affirmed. The greed god is dead? And I have survived. The alternate Chu Chen's heart swelled with joy, only to immediately curse. The greed god met a fitting end. It is too good for that bastard to die so easily. I say, it should be. Observing the impending tirade against the greed god, Chu Chen hastily interjected, do not curse. Why not? Should one show pity towards the very murderer intent on taking your life and feel sorry for him? Not at all. Rather, now that I have assumed the position of the greed god, you are essentially cursing me, aren't you? A question mark slowly rose above the alternate Chu Chen's head. Wait, has he ascended to godhood? Is this for real? Are you certain this isn't some jest born of your dwindling days, seeking amusement at my expense? After a moment of silence, the alternate Chu Chen, mixed with confusion and gravity, inquired, Chu Chen, is this person insane? What sane individual would entertain such thoughts? Are you secretly cursing me? The alternate Chu Chen shot a glance at Chu Chen, instantly deciphering his thoughts, and with a smile, remarked, it's fine. Go ahead and curse. Say whatever you wish. It doesn't matter how harsh your words are, to be honest. You are the only one who can curse me without me caring in the slightest. Chu Chen. Nonsense. As an individual from my own parallel universe, cursing the other is akin to cursing myself. Who but a pervert would derive joy from berating oneself? I can't shake the feeling that during this encounter, you seem a bit mischievous. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen queried, during our last conversation, you left me with the impression of being rational and wise. The alternate Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Brother, you know how dire the previous situation was. In such circumstances, Jesting with you would have been foolish. However, the situation has changed. You have triumphed, even ascended to godhood. In light of this joyous occasion, it is only fitting to celebrate and dispel any lingering misfortune." As he spoke, the alternate Chu Chun paused before adding with a smile, "Moreover, I am acutely aware that we are two blossoms from the same tree, albeit shaped by different experiences. Yet, despite any differences, we remain fundamentally the same." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun chuckled, realizing that truly, no one knows oneself better than oneself. "Well then, during our last encounter, there were many pressing matters I did not have the time to discuss. Now that my crisis has largely been resolved, please share the situation on your end. Life cannot be particularly easy for you there, can it?" Although the alternate Chu Chun left some things unsaid, he could still discern the underlying struggles from the other's reactions. "It could be worse. At least we are free from hunger and our safety is guaranteed by the state," the alternate Chu Chun reflected. Chu Chun replied softly, "Once physiological needs and safety are assured, one inevitably seeks higher-level inner fulfillment. I have personally experienced the lethal consequences of mutual destruction, thus I can truly appreciate it. If even gods can meet their end, what hope is there for mere mortals? The erasure at the level of rules cannot be shaken by attacks from other realms. Hence, having you taken away for state protection and training was, at that time, indeed the optimal choice." As he spoke, Chu Chun paused, then smiled, "But fear not. I believe that with the immense power I have bestowed upon you, everything will change for the better. With ideals and aspirations, pursue them. Regardless, I shall support you wholeheartedly. Just as you are my strongest ally, I shall be your most formidable shield." Chapter 9. Mount Dongyue. Although I previously uttered some sentimental words to comfort you, the alternate Chu Chun rubbed his nose and softly admitted, "Yet, saying such emotional things to another version of myself feels distinctly different. On one hand, I am somewhat touched, though I have known from the outset that once you succeeded in slaying a god, you would undoubtedly assist me. Witnessing your willingness to help now brings about a sense of reflection. On the other hand, observing Chu Chun comforting himself creates a rather peculiar sensation. As if I am merely self-soothing. How strange. Helping oneself is an opportunity few can envy." Chu Chun smiled, and after a brief conversation, the alternate Chu Chun began to recount the state of affairs in his world. The first time, he omitted certain details as it seemed unnecessary. After all, if Chu Chun failed to overcome the greed god, this golden opportunity would be rendered worthless. "Your world is quite perilous," Chu Chun remarked, having gleaned the essence from the alternate's succinct overview. In the alternate realm, the primary threat to humanity stems from the existence of ability beasts, particularly the high-tier ones that can easily summon their minions to unleash a devastating beast tide. Furthermore, conflicts and wars between nations persist. The propensity for infighting among humans remains unabated, even in the face of external threats that pose a risk of annihilation. My dream is to one day ascend Mount Dongyue." The alternate Chu Chun declared, his eyes sparkling with excitement, "I shall never forget the historical impact I felt when studying the Qin dynasty. Those few words left an indelible impression on me. The Qin army, at its inception, vanquished the 6 foreign beast nations, expanding the territory and laying the foundation for human survival. The mightiest of the Qin, Emperor Qin Shi Huang, personally led his guard to crush the giant demon clan, known as the Beast Royalty, that had entrenched itself atop Mount Tai. He even performed the Fengshan ritual at Mount Tai, utilizing the energy of the Dongyue Mountains as the basis for a formation, erecting 12 divine pillars to eternally suppress the giant demon clan. At this juncture, the alternate Chu Chun paused, then lamented, "In this age, even with the Beast Royalty suppressed, news of beast sieges and human cities being slaughtered still emerges periodically. I cannot fathom how tragic humanity would be today had the Beast Royalty not been subdued by Qin Shi Huang. Would they have been reduced to mere blood food for the beasts, living in servitude?" Just as he was speaking, the alternate Chu Chun abruptly halted, suddenly recalling the circumstances of the sacrificial time. Were humans not akin to a state of servitude, although those who enslaved them were not foreign races but deities? If viewed through a lens of racial supremacy, are not gods also another species, being nurtured by the gods, harvesting faith and souls? How does this differ from being raised by beasts, with flesh and blood harvested at designated intervals? "Why have you stopped mid-sentence?" Chu Chun inquired, his curiosity piqued. "You do not mind?" The alternate Chu Chun was taken aback. The response from Chu Chun was somewhat unexpected. In a world ruled by gods, it was entirely normal for humanity to be nurtured by the deities. Chu Chun replied, "It is all a matter of fortune. If one is lucky, perhaps they might never encounter the ordeal of being harvested throughout their lifetime. They could live quietly and joyfully." The alternate Chu Chun sighed, then responded, "That kind of luck is not just good. It's exceptionally fortunate. For an ordinary person, a lifetime is long to go through life without experiencing calamity, tragedy, or facing despair. There may be hardships, but they are all resolved smoothly. Perhaps in some respects, they are ordinary. Yet when all these factors converge upon a single individual, it is evidently the life experience of a rare few. Speaking of which, I have visited Mount Tai. Aside from being somewhat tiring, it does not seem to differ much from other mountains in terms of natural scenery." Chu Chun suddenly remarked. The alternate Chu Chun responded, "What do you mean by having visited Mount Tai?" Dongyue's sacred mountain, even in contemporary times, remains one of humanity's most formidable forbidden zones. Perhaps the two worlds differ, yet the disparity should not be insurmountable. Should it? Have you truly ventured there? After a moment of silence, the extraordinary Chu Chun suddenly inquired, "I have." Chu Chun nodded, confessing that his physical condition was not optimal, and after climbing Mount Tai, his feet ached for 2 or 3 days. "You, an ordinary individual, managed to ascend Mount Tai?" The extraordinary Chu Chun, regaining his composure, asked incredulously. Dongyue's sacred mountain rises to a staggering height of 100,000 zhong, and the further one climbs, the more one is subjected to the mountain's oppressive force. Perhaps the worlds differ, yet I still find it hard to fathom the scene of an ordinary person scaling Mount Tai. Inconceivable. It is utterly astonishing. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow and questioned, "In your world, Mount Tai stands at 100,000 zhong, which would be over 300,000 meters high? Such a lofty mountain truly deserves the title of sacred mountain. How high is the Mount Tai you climbed?" The extraordinary Chu Chun took a deep breath and asked earnestly, "Over 1,000 meters?" Silence. A profound stillness enveloped the conversation after this revelation, as the extraordinary Chu Chun fell into an uncommon silence. Surely, any hill here would exceed several thousand meters, right? If the mountain the other party climbed was less than 2,000 meters, then it would be understandable. If the Grand Dongyue's sacred mountain were merely over 1,000 meters tall, then even the extraordinary beings capable of fighting on the front lines could likely soar to its summit. Moreover, he believed that the Mount Tai on the other side probably lacked such oppressive force, that truly exhausting. Over 1,000 meters. Even I, a mere third-tier novice, could easily run up and down several times. Allow me to pose a question. Do you believe there exists a realm where the extraordinary remain silent and ordinary individuals are the masters? Chu Chun gazed at the taciturn extraordinary Chu Chun and suddenly asked. "No," the extraordinary Chu Chun responded, immediately sensing the absoluteness of his statement. "Based on my knowledge, I would assert that such a realm does not exist. The prefaces of all theoretical texts on extraordinary abilities elaborate on the significance of fundamental energy elements in shaping the world. This energy can manifest as extraordinary abilities, primordial force, or any other form of energy. However, it cannot possibly be void of energy. I cannot envision what a world devoid of energy elements would be like." Chu Chun interjected. "A technology-driven civilization led by ordinary people can also harness various forms of energy, such as solar, nuclear, hydrogen, and electrical energy." The extraordinary Chu Chun cast a sidelong glance at Chu Chun and softly remarked, "You make a valid point. Perhaps such a world does exist. After all, in this vast universe, there is an abundance of wonders. We are able to communicate and influence one another. Thus, the existence of a realm without cultivators, solely inhabited by ordinary individuals, seems plausible." As he spoke, the extraordinary Chu Chun paused for a moment before continuing. "Yet, your tone earlier conveyed a sense of certainty. Have you, perchance, encountered such a world?" Upon uttering this, a glimmer of realization flickered in the extraordinary Chu Chun's eyes. The next moment, he inquired with astonishment, "The world you inhabit, was it not a typical realm just a few years ago, with Mount Tai merely 1,000 meters tall? Then, did the gods suddenly descend, transforming the entire world? The so-called revival of the world?" Chapter 10. An impeccable standpoint. Your imagination is truly boundless. Chu Chun replied, momentarily taken aback, and remarked, Why not suggest that the gods have been clandestinely orchestrating human development from behind the scenes? Wielding their invisible influence? The extraordinary Chu Chun slightly nodded at this notion before stating, "That is indeed a possibility, Chu Chun. You have indulged in too many novels, haven't you?" Yet, the other party's conjecture was tantalizingly close to the truth. "Very well, let us cease our idle chatter." Chu Chun shifted the topic, stating, "Come, accept the gift from another dimension." Across from him, the extraordinary Chu Chun nodded earnestly, his eyes filled with anticipation. The power of demigods, especially that obtained after slaying a god, must be immensely formidable. Buzz. As the two Chu Chin's thoughts intertwined, a surge of formidable energy seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, precisely manifesting within the body of the extraordinary Chu Chun. The process of sharing was remarkably serene, devoid of any tumult or spatial upheaval, a stark contrast to the cataclysmic transformation experienced during the ascension to demigod status. Truly powerful. After a brief moment, the extraordinary Chu Chun suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with excitement as he exclaimed, "With such strength, I shall soon venture to the border battlefield and wreak havoc." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun smiled faintly and replied, "However, do not become overly reckless. I am unfamiliar with the cultivation realms of your world, nor do I know which tier of power is equivalent to a demigod. Yet, I do know that the rule-wielding extraordinary beings of the Mutual Destruction faction could easily eliminate you." On this matter, he spoke with authority. After all, he was the sole rule-wielding extraordinary being during the sacrificial ceremony, utilizing this power to vanquish the formidable and malevolent god of greed. Other extraordinary beings, even those at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, would harbor reservations. The extraordinary Chu Chen chuckled cheerfully, saying, "But for me, there will be no such concerns. As a rule-wielding extraordinary being of the Mutual Destruction faction, I inherently possess an ability that grants immunity to the annihilating rules of mutual destruction. Therefore, what serves as a trump card for others is merely a piece of scrap paper for me." As he spoke, the extraordinary Chu Chen paused momentarily, then grinned widely. "Do you know? In our world, the most powerful individuals publicly recognized by various nations are not truly the strongest. If ranked, the publicly acknowledged strongest individual of a nation would likely not even make it into the top 10 in secret. Everyone understands that the strongest is merely a pawn placed to absorb the blows. Whoever is deemed the strongest is perilously close to encountering the Grim Reaper." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun stroked his chin and inquired, "That makes sense. In your world, with the diverse range of extraordinary abilities, especially those of the Mutual Destruction faction, the top-tier powerhouses likely feel little sense of security. Those with lesser strength, or those in the second tier of extraordinary beings, may not possess such an acute sense of crisis. However, the strongest among them must be overwhelmed with anxiety. After all, no one knows when an extraordinary being from the Mutual Destruction faction might emerge from the shadows, heralding their doom." Indeed, the extraordinary Chu Chen grew increasingly animated, noting that due to the innate limitations of their soul force, rule-wielding extraordinary beings could not grow stronger. Thus, I shall be the sole top-tier powerhouse in our realm, unafraid of the capabilities of mutual destruction. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun nodded in understanding. "I see. While this may not hold much significance for me, it certainly benefits you greatly. In the sacrificial dimension, I am the only extraordinary being. Thus, whether or not I possess immunity matters little to me. However, for the extraordinary Chu Chun, this ability signifies that he will attain a transcendent status in the future." Indeed, the extraordinary Chu Chun stated. "Therefore, my assertion that I could venture to the border battlefield for a bit of revelry was not unfounded. When the so-called foundation of great nations loses its efficacy against me, it signifies that my future self shall be impeccable. Well, at least in terms of immunity to annihilation, I shall be flawless." As he spoke, the extraordinary Chu Chun paused before expressing gratitude. "To the otherworldly version of me. I truly appreciate it." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun waved his hand dismissively. "It is merely mutual assistance. No need for such gratitude. If gratitude is to be given, I should be the one thanking you. After all, without your intervention, I might have perished during the sacrificial ceremony of the god of greed. How else could I sit here and engage in conversation with you?" The other party saved his life, and he aided in the realization of the other's aspirations. Thus, it cannot be determined who helped whom more. If one were to quantify it in strict terms, the assistance provided by the other party was greater. After all, without his presence, the extraordinary Chu Chun might have survived for a while longer, even living more freely than the average person under the nation's protection. Yet, without the other, he would have long since met his end. However, such mutual assistance is unquantifiable. For both of them, the support provided by the other far outweighed any assistance they offered. After all, what the other brought forth was something they lacked and yearned for. By the way, both divine realms and divine powers require a substantial amount of belief energy for restoration and enhancement. Chu Chun pondered for a moment before speaking. In your realm, devoid of gods, if utilized properly, you might become the most powerful deity in the extraordinary world, bar none. After a moment of contemplation, the extraordinary Chu Chun, sensing something, asked with curiosity, "The divine realm and divine power you mentioned, where are they located, Chu Chun?" A question mark arose above Chu Chun's head. The shimmering crystal in his consciousness, on the verge of extinguishing, is not that the divine power, and the chaotic void beside it, teetering on the brink of collapse, is not that the divine realm? Such clarity, how can one be oblivious? Is there a possibility that the divine essence and divine realm you speak of cannot be shared? After pondering for a moment, the extraordinary Chu Chun softly remarked, "I am uncertain about the divine essence, but as for the divine realm, it could be considered a material aspect, correct? If the divine realm could also be shared, wouldn't that imply that the celestial treasures and divine weapons you have acquired there could also be transmitted through sharing?" Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "This explanation does make sense. Cultivation, soul power, divine abilities, spells, these pertain to the internal aspects of the body, hence they can be shared. However, the divine realm and divine essence, even if they exist within the sea of consciousness, still belong to the external aspects of the body. If these could be shared, then wouldn't it mean that if I were to raise a pet here, it too could be shared? Well, things that do not stem from one's own power, or depend on external material resources, cannot traverse through time and space. There is simply no way." The extraordinary Chu Chun shrugged his shoulders and lamented, "Given that this is the case, we can only seek a suitable rationale to maintain logical coherence. Can we not? What else can we do?" Chapter 11. The theoretical framework of extraordinary abilities. The ability to share at such a level is indeed quite formidable. Chu Chun stated, however, without the divine realm and divine essence as a foundation, your divine power is akin to a tree without roots. Aside from the soul power that can self-recover, the divine power I share with you diminishes with each use. He paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, you could also propagate your own faith and utilize the power of belief to restore your divine power. You could even establish your own divine realm, using the unique rules of your world to condense a divine essence that belongs solely to you. The divine essence is formed from the condensation of the rules power. If I can leverage the power of the rules to eliminate the god of greed, it indicates that the rules power across both realms is interconnected. Even if there are differences, the gap would not be insurmountable. However, in this realm, the divine essence is predetermined. Thus, it is likely that the collapsed divine essence of the god of greed cannot be shared due to this reason. Perhaps the extraordinary realm simply does not permit the existence of gods, at least for the time being. This possibility seems quite significant. I shall contemplate this thoroughly and become the first to take that leap. The extraordinary Chu Chun chuckled, choosing not to linger on this topic. By the way, I just remembered something. In your realm, it is governed by the gods, and the cultivation practiced is divine. Here, our extraordinary abilities have already developed into a mature path of cultivation. I can access the theoretical materials of various cultivation sects here. I am not boasting. Under the pressure of extraordinary beasts, the academic field of extraordinary abilities is vibrant and diverse. Although I previously claimed I could not fight on the front lines, I remain quite interested in these avant-garde theoretical schools. If you need it, just let me know, and I can read it out to you word by word, transmitting this knowledge to you. At this juncture, the extraordinary Chu Chun hesitated briefly before continuing. Perhaps you, as the newly appointed god of greed, are beginning to develop your own followers and maintain your divine realm. If you have such intentions, then there is no need to draw our extraordinary abilities over there. What a useless endeavor. It would be better left unseen. If the knowledge system of extraordinary abilities could assist Chu Chun in his endeavors, it would represent an avant-garde, comprehensive beacon of hope for humanity. However, if it proves ineffective or even counterproductive, then it is merely trash. Regardless of its utility or value, it is all categorized as refuse. Your fluctuating attitude is quite hypocritical. Chu Chan burst into laughter, responding, "If you have nothing else to do, feel free to send it over. Start with the foundational theories of extraordinary abilities and the materials from compulsory education. Let me take a look. At the very least, you should first help me understand what extraordinary abilities are, right? Even though you are now the god of greed, I might as well take a gander. Since I have the time, acquiring more knowledge can only be beneficial in the short term. Could I possibly ignite divine flames and ascend with the identity of the god of greed? Would the other gods be amenable to that? If a mortal were to slay the god of greed and seize everything from him, would the gods not feel a sense of crisis? If they did, would they not seek to besiege me? Perhaps among the gods, some may be broad-minded and indifferent to such matters. However, my life is of utmost importance, and coupled with the forced offerings, I harbor no fondness for the gods. Everything is accounted for with the worst-case scenario in mind. If, at a critical moment, a few gods stand by my side, then I shall express my gratitude to them afterward. Therefore, I shall delve into the realm of extraordinary abilities. What if I achieve success on this path? Through extraordinary abilities, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Then, once I have accumulated sufficient strength and feel secure, I can reconsider raising my divine realm. All right, leave it to me. The extraordinary Chu Chun nodded, stating, "If you were to request particularly profound theories or extraordinary achievements right now, I might not be able to procure them for you. However, if you only seek the most basic knowledge, that is certainly not an issue. Well, I won't even need to ask anyone to assist me. I can look it up directly on the computer. Just wait a moment. I recall there are free files online." Moments later, the extraordinary Chu Chun frowned. "What's wrong? Did you not find it?" Chu Chun inquired as he observed the other's furrowed brow. "No, I found it, but the person uploading the files requires payment." "How much?" $2. Chu Chun twitched the corner of his mouth. "Why frown over $2? Are you displaying your striking features? All right, I have downloaded the theoretical texts on extraordinary abilities from elementary to high school graduation." After a brief pause, the extraordinary Chu Chun spoke again. He then opened the freshly downloaded files on his computer and angled the screen toward where Chu Chun was situated. "Take your time to read. I will leave a wisp of divine thought to assist you in turning the pages." The extraordinary Chu Chun exclaimed with excitement, "I shall also experience the soul perception of a demigod. Rest assured, I will not squander it without thorough preparation. Even if I need to venture out, I must ascertain the extent of my strength, right?" On the other side, Chu Chun slightly nodded and began to peruse the material. Due to his immensely powerful soul, he read at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, the extraordinary Chu Chun's robust physique allowed him to make the mouse emit sparks as he clicked. Thus, one was intently absorbing knowledge from an unfamiliar cultivation system, while the other was frantically clicking the mouse. Scrolling through the computer pages, before long, the computer provided by the state froze. Had it not been for the computer's high configuration, it might not have merely frozen. It could have exploded. "I will apply for a new computer from above." "Never mind. I'll just request an extraordinary light brain." The extraordinary Chu Chun explained after a moment of silence, "You should understand me. I have only 1 day of freedom each month, and typically I spend my time here either watching videos or playing games. Therefore, there is no need to waste $1 million extraordinary light brain." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun waved his hand, saying, "It's fine." In those few minutes, I managed to glance through about 5 or 6 books. The fresh knowledge system these 5 or 6 books brought, alongside the very basic spiritual meditation techniques from your realm, requires a period for me to ponder. Extraordinary abilities. Utilizing mental power to pry open the soul's core. Awakening its potential and guiding extraordinary powers to manifest. Meanwhile, the spiritual meditation technique not only enhances the total amount of one's mental power, but also increases the success rate of extraordinary awakenings. Overall, although this mental cultivation method is foundational, it is nonetheless quite commendable. Chu Gong. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out from beside the extraordinary Chu Chun. In the next moment, a robust man donned in a black battle robe, wielding swords in both hands, burst in with an anxious expression. "The base has just received an alert. A full moon-level powerhouse has descended. You must leave immediately." Chapter 12. The Revelation of Full Moon-Level Powerhouse? The extraordinary Chu Chun narrowed his eyes and subtly radiated his soul power. Earlier, When he had used his soul power to probe the vicinity of the base, it had not triggered the base's alert systems. Not only did it fail to do so, but the alert system seemed utterly oblivious in the face of demigod-level soul power, akin to a blind and deaf entity, completely incapable of detection. They were simply not on the same tier. This suggested that demigod-level soul power surpasses that of a full moon-level extraordinary being. The ranks of extraordinary abilities range from the 1st to the 9th level, followed by the star phase, full moon phase, and the sun phase. Since demigods are stronger than full moon level, it indicates that I am at least at the sun phase. Moreover, considering that the other realm's version of demigods is distinct from ordinary ones, they are invincible beneath the true gods. Even without a divine realm or divine essence, I would still belong to the strongest cohort, Wudin Ti. Given this calculation, does it mean I qualify as a sun phase extraordinary being? And yet, I am among the strongest. The nation's purpose in cultivating its own faction of self-destructive ability users is clear. Upon witnessing the formidable strength of the first echelon of the Sunlight Realm, any adversaries not aligned with their own must be confronted with immediate violence, taking along anyone in the fray to meet a shared demise. Viewed from this perspective, it appears that one has unwittingly become a target for the enemy nation. Chu Gong, stop dawdling and flee at once, the sharp-featured man urged anxiously. For the opposing forces, eliminating Chu Chun with a Moonlight Realm ability user would be an exceedingly advantageous transaction. The manpower, resources, and wealth expended to silently dispatch a Moonlight Realm foe from the enemy would be incalculable. In simpler terms, there are adversaries present at the command post. This is not the first occurrence. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, it is likely that this incident will result in a considerable number of individuals being uncovered and executed. Given that Chu Chun has endured such trials multiple times, he should be well versed in the nuances by now. Why, then, is he not cooperating today, instead lingering in place and wasting precious time? This time, I shall not flee, the ability user Chu Chun declared, gazing intently at his counterpart. Recognizing that he now embodies the highest known combat power, he resolved to reveal his true strength, shedding any pretense. As for the existence of even stronger ability user, Chu Chun's lips twitched, and he comprehended the value inherent in this cultivation technique. The foundation of the path of greed lies in the divine power of greed. Even if it ultimately spirals out of control, transforming a person into a monstrous embodiment of avarice, it remains fundamentally under the dominion of the god of greed. As long as someone possesses the token of the god of greed, or the sacred artifact of the sect, they can command these avaricious behemoths. In fact, the combat prowess of these greedy giants surpasses that of practitioners of the same realm by a considerable margin. So what does it matter? Surely, other divine paths do not operate in such a manner. Chu Chun murmured softly, then gently shook his head, beginning to compare the distinctions between the two cultivation methods. Setting aside other concerns, broadening one's horizons is indeed beneficial. Now that he is capable of communicating across different realms, would it not be somewhat foolish to remain shackled within the confines of the divine path? Perhaps it is time to experiment and see if he can awaken his powers once more. After all, what he currently possesses is the ability of another version of himself from a different realm, not one he awakened on his OWN, the same moment, within the sacred grounds of the Fire God sect. Are you saying that only one person survived the Greed Goddess sacrificial ceremony? An elder clad in a blood-red robe, adorned with a majestic crown, gazed down from his exalted seat in the hall and asked with an air of indifference, and this individual was subsequently abducted by those vermin from the Black Star sect? Below, a red-haired man knelt respectfully, reporting to the sect leader, not only that, but the Black Star sect has also erased all traces of this greed believer named Chu Chun through unknown means. After a moment of silence, the Fire God sect leader waved his hand, saying, "I understand, you may leave." Upon hearing this, the red-haired man felt as though a great pardon had been granted. He respectfully bowed and hurriedly exited the hall. Damn those insects, they nearly sabotaged my great divine undertaking, the Fire God sect leader murmured to himself. However, knowing his name and previous residence allows the divination to proceed. The only surviving greed believer may indeed hold some information regarding the fall of the god of greed. The Black Star sect. One day, I shall incinerate every last one of those pests. As soon as the words left his lips, a fiery halo filled with divine brilliance suddenly manifested beneath his feet. The moment the fire god halo appeared, it began to emit a mysterious resonance, in the depths of his mind. A fragment of the fire god sect leader's intent surged forth, following this arcane wave in an attempt to transcend space and time. Directly pinpointing the location of the diviner, indeed, he sought to summon the soul of this mortal named Chuchen back to him. At the same moment, Chuchen furrowed his brow. Why did it feel as though someone was watching him? It was not a member of the Red Star sect, but rather an outsider. Chuchen raised an eyebrow, irritation flickering in his gaze. I've hidden myself away here, and yet the hounds of the gods dare to pursue me? First the harvest by the god of greed, and now these wretched beings. Whom have I offended? As he spoke, Chuchen extended his right hand forcefully. In the next instant, a bottomless space ripple appeared beside him. He could easily repel this intruder, and with but a thought, he could shatter their probing divine intent. Yet, he chose not to act in such a manner. If the other party dared to spy on him from afar, they must bear the consequences of their intrusion. Most importantly, how audacious was it for such a weak divine intent to brazenly invade his privacy? Come forth. Chuchen's right hand plunged into the spatial ripple. After a moment of closed-eyed concentration, he suddenly yanked, pulling forth a swirling mass of purple-black flames. Chapter 14. The mortal incarnation buzzing. The flames danced in the air, appearing at first glance to be an ordinary flame. Do you wish for me to summon you, or will you emerge on your own? Chuchen questioned. If you wish to be summoned, you may open your arms and embrace your demise. As soon as he finished speaking, the flames quivered slightly. In the next moment, the figure of the fire god sect leader materialized before Chuchen. Esteemed one, I, Luo Hai, the most loyal disciple of the god of flame, extend my most profound respect to you. Though he did not know which mortal incarnation of a deity he stood before, he felt utterly powerless as he was drawn here at the whim of this being. Most importantly, there seemed to be an aura of divine rule emanating from this entity. At his level, once he sensed it, he could be certain. Perhaps this esteemed one was well concealed. The ripple of divine rule was fleeting, so faint that it would go unnoticed without careful observation. Yet who was he? The sect leader of the fire god sect. He was among the closest to the great deity in the lower realm. Thus, with his vast knowledge and rich experience, he quickly identified the divine identity of the being before him. Now, however, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Was he not attempting to divine the mortal Chuchen? How had he ended up in the presence of a divine incarnation? Ordinarily, as the fire god sect leader, under the protection of the god of flame, he would not fear any mortal incarnation of a deity. However, if this were the incarnation of a primary deity, he would still need to show respect. The crux of the matter was that this divination ritual he was conducting involved the capture of a divine soul. Tio seized the soul of a true deity. He could hardly fathom such an explosive occurrence happening to himself. If he mishandled this, it was entirely possible that he could be drawn into the grasp of this true deity himself. Thus, upon being forced to reveal himself, he immediately expressed his reverence and clarified his identity. A truly loyal disciple of a deity typically refers to the sect leader designated by that deity. He was now praying that this esteemed one had a favorable relationship with his own god. Otherwise, the situation could become quite dire. The sect leader of the fire god sect? Chuchen noted the name Luo Hai, his eyes glinting with interest. He remained silent, simply observing the other. The way the other referred to him as esteemed one was a term he recognized, commonly used to express reverence towards deities. Thus, the other party regarded him as some divine being, which suited Chuchen just fine. Even if he remained silent, the other would undoubtedly fill in the gaps with his own assumptions, potentially divulging much of the information Chuchen sought. The will of a god is not something a mere mortal can comprehend at will. Guess away. Esteemed one, I beg your pardon. Please allow me, a humble servant, to clarify this matter. It is entirely a misunderstanding. Luo Hai observed the silence from Chuchen, and fearing the atmosphere could turn awkward, he hastened to clarify the misunderstanding. He genuinely only intended to capture the mortal named Chuchen. For reasons unknown, the divination had landed upon the esteemed one, as for the notion that Chuchen was this esteemed one. What a farce! As a sect leader, no one understood the grandeur and might of deities better than he. Semi-deities are but slightly larger ants in the presence of divine beings, let alone a mere mortal. The absurdity of a mortal slaying a deity could only be entertained by the foolish denizens of the Black Star sect. As Chu Chen listened to Luo Hai's explanation, his expression grew increasingly calm. Initially, he had hesitated on whether to eliminate the sect leader. After all, he was the fire god's sect leader, and if he were to do so, the god of flame would likely become infuriated. However, it seemed that the other was firmly on the path to self-destruction. If the god of flame were to erupt in fury, so be it. Let them come for him. If necessary, he would eliminate another. Yet, before taking action, he needed to inquire about the cost of cleansing the rule power corruption at the rule altar. Last time he was an ordinary person. Now, he was a semi-deity. Instinctively, he felt that the costs would not be the same. After all, the implications of healing a semi-deity would differ greatly from that of a mere mortal. Most importantly, if he were to sell something. Even if the items were identical, the buyer's identity could lead to a significant discrepancy in price. I require an explanation for this matter. Chu Chen gazed skyward, speaking calmly. Rest assured, esteemed one. I will provide you with an explanation. Luo Hai quickly replied. The information was relayed to me by the third envoy under the Central Elder. The day after tomorrow, the third envoy will be granted an audience with our divine being. If a god seeks an explanation, it signifies that the matter is settled. A resolution will be forthcoming. It seems this esteemed one is quite reasonable, or perhaps has a good rapport with the great god of flame. As for whether he fears the might of the god of flame, out of respect for the divine, he deemed such thoughts inappropriate. You need not trouble yourself. Chu Chen cast a glance at Luo Hai and spoke softly. Upon finishing his words, Chu Chen focused his intent and effortlessly summoned the other's soul through the channel he had just opened. To avoid revealing the location of the red star, he placed the soul of the fire god sect leader within the divine kingdom. That crumbling divine kingdom still held some utility. He did not immediately eliminate Luo Hai because he wished to see if he could extract any further valuable information from the sect leader. After all, as a sect leader, he was bound to know many secrets. Perhaps he might uncover methods to repair the divine kingdom or maintain divine status. In any case, Chu Chen was utterly in the dark regarding these matters. In the sect of the god of flame, the third envoy has set his sights on me, the sole survivor. It is simply untenable to think that all could be slaughtered, is it not? Chu Chen sighed and, with a hint of resignation, remarked, if they were all to be eliminated, that would indeed pose a grave problem. He paused momentarily, then muttered to himself, let us see if the soul of the flame sect's leader, once extracted, might incite some turmoil. Even if the god of flame were to divine, the outcome would likely reveal that Luo Hai had been taken by some deity to their divine realm. Nevertheless, it is prudent to prepare for any eventuality. With a thought, Chu Chen's consciousness swiftly manifested near the altar of rules within his sea of awareness. Upon detecting the arrival of the high priest, a voice resonated within his mind, inquiring whether the ritual of rules should commence. This procedure was one with which Chu Chen was relatively familiar. Subsequently, he encased his queries within his divine intent. In the next moment, the altar of rules began to shimmer with a white light, as if some external, extraordinary factors had stimulated certain established protocols. Chapter 15. Acknowledging your grievance, the high priest, now under the scrutiny of the primordial consciousness, felt the essence of that consciousness begin to assess the inquiries he had submitted. The questions posed by the high priest were being processed. The primordial consciousness was calculating the offerings required to ascertain the answers. A semi-divine offering, or a minor rule reward, was available for the high priest to choose. Upon reaching this point, Chu Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Was he not merely asking the simplest of questions? To require a semi-divine offering for such a straightforward inquiry seemed excessive. Suddenly, he felt as though he had already grasped the answer. The removal of the rule power from a semi-divine being would undoubtedly demand a higher quality of offering than previously required. The god of greed, after all, was a supreme deity. Previously, as an ordinary human, he had nearly depleted the rewards bestowed by the god of greed while attempting to eradicate the rule's corruption from a mere mortal. Let alone now it appeared that the ultimate sacrifice, a last resort, should be employed only in dire circumstances. The notion of mutual destruction, for him, it was a sword of survival. Should his identity ever be exposed to the supreme deities, he would need to find an opportune moment to let the gods know of his capabilities. Holding a metaphorical nuclear bomb of mutual destruction while his enemies remained oblivious would diminish the significance of that bomb drastically. After all, such a trump card held far greater deterrent power than practical application. Meanwhile, within the divine realm of the god of flame, a figure, enveloped in flames and encircled by a fiery halo, furrowed his brow. Why did the chosen contemporary leader of the sect appear devoid of soul? Was he dead? That should not be the case. If the individual had perished, his soul ought to have been guided by the divine realm to serve him anew within the god of flame's dominion. Who dared to usurp my chosen priest without my consent? Do they seek to wage war against my divine lineage? The god of flame quickly deduced the situation. Luo Hai, the soul of his selected priest of the flame sect, had been harvested by an earthly incarnation of a deity. Moreover, from his calculations, it seemed that this entity had directly brought Luo Hai into their divine kingdom. Curse it! Was it a lack of followers that compelled them to resort to such underhanded tactics to seize the devotees of others? How shameless! The essence of greed. A moment later, a glimmer of insight flickered in the eyes of the god of flame, followed swiftly by the dissipation of his wrath, as he called upon his divine power. Probing deeper into the essence of the situation, he detected the presence of the god of greed's realm. For a moment, he fell silent. The god of greed, had he not fallen? The rule power had intervened personally, and he had been a mere spectator to that battle. Thus, the demise of the god of greed was no mere accident. The true mastermind behind that act had now turned their gaze upon him. Upon this realization, the god of flame's agitation became palpable. He was aware that some deities harbored doubts regarding the demise of the god of greed, and had sent messages to their followers to investigate all matters concerning him. However, he was of a more cautious disposition and had refrained from issuing divine decrees on this subject. At most, he had instructed his subordinates to inform their sects of the god of greed's fall. After all, such a monumental event could not go unmentioned among the other deities. Furthermore, with the god of greed's demise, it was necessary to adjust attitudes toward his followers. Yet, such events had transpired. How presumptuous! And to divine the fate of the last survivor. With all others dead, what good could the sole survivor possibly be? The mortal Chu Chun, was he truly a mere mortal? Perhaps he had long since been drained of all essence. Merely a facade pushed to the forefront. Fool! It would not be unjust to slay him. The god of flame slammed his hand upon his divine throne, fuming with indignation. The true mastermind had fixated on him, and it was likely that this fool had provoked the situation. Now, he needed to revise his strategy. After all, that was his appointed priest, slain by an earthly incarnation of a deity. If he did not reclaim his honor, would he not be looked down upon by the other gods? The god of judgment. You have violated my taboos. If you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, then war shall ensue. The thunderous roar of the god of flame echoed throughout the cosmos, instantly capturing the attention of all deities. The god of greed had only just fallen. Could there not be a moment's respite? What was happening, and why was the god of judgment provoking the notoriously wrathful god of flame? The god of judgment. What is his problem? Just moments ago, he had been contemplating how to train his own judgmental forces. Who had he offended? Judgment. Do not adopt such a cowardly demeanor. The ethereal form of the god of flame materialized above the divine realm, wielding his flaming sword, which extended across myriad miles, its terrifying might immediately commanding the attention of the other deities. Through the whispers of several deities skilled in divination, news quickly spread that the priest of the god of flame had been harvested by an earthly incarnation of another deity. Given this incident and the current reaction of the god of flame, it was clear this repugnant scheme could only be the work of the god of judgment. For the sake of his judgmental forces, he was indeed resorting to any means necessary, abandoning all semblance of dignity. Not even sparing the priest whom the god of flame had nurtured for so long. It was no wonder the god of flame was in such a rage. Were they in his position? They would likely feel the same. What have I done? The god of judgment, having materialized, confronted the god of flame with a perplexed expression. He would never engage in such a venture as harvesting the priest of the god of flame. After all, he too had his own church and priests in the mortal realm. If he were to seize the followers of another deity, naturally, others would come to claim his. Such tit-for-tat would only lead to chaos. Moreover, such actions would surely result in rejection from the other deities. who would willingly associate with a deity of that ilk. Thus, he absolutely could not shoulder this blame. He wouldn't even be able to bear it. Take this. The god of flame, consumed by fury, ceased his verbal sparring and launched an attack. As the instigator of the wrongful accusations against the god of judgment, he was acutely aware that the expression on the god of judgment's face was genuine. Whether the god of judgment felt wronged or not, others might be oblivious, but he certainly knew. Yet, he found the god of judgment so distasteful that he could not allow such injustices to go unpunished. First things first, he needed to extricate himself from the turmoil surrounding the dramatic fall of the god of greed. Everything else was secondary. Flame, let us speak this out calmly. The god of judgment, while warding off the god of flame's onslaught, stated, I assure you, I did not lay a hand on your priest. We are undoubtedly being manipulated. Stand down. I will investigate this matter. I guarantee a satisfactory answer by the end. At the god of judgment's words, the god of flame's fury only intensified, the flames of his rule surging in the void. Guarantees, guarantees, all you ever offer are empty promises, and why should I trust you? The very perpetrator, to investigate and gather evidence? Shameless wretch, meet your demise. Chapter 16. Who are you implying? Unbeknownst to Chu Qian in the mortal realm, events were unfolding within the divine realms. Currently, he was preparing to venture out for a meal. Ever since he had fallen under the watchful gaze of the god of greed, his appetite had waned, and no matter how exquisite the food, it had become tasteless to him. Realizing it was indeed time for lunch, he decided to experience the local culture of the Red Star realm. Upon arriving at the central dining hall, he found the figure in black robes already waiting at the entrance, as if anticipating his arrival. Hello there, Chu Qian greeted as he approached, then entered the central dining hall. Given the large populace of the Red Star realm and the apparent high status of the figure in black robes, it was unlikely they were there solely for him. After all, they were unaware of his true circumstances. As an ordinary mortal, what merit did he possess to warrant the attention of a practitioner? However, after purchasing a flaky pancake and soy milk, he soon realized he seemingly lacked the currency of the Red Star realm. The situation grew somewhat awkward. Here he was, the reigning god of greed, unable to pay for his meal. Was this not slightly embarrassing? Friend, you must be new here. The vendor chuckled. Indeed, I just arrived. Chu Qian nodded, acknowledging that this was his first meal since entering the Red Star realm. According to the dining regulations, newcomers could eat for free during their first 7 days. Is it really that generous? It is unavoidable. A newcomer has just arrived, and with no funds in hand, it is only reasonable to allow a week for everyone to acclimate. Is it not? That seems quite agreeable. By the way, although meals do not incur any cost, we must not waste food. If one cannot finish their meal, they are welcome to take it away. However, discarding it on the spot will result in a fine. After offering this reminder, the elder gestured for Chu Qian to take his meal to the side and not delay those waiting behind him. Upon hearing this, Chu Qian chuckled and promptly sought a place to dine. This setting exuded a certain warmth of humanity. Reflecting on it, Chu Qian took a bite of the flaky, tender pastry, savoring its delightful flavor. As he ate, he observed his surroundings. The central dining hall bustled with noise. Yet, this seemingly chaotic clamor was utterly absent in the realm ruled by the deities. In that world, dining in silence is mandatory. Those who dare to speak face fines or, in severe cases, imprisonment. Such a grotesque distortion of social norms is commonplace in the external world. Conversely, the convivial atmosphere of dining, which should be quite ordinary in Chu Qian's eyes, appeared as an anomaly under the oppressive weight of various rules in the outside realm. Ultimately, returning to this ambience brought him great comfort. How do you find it? A figure in a black robe appeared before Chu Qian, holding a meal consisting of 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable sides, inquired with a smile. You? Chu Qian looked at the robed figure, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. If you have a question, please, just ask. The figure chuckled, urging him to continue. Chu Qian, emboldened, directly inquired, Do you not remove your hat while eating? The robed figure replied, Is that the crux of your inquiry? Due to the animosity directed at us by the deity's sex, exposure in the outside world can lead to our demise. Therefore, we place great importance on self-protection. Unless absolutely necessary, we never reveal the slightest detail about ourselves. Not even to our like-minded companions. Pausing for a moment, the figure added softly, Moreover, There are indeed agents of the deities within our ranks. Thus, caution is paramount. Chu Chun nodded, now understanding that the hat served to shield against prying eyes. Although he believed he could easily see through this so-called concealment, he respected the figure's desire for privacy. After all, why should he impose upon someone who wished to keep their identity hidden? Even if he could unveil the other's concealed methods, it was uncertain whether the figure would even notice. Then you must take care to protect yourselves. Should the enemy discover you, the consequences could be dire. Chu Chun remarked before focusing on his meal. Across from him, the robed figure's lips twitched slightly beneath the shadow of his hood. He had been waiting at the entrance of the central dining hall for Chu Chun. Not long ago, a companion infiltrating the Flame God sect had delivered grave news. The religious leader of the Flame God sect, Luo Hai, had been eliminated by an avatar of a deity. Upon receiving this information, the figure immediately thought of Chu Chun. Previously, a powerful member of the Flame God sect had stood guard near Chu Chun's residence, and this individual was known to him. As the third messenger under the Central Elder, who could command such a figure aside from the Pope and the Central Elder. Coincidentally, the Central Elder of the Flame God sect had recently entered seclusion. Thus, there existed a possibility that Chu Chun was the earthly incarnation of a formidable deity. The god of greed had set his sights on Chu Chun's soul, concealing layers of intricate schemes beneath. The recent inexplicable demise of the god of greed undoubtedly entailed convoluted machinations that could boggle the mind. After all, the god of greed was an immensely powerful deity. The effort required to bring about such a fall was far from simple. How could it be that to wish for the god of greed's demise would result in their demise? Such a notion seemed implausible that, of course, his assumptions could be erroneous. Yet even if there were but a sliver of possibility, he felt compelled to gamble, not for the sake of divine protection, but to discern the intentions of this earthly sage who had accompanied him to this place, and then to adapt accordingly. Seeking to fortify the organization's foundation. Very well, I have finished my meal. I shall take my leave now, Chu Chun announced, rising from his seat. As he departed, he noticed the perplexed expression on the robed figure's face, particularly as he hummed a strange tune while walking away, causing the figure to question if he had truly misjudged the situation. Deities send their earthly incarnations to lead significant movements, preparing for holy wars or other grand matters. Yet this individual seemed to be relishing his meal, blissfully content, and then preparing to retire for the night. Was he genuinely here waiting for me? After exiting the central dining hall, Chu Chun looked up at the sky. Pondering, however, he felt no urgency. If the figure was indeed waiting for him, they would surely be unable to resist. For 3 consecutive days, whenever Chu Chun came to dine, be it breakfast, lunch, dinner, or a late-night snack, he encountered the robed figure. Even when venturing to other dining establishments, he would serendipitously run into him. The figure remained consistent in engaging him in conversation, yet the underlying sense of mystery within their exchanges began to wear on Chu Chun. "So, you spend all day waiting for me to dine, do you?" he inquired, setting down his plate of oil-splashed noodles with a hint of exasperation. "Not at all." The robed figure shook his head, responding. "The figures you see in each dining hall of the Crimson Star realm are merely my avatars. I utilize these avatars to experience the wonders of human life and savor various culinary delights. Is that not reasonable? After all, I am paying for it." Chu Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. "Who are you hinting at?" Chapter 17. Encountering good souls buzz. With a mere thought, Chu Chun's formidable mental prowess enveloped the entirety of the Crimson Star realm. In that instant, all the individuals within the various dining halls came into view. To his surprise, each dining establishment housed a familiar robed figure, indulging in different meals. "Well, this is a bit awkward. It seems I may have overreacted," he mused to himself. After all, it was only natural that he would encounter the figure wherever he chose to dine at any given hour. "This is quite the delightful endeavor," Chu Chun remarked after a brief moment of silence. The robed figure smiled slightly at his words, choosing not to elaborate further. If he was not mistaken, in that fleeting moment, Chu Chun had already surveyed the situation across all dining halls in the Crimson Star realm. However, he was not mistaken. From the day he decided to shadow Chu Chun here, his avatars had been distributed throughout every dining establishment. As long as Chu Chun came to eat, they would inevitably cross paths. Yet, he refrained from voicing this. Recent events in the external world had been tumultuous, with reports of conflict between the Flame God sect and the Judgment God sect. The more chaos that ensued within the deity sects, the easier it became for their own organization to thrive. After all, how could they expand without the disarray among the deities? The label of troublemaker bestowed upon them was not without reason. Embracing this moniker, they maintained a sense of humor about it. Being a troublemaker was quite advantageous. Indeed, due to the chaos among the deities' sects, their operations had become significantly easier of late. Most of their endeavors consisted primarily of verbal exchanges. Thus, having a few avatars accompany Chu Chun for meals was a favorable arrangement, provided he did not confront them about it. His perspective leaned toward uniting all potential allies during the early stages of the organization's development. Who said that organizations opposing the deities could not form friendships with divine beings? There were countless deities, and surely everyone had a few adversaries. Although some divine sects had approached them with various offers of trade, why seek out the sect's representatives when one could engage directly with the deities? After finishing his meal, Chu Chun wandered to a nearby park. Suddenly, he sensed a slight tremor from the purple star within his sea of consciousness. Ah, it seems that matters have nearly reached a resolution. What? Has someone been giving you trouble these past few days? Chu Chun raised an eyebrow, directly inquiring. Who would dare to trouble me? The empowered Chu Chun scoffed, retorting, they are merely overstepping their bounds. If their strength does not surpass mine, how could they possibly challenge me? I have only ever heard of the strong imposing on the weak. I have never heard of the weak daring to trouble the strong. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun chuckled heartily, stating, when those weaker than you band together, they may first wield public opinion, employing moral coercion against you, and then force you to yield. And I wonder if you'll still be so defiant at that point. The empowered Chu Chun huffed, whoever dares to coerce me shall meet their demise. What? Eliminate them all. Those individuals wish to stand atop my shoulders and defecate. I will undoubtedly eliminate them. That is not a prudent approach. Chu Chun asserted seriously. Under the pressures of public opinion, you may find yourself unjustly positioned against your own nation and people, with your family and friends held in the enemy's grasp. Yes, you could eliminate your adversaries, but what of your loved ones? Would they not also be affected? Or do you intend to disregard your own kin and companions? Upon hearing this, the empowered Chu Chun fell silent. And after a moment of contemplation, he queried with uncertainty, do not speak of me in such a manner. What measures would you take in such a situation? In a certain sense, they were but two facets of the same entity. Thus, the opposing party's approach can be entirely emulated. I will not find myself in such a predicament, Chu Chun, without the slightest hesitation, declared. Why? The alternate Chu Chun furrowed his brow and inquired, is it simply because you are a deity? Chu Chun shook his head and replied, no, it is because in this world, I am an orphan. Alternate Chu Chun, what on earth? My parents are alive and well, how have you become an orphan? Is it truly that dire? It seems the developmental trajectories of parallel worlds differ vastly. Indeed, the cultivation systems and interpersonal dynamics in two timelines are not identical. Thus, some live while others perish. Some may hold esteemed positions in one timeline while others beg on the streets in another. Such possibilities are not inconceivable. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Brother, I apologize. I did not intend to touch upon your wounds. The alternate Chu Chun spoke. I did not anticipate that our circumstances would diverge so significantly. Chu Chun waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. I do not mind. What do you care? Alternate Chu Chun. Truly, my brother is exceptional. Let me speak seriously. Such matters will not arise on my side, but they may manifest on yours, Chu Chun continued. Therefore, you must seize hold of public opinion and be mindful of its influence. If others can exploit public sentiment, so too can you harness it to bolster your own image. Are you not able to disregard the rules that lead to mutual destruction? If not, then perhaps you should preemptively craft your persona as a savior. One unshackled by moral constraints, as he spoke. Chu Chun paused momentarily before continuing. You must convey that everything you do is for the benefit of the world. Anyone attempting to morally bind you is a sinner in the eyes of the universe. Only you should wield the power of moral influence over others. While they cannot impose it upon you, I believe you possess this advantage. It is indeed challenging for an ordinary person to cultivate such a persona. Yet you have your own foundation to rely upon, particularly with the divine power that excels at deception. How awe-inspiring! Thus, executing this strategy should not prove overly difficult. Reflecting on this, It is indeed quite exhilarating. The alternate Chu Chen chuckled and remarked, if public opinion stands against you, it can be quite vexing. However, if it aligns with you, then public sentiment becomes your finest ally. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your life in the Red Star realm. How has it been? Quite well, Chu Chun replied with a smile, then proceeded to recount the encounter with the figure in the black cloak over the past 3 days, and my opinion, that fellow is undoubtedly stalking you. The alternate Chu Chen pondered for a moment and said, you are a demigod, after all. Moreover, you possess a divine kingdom, divine rank, and divine essence as a top-tier demigod. Therefore, when you sense this, it signifies that the event has indeed transpired. After all, the individual is so close to you and lacks your strength, and no matter how normal, secretive, or airtight their actions may be, simply observing that they seek you out for conversation at every meal reveals a problem. In the vast Red Star realm, why do their avatars not seek out others? As he spoke, the alternate Chu Chun paused, then lamented. It is only in recent days that I have developed this sense. It turns out, after I grew strong, the world around me is filled with benevolent individuals considering my needs. Those who once bullied and acted arrogantly during my weaker days seem to have evaporated into thin air. Suddenly absent. Chapter 18. The East Mountain defense line is unstable. Indeed, once we attain strength, those with character flaws before us may appear as gentle, normal individuals. Chu Qian murmured softly. It is quite natural, for in the presence of a powerful being, revealing one's character flaws, especially in such a transcendent world where might is paramount, would be tantamount to courting disaster. Who would desire to jeopardize their serene twilight years? In a while, I will be heading to the battlefield. Suddenly, the alternate Chu Chen declared. To where? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and inquired. The East Mountain's grand battlefield. The Taishan region? Indeed, once I ascend to the summit of Taishan, I shall show you the breathtaking vistas of our East Mountain Divine Mountain. The alternate Chu Chen said with a cheerful smile, his eyes brimming with longing for the East Mountain Divine Mountain. Given his current strength, this is not beyond the realm of possibility. The battlefield is perilous. Chu Chen contemplated before speaking. Moreover, your divine path lacks foundation. Your demigod power cannot be fully realized. Furthermore, your disparate array of supernatural abilities could lead to unforeseen combinations that might severely injure you. Of course, even if you are besieged and gravely wounded, do not lose heart. After all, our strength was not solely cultivated by us. As long as you remain alive, opportunities will arise. Alternate Chu Chen. This individual speaks with such pessimism. He has yet to set foot on the battlefield. Even if he goes there, he will be the pinnacle of combat strength. While the highest combatants may often sustain injuries, it is relatively rare for them to fall to such depths. Nevertheless, I believe you should wait a while longer. Chu Chen continued. When it comes to dreams, if there exists a possibility for realization, why rush? He sensed that the other was overly eager. A bit more patience could yield benefits, even if it merely allowed for the honing of combat skills. To gain power only to rush headlong into battle feels like a prelude to impending problems. In truth, my choice to go to the East Mountain Grand Battlefield is not solely driven by the dream of standing atop Taishan. The alternate Chu Chen explained. More importantly, it is due to the recent fall of 2 Sun Realm powerhouses at the East Mountain Grand Battlefield. Currently, the Beast Kingdom residing in the Divine Mountain is in turmoil, placing the East Mountain defense line in jeopardy. If I were to go there, the pressure would be significantly alleviated. Chu Chen, upon hearing this, did not respond to the other S words but directly stated, without the support of faith power and lacking a divine rank as a source of strength, to put it bluntly, you are merely a hollow shell at present. Without a foolproof plan, you intend to charge into battle. Though I am unaware of the rank of the East Mountain Grand Battlefield, I suspect it is no ordinary place. Given that 2 Sun Realm powerhouses fell in such a short span of time, in my opinion, you should first. The alternate Chu Chen sighed, interrupting Chu Chen's intended words. What is it? Chu Chen furrowed his brow and asked. Was there something amiss with his previous statement? If the East Mountain defense line collapses, the East Mountain province will swiftly fall. The alternate Chu Chen stated, his expression unwavering. Moreover, with the scale of the Beast Kingdom, the provinces adjacent to East Mountain, namely Central Plains Province, North River Province, and Sujiang Province, will rapidly transform into hell on earth. Subsequently, the Beast Kingdoms from the South Mountain and West Mountain battlefields will also respond. resulting in the collapse of both battlefronts. Similarly, the oceanic beasts will undoubtedly seize this perfect opportunity to invade. At that time, the once prosperous lands of China will become a veritable sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Such a scenario is one he is unwilling to witness. Is this situation one you have orchestrated? Or has the East Mountain battlefield become precarious solely due to your newfound strength? Chu Chun asked solemnly. Is it truly so that without you, this world would cease to turn? In another timeline, while we are indeed formidable, we do not overly inflate our self-importance. When I suggested you become a savior, it was meant for you to sculpt your public persona as one, not to truly assume the role of a savior. When you possess sufficient capability, it is acceptable to take on that mantle. However, in times of insufficient strength, is it not prudent to focus on enhancing your abilities? As he spoke, Chu Chun paused briefly before muttering. According to your earlier implication, if you do not participate in battle, the East Mountain defense line will collapse. Does your realm truly lack for a single Sun Realm adept? Have these two only recently established such temporal connections? We have merely taken our first step, and yet you wish to soar. Surely, that would result in a most embarrassing fall. In the realm of supernatural abilities, the Sun Realm is equivalent to a demigod. Others have endured countless battles and life-and-death struggles before attaining such a rank. The wealth of combat experience and skills they possess cannot be matched by the two of you. In the face of foes who are perhaps weaker, one can suppress them with sheer power. However, what if they encounter adversaries of equal strength or even greater? Will they merely charge recklessly? How is it that the alternate Chu Chun from the realm of supernatural abilities has become so irrational? I recognize that your concerns are valid. The alternate Chu Chun inhaled deeply and stated, Indeed, I also understand that if we extend the timeline, we will undoubtedly grow ever stronger. Demigod, Sun Realm, these will only serve as our starting point. Yet, presently the defense line is in peril, and the occurrences of beastly massacres are escalating due to the instability of the East Mountain defense line. All my arguments, all my drafts, all my imaginings, and all my waiting crumbled in the face of the President's proclamation that the nation needs me, that the people need me. Pausing for a moment, the extraordinary Chu Chun resolutely stated, Previously, I lacked power, and thus could only be regarded as a mere foundation, to be held in reserve for a future comeback. But now that I have acquired strength, I refuse to linger in the shadows any longer. Even those in logistics harbor ideals of safeguarding the nation and protecting its people. When I awakened my rule-altering abilities and became a wielder of such powers, I felt immense joy. After all, those who possess rule-altering abilities are the chosen ones. Each one, as long as they live, can become a formidable guardian of their domain. However, the rule-altering powers of the Mutual Destruction faction shattered all my expectations. Now, my dreams have materialized. You should be genuinely happy for me, don't you? Just as he was about to finish his thought, Chu Chun abruptly halted, suddenly recalling that his counterpart in another timeline had a distinctly different growth experience in interpersonal relationships. In a world governed by deities where darkness prevailed, was it not the norm to remain unprotected? If one has never been safeguarded, how can they speak of safeguarding others? Chapter 19. Shared parents, what's the matter? Chu Chun raised an eyebrow and inquired. Nothing, the extraordinary Chu Chun replied with a sheepish smile, eager to change the topic. Chu Chun seemed to sense his intentions and directly stated, Are you wondering why I lack thoughts of safeguarding the nation and the people? Am I right? Even though the other had stopped speaking, he could infer their meaning based on prior words. After all, one is always their own best understanding. Unless the other spoke of knowledge that did not exist in this timeline, he could generally deduce their intentions from the logic of language. I understand you. After taking a sip of water, the extraordinary Chu Chun said solemnly, Living in such a despairing world, especially when I was targeted by the gods who ruled it, seeking to harvest my soul, if you haven't cracked under such immense pressure, I consider you remarkably strong. Thus, there is no need for us to argue over this matter. The roles that the nation and ethnicity play in our respective growth processes differ, and consequently, our responses after maturing will naturally vary. He comprehended that regardless of the decisions Chu Chun made, he would choose to support him. If their growth trajectories were alike, he believed Chu Chun would undoubtedly rush to the frontiers at the nation's call. After all, fundamentally, they were one and the same. If this were the world I grew up in, the land of fluttering red banners, the decisions I would make might very well align with yours. After a moment of silence, Chuchen murmured in a voice only he could hear. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, his current situation could hardly be called foreign anymore. The world had transformed. Various traditional cultures and customs were vastly different. The history he was somewhat familiar with had also been altered to some extent under the influence of extraordinary elements, despite the remnants of familiarity. For instance, the mightiest figure of the Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huang, performed the Fengshan rites at Mount Tai, establishing 12 golden pillars to suppress the monstrous clan. When he first heard this, he wondered if those 12 golden pillars would someday become 12 golden beings. Rampaging forth. Ironically, he realized that his understanding of the extraordinary timeline might exceed that of this world ruled by deities. Consequently, while he felt lost, he also felt a twinge of nostalgia. Had he been a native of this timeline, he might have been indoctrinated by the prevailing religious atmosphere during his upbringing. Hypothetically, had he not been brainwashed, he would have long joined the Red Star to fight against the gods and rescue humanity. After all, during his days in Red Star, he had seen the distinct differences between this place and the outside world. The people here worked with fervor, their eyes sparkling with light, their hearts filled with dreams. Yet, this place, after all, was not his homeland. Theo put it bluntly, he could at most be considered a solitary visitor from another realm. Furthermore, he was an exceptionally unfortunate visitor, arriving only to have his soul sought after. Thus, he awaited a reason, a justification to be persuaded by another, or to persuade himself to join in. Let us discuss something more cheerful. Tell me, do we not count as the same person? The extraordinary Chuchen, noticing the other's despondency, suddenly posed the question. Indeed, Chuchen replied. A flower blooms in different worlds. I assent to that what you initially claimed. The extraordinary Chuchen nodded slightly at this, then continued. In that case, are not my family members also your family members? Upon hearing this, Chuchen was momentarily taken aback. In the context of parallel timelines and universes, that indeed could be the case. So you are not an orphan? He continued. My parents are alive, and since we are essentially one and the same person, my mom and dad, in a certain sense, are also your mom and dad. Before I head to the battlefield, I'll return home so you can see our parents properly. If necessary, I could even roleplay, explaining your situation to them and observing their reactions. The extraordinary Chuchen spoke animatedly. If he learned during a conversation with someone that they were an orphan, he would find it challenging to navigate that situation. However, with another self from a different timeline, it posed no issue. Sharing parents with oneself didn't feel like sharing at all. It was merely introducing their parents to a child wandering through another timeline. They could probably conduct a DNA test to confirm their familial connection. It would be best not to disclose these matters to our family, as the phenomenon of cross-temporal communication is exceedingly uncanny, and any discovery could lead to unforeseen complications. Chuchen's expression turned serious as he stated, he was merely an orphan in this world. In others, he had both parents alive. Therefore, he lacked for love and had no need for sympathy. I certainly won't reveal anything. The extraordinary Chuchen nodded. Honestly, even if our conversation were discovered, others would likely think I had developed a split personality. After all, only I can hear your voice and see your face. As he spoke, he paused before adding with a smile. Moreover, if I suddenly advanced in power to astonish everyone, it wouldn't be strange for me to go a bit astray or fall into madness. Then, a second persona might emerge in my mind, right, Chuchen? That reasoning is sound. The rapid advancement in cultivation might indeed lead to such occurrences, as for signs of going astray. Anything abnormal could potentially fall under that category. Couldn't it? Was there even a specific scope for such symptoms? All right, let us return to the main topic. Chuchen began. Since you wish to go, and they indeed require you over there, I won't stand in your way. Of course, I can't stop you either. Just take care of yourself, and remember, don't die. Even if you are captured by extraordinary beasts and treated as a breeding machine, enduring countless humiliations, as long as you live, there remains hope. Upon hearing this, the extraordinary Chuchen burst into laughter, exclaiming, I've realized that your words are quite morbid. If I were a petty person, I might even suspect you were cursing me. A breeding machine. Is that something one can say? Me, a decent human, reduced to a breeding machine for extraordinary beasts? Well, if you claim to have an expansive imagination, then yours seems even more boundless. You are me. Have you ever encountered someone who curses themselves? Chuchen chuckled. Besides, if you were indeed a petty person, I suspect I would be as well. The extraordinary Chuchen smiled slightly, then remarked, in truth, I can be a tad petty. Those who have mocked or disgusted me in the past, I plan to pay a visit to them all before heading to the battlefield. I vaguely recall someone from middle school who had particularly annoying hands. The latter part of his sentence was not very clear to Chuchen. Wait, you still remember trivial matters from middle school? It seems your pettiness has grown to an extraordinary level. Chapter 20. What concerns the God of Judgment? Just joking. My pettiness could never be so pronounced. The extraordinary Chuchen laughed lightly, then swiftly changed the subject. Actually, I am not entirely unprepared. The foundation of the divine path is, after all, the power of faith. Isn't it? On the battlefield, the strong are always held in high regard. If those warriors were to learn that by believing in me, I could grow stronger and tilt the tide of battle in our favor, I believed that they would choose to have faith in me. Chuchen pondered for a moment before softly responding. While your reasoning holds merit, I feel that the situation may not be as simple as you think. Such an idea is simply too beautiful. The human heart is intricate, and so too is the divine path. Deities grow powerful through the faith of sentient beings, yet conversely, should that faith wane, their downfall and collapse become inevitable. This is but a contemplation of mine, and I am aware that events may not unfold as I envision. The extraordinary Chuchen chuckled and remarked, but why must I toil alone in deep thought? I intend to first assess the situation at the Eastern Peak's main battlefield. If the circumstances appear less perilous, I shall simply act as an ordinary strong practitioner of the daylight realm. However, should the situation prove dire, and the defenses on the brink of collapse, I will seek out the President and inform him of the divine matters. If he can take action, then let it be so. If he cannot, then I am left without recourse. Pausing momentarily, the extraordinary Chuchen continued, I believe that when circumstances are exceedingly urgent, the President, upon learning of the divine path and the power of faith, will be even more anxious than I. Moreover, I trust that the valiant warriors fighting for the myriad households will not let me down. Chuchen nodded slightly, contemplating the exceedingly critical situation, which might serve as an opportunity for salvation. Perhaps the extraordinary Chuchen could seize this chance to ignite the divine fire and consolidate divine status. As long as the power of faith is abundant, it is nearly said that the gods are omnipotent. Have you any knowledge of how to ignite the divine fire, consolidate divine status, and establish a divine kingdom? Chuchen inquired suddenly, gazing at the other. The extraordinary Chuchen chuckled sheepishly and scratched his head, replying, Aren't I waiting for you to enlighten me? Chuchen. That's so you are unaware. Yet you spoke with such conviction. He nearly believed that the shared knowledge in their minds could also be exchanged. If that were the case, would the other not know all his past blunders and dark histories? Naturally, he too would be privy to the other's various misdeeds. At such a moment, it would become a contest of who had committed fewer foolish acts. If the quality of the followers is high and the number of strong practitioners is vast, then the divine kingdom, divine fire, divine status, and divinity would indeed be easily attainable. Chuchen began to speak, simultaneously mobilizing the knowledge system of the divine path within the status of greed, as he explained various techniques and taboos to the extraordinary Chuchen. In a certain sense, this could be considered a sermon. After all, much of the information that Chuchen shared was exceedingly precious, even in the presence of the gods. Indeed, there were many techniques unknown to lesser deities. The esteemed status of the god of greed undoubtedly contains the essence of the entire divine system. Time spent in this exposition always passes swiftly. Be why the time Chuchen had conveyed the prerequisites for divine status, divinity, divine fire, and divine kingdom. It was already 11 at night. Let us pause here. You should go gather the power of faith, Chuchen said, patting his belly. According to the messages conveyed by the greed status, even the most fortuitous deities require thousands of years to accumulate enough power of faith to ignite a divine kingdom. Therefore, we shall not rush. We shall take our time. Opposite him, the extraordinary Chuchen nodded slightly and replied, Indeed, today's information is plentiful. I must return to digest it thoroughly. Are you changing your shoes to go out? Chuchen raised an eyebrow and sighed. I have only had breakfast today. It is late in the evening, and I must go have a late night snack to satiate my hunger. The extraordinary Chuchen remarked. Do demigods still require sustenance? Isn't eating merely to replenish the body's energy needs? A dignified demigod could resolve such matters with a mere thought. "Very well, then, you go ahead and eat," he said with a smile. Choosing to respect the customs and habits of this alternate version of himself, even if it was merely a playful jest when their moods were light as for other times, it was best to let it be. This opportunity for temporal interaction, even with oneself on the opposite side, required careful preservation. Upon arriving at the central dining hall, as expected, he encountered the figure in the black robe once more. "Back for a late-night snack?" The black-robed person greeted cheerfully. "Indeed," Chu Chen replied. "I haven't eaten all day. I need a late-night snack to fill my stomach." As they conversed, they entered the dining hall. To his surprise, the central dining hall was brightly lit, with steaming and delectable dishes adorning every window, seemingly awaiting a patron. After pausing to observe for a moment, Chu Chen made his way directly to the wonton stall, while the black-robed figure purchased a basket of soup dumplings and a serving of spicy soup. Taking a seat beside Chu Chen, as they dined, their conversation flowed. Suddenly, the black-robed figure remarked, "Did you know? The outside world is beginning to descend into chaos." "What do you mean?" Chu Chen inquired, sipping his wonton soup in confusion. The Flame God sect and the Judgment God sect have completely severed ties, each taking their respective places of faith as battlegrounds for war. The black-robed figure whispered. An uncertain piece of news suggests that in the starry skies, within the realm of the gods, the Flame God and the Judgment God have ignited a divine war. Chu Chen's gaze sharpened, and he asked, what could have prompted these two deities to clash? The information is somewhat unclear, but it appears that the earthly avatar of the Judgment God directly harvested the soul of the Flame God sect's Pope, Luo Hai, inciting the wrath of the Flame God. But wasn't Luo Hai's soul taken by me? What does the Judgment God have to do with this? Could it be that the Judgment God was preparing to act, only to be preempted by my intervention? Or perhaps the Flame God remains oblivious to the true perpetrator and, seizing upon a pre-existing grudge against the Judgment God, has chosen this as a pretext to ignite a divine war? The thoughts of lofty deities are exceedingly difficult to decipher. I cannot fathom them. Yet, according to the information imparted by divine status, each initiation of divine war is fraught with complexity and takes considerable time. Behind each deity lies a web of intricate relationships. Thus, every divine conflict ultimately evolves into a decisive battle among the gods, a phenomenon known as the Twilight of the Gods. Could it be that a new round of the Twilight of the Gods is upon us? Chapter 21. Choices available, is there a problem? The black-robed figure asked while sipping his spicy soup. Not at all, Chu Chen replied with a smile. I was merely pondering why the Judgment God would harvest the soul of the Flame God sect's Pope. The black-robed figure shook his head in response. How could we ordinary people possibly comprehend the thoughts of the gods? Earlier, he had harbored some doubt about whether Luo Hai was indeed killed by the person before him. Now, however, he could confirm that this individual was far from an ordinary deity. Theo provoked the Flame God to such a degree that he would dare to engage in divine war against the Judgment God is a testament to the formidable power of this figure. Indeed, Chu Chen murmured, we mere mortals remain far removed from the realm of the divine. As he spoke, Chu Chen glanced around at the sparse diners and the bustling dining windows. Indeed, the opening of these windows was in response to his presence. In this world, is there a path to becoming a practitioner aside from the divine path? Chu Chen suddenly shifted the topic and asked. There is, the black-robed figure replied after a moment of contemplation. But aside from the divine path, other paths are far too narrow. One hardly makes any progress before reaching their end. The pinnacle of a given path may sometimes yield lesser results than a mere few days of training granted by a deity. Thus, the main avenue for practitioners remains within the divine path. Chu Chen looked at the black-robed figure and inquired, isn't the Red Star organization dedicated to resisting the rule of the gods? Are you also a practitioner of the divine path? Though the black-robed figure's strength was not particularly impressive to Chu Chen, he was still regarded as a formidable practitioner by the majority. If that were the case, was the black-robed figure also a practitioner of the divine path? Which deity do they revere? Indeed, the black-robed figure affirmed, I am a practitioner of the divine path, and not just me. The vast majority of practitioners within the organization are also practitioners of the divine path. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes and said, so, you all revere a certain deity, leveraging that deity's power to resist the rule of the gods. Pausing, Chu Chen continued, but even if in the future, through fortuitous circumstances and serendipitous alignments, you truly overthrow the rule of the gods. The power behind your rebellion stems from the very gods you seek to displace. Do you not find that ironic? Moreover, how can you overthrow the gods by relying on their power? Which deity would betray their own kind? In the highly improbable event that a miracle occurs, who would hold the reins of power, you or the deity who granted you your strength? If it is you who governs, what justification would the deity have for empowering you to fight against them? Conversely, if the deity takes charge, what significance does your struggle hold? Transforming humanity from a multitude of divine servants into a singular servant of a deity. At these words, a flicker of delight danced in the eyes of the cloaked figure. The willingness of the other party to engage in such discourse indicated that a dialogue could indeed continue. As long as the conversation persisted, there might be a turning point in their plight. He was acutely aware that conspiring with the divine would not lead to a favorable outcome. Yet, with a new cultivation system still under development, they found themselves powerless in this increasingly chaotic situation. The foremost priority was to ensure the preservation of the legacy established by countless ancestors of the Crimson Star organization. The rest could wait until the opportune moment. Perhaps he might not live to see that day. But it mattered not. As long as a glimmer of hope remained, however faint, it was worth his relentless pursuit. We are powerless, he murmured, perhaps, as you say, from the moment we became practitioners of the divine path. Our futures were irrevocably doomed. The cloaked figure spoke with gravity. Yet, we have no choice. Becoming practitioners of the divine path allows us to pursue the ideals and beliefs that reside within our hearts. To resist the oppressive darkness imposed by the deities, should we choose to stray from this path, we would forfeit even the slightest right to resist. We are left with no alternatives. We must proceed as such. As long as we can plant the seeds for a brighter future, even if it means bowing in subservience to the gods at this moment and becoming their loyal hounds, it is of little consequence. Should our descendants succeed in the future, spreading the winds of liberation across the world, granting humanity the right to live freely, then even if we are condemned and ridiculed by our progeny, branded as spineless for kneeling before the gods, regardless of their scorn, we shall remain unfazed. The mere thought of such a day arriving renders all the humiliation and suffering we endure now worthwhile. With that, the cloaked figure paused, his voice imbued with determination. The future of humanity may appear bleak. However, if we relinquish our resistance, our race will utterly lose the hope of rising again. Listening to the cloaked figure, Chu Qian fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. If, and I emphasize if, I could offer you a path of cultivation that rivals the divine, what would you do? The words of the cloaked figure brought to mind the suffering endured by the ancestors of Huaxia during their darkest days. A time when the sun had yet to rise, and the world lay shrouded in darkness. Thus, he suddenly yearned to witness what would transpire if various cultivation systems blossomed in this world. If the path of the divine were no longer the sole system of cultivation, might life improve for the people? Just as with the wontons in his hand, he wished to see the people outside reveling in joy, freely choosing their meals, laughing as they dined, and even stepping away mid-meal to heed nature's call, unshackled by the constraints of a puppet, every action dictated by another's will. If you could provide us with such a path to cultivation. The cloaked figure set down the dumpling in his hand and slowly rose. Then I believe we shall cast aside the divine path, without hesitation, and wholeheartedly embrace this new avenue of cultivation. Just as I am doing now. As his words fell, the cloaked figure raised his right hand. In the next moment, his fist glowed brilliantly and struck his own abdomen. Boom, boom, boom. Energy surged violently around the central dining hall. And in Chu Qian's eyes, the cloaked figure's aura visibly diminished at an alarming rate, until he appeared as an ordinary person devoid of cultivation. The cloaked figure demonstrated his unwavering resolve through this act. Regardless of the choices available, they would not tread the path of the divine. Chapter 22. The Merchant Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the atmosphere. Chu Qian was utterly astonished by the scene before him. He had merely spoken a casual suggestion, and yet the other party had chosen to forfeit his cultivation right in front of him. Was this truly the extent of his resolve? Did he not even pause to consider the implications? Such audacity! Had he never contemplated that perhaps this was just a hypothetical scenario? At times, friends engage in casual banter without any serious intent. Most importantly, He himself was unlike an ordinary person. He could share and transcend limitations. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Soon, the sound of rushing air echoed around them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures appeared in the central dining hall, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they regarded the cloaked figure. Rendered speechless. "Let us go," Chu Chen declared. "Come to my room, and I shall enlighten you about this new path of cultivation." No sooner had he spoken than both he and the cloaked figure vanished from sight. The vice leader's guess had been correct. Chu Chen was indeed no ordinary being. After a moment, a young man adorned with a half-masked visage spoke up. "The vice leader has taken a great risk. Now, we can only choose to trust one another." Beside him, a sword-bearing man replied somberly. The vice leader's actions were indeed too reckless. However, there is no recourse, since he has chosen to trust the other party and even acted on it, forfeiting his own cultivation. What more can we say? Can we dare to issue threats against a divine incarnation? Such words would only serve to incite displeasure, at that very moment, elsewhere. "Are you the vice leader of the Crimson Star organization?" Chu Chen retracted his spiritual awareness enveloping the central dining hall and inquired softly. Indeed, the cloaked figure nodded. For some, this was classified information, but for the individual before him, there was little to conceal. "What of your organization's leader?" After inviting the cloaked figure to sit, Chu Chen continued his questioning. Hearing this, the cloaked figure fell into contemplation. "Is the identity confidential?" Chu Chen tactfully remarked. "If it is inconvenient to discuss, we can let it be." The cloaked figure shook his head and replied, "It is not that it is inconvenient. Rather, it is a tad awkward." "How so?" "Our organization's leader is Da." A question mark seemed to materialize above Chu Chen's head. "What do you mean? Is the governance structure of the Crimson Star organization so convoluted? The leader and vice leader have clearly defined roles, overseeing different powers, and yet, in a bid for unified management, one assumes both titles." The cloaked figure reflected for a moment before explaining. "The former vice leader chose to infiltrate the Church of the Deities for certain reasons. To prevent revealing the vice leader's identity, I had to assume both roles. My true identity, the leader of the Crimson Star organization, is currently in seclusion." Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he remarked, "You have endured quite a lot." With that, he decided not to linger on the matter. "The cultivation system I am imparting to you is called extraordinary abilities. Through meditation, one hones their mental strength, infusing power into their soul, ultimately excavating the unique abilities that lie deep within." Chu Chen succinctly outlined the foundational principles of the extraordinary abilities system, then waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of mental energy that coalesced above into a dazzling display of golden characters. The realm of extraordinary abilities could provide him with a plethora of theoretical texts. But here, he lacked such resources. Thus, he opted to simulate these texts with his mental energy for immediate viewing, sparing himself the need for lengthy explanations. Nearby, the cloaked figure gazed at the drifting golden script. Entranced, such foundational cultivation theories. This is a well-established and mature system. With just a cursory glance, the cloaked figure felt a sense of certainty. Chu Chen, no, the formidable entity behind Chu Chen, had not deceived him. Although these theories did not delve into intricate explanations nor reveal the profound and enigmatic abilities or techniques, he had studied cultivation for a considerable time, and he understood that assessing the strength of a cultivation system could be determined by its foundational aspects alone. "May I attempt to cultivate here?" the cloaked figure respectfully inquired of Chu Chen. Given that the other party had ceased pretense and openly showcased his strength and experience, he felt it was only fitting to express his respect in return. Not to mention, in light of the new cultivation system being presented, the other party warranted his utmost reverence. However, whether or not to promote it would require his own testing if there were dangers, glaring flaws, or if the cultivation led to an overwhelming admiration for Chu Chen, resulting in subservience, then it would not be suitable for dissemination. He would bear the consequences of any shortcomings in the cultivation alone. Of course, Chu Chen replied with a nod. Having decided to share this knowledge, there was no reason for hesitation. "Thank you." The cloaked figure clasped his hands in gratitude and then crossed his legs, commencing his practice according to the details of the foundational meditation method. Buzzing. The energy surrounding him surged continuously, transforming into strands of the purest spiritual power that entered the body of the figure clad in a black robe. The ability to cultivate is a blessing. Chu Chan observed the meditative posture of the robed figure and pondered. It appears that the cultivation system of the ability realm can be fully realized here, unimpeded by the world's rejection. The texts indicate that the initial practice of foundational meditation yields the most profound effects. However, awakening one's abilities requires exceptional talent and often several years of dedication. For ordinary individuals, it typically takes around a decade, which is why, in the realm of abilities, children generally commence meditation around the age of 7 and awaken by 17 or 18. As for the concept of first meditation, he had little understanding. The soul power at the demigod level is immensely potent. A mere thought could attract all the energy in the vicinity, effortlessly generating a substantial energy vortex at will. Yet the other party, a person who has voluntarily crippled their own abilities, would be deemed a failure in the outside world, to speak bluntly. Thus, he was eager to witness the extent of the other's capabilities in their initial meditation. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, Chu Chan sensed the rules altar within his consciousness beginning to throb violently, emitting an ancient sound reminiscent of a bell tolling. The unusual activity of the rules altar caused Chu Chan to furrow his brow. What could be the matter with the rules altar? Previously, it had only responded to his inquiries and had shown some attention after he had offered the god of greed as a sacrifice. Simply put, he was a valued customer, having offered ample resources, thus capturing the merchant's interest. Chapter 23. Pioneering New Paths detected that the altar master is pioneering a new path. The primordial consciousness is beginning to descend. According to the assessment of the primordial consciousness, the path of abilities conveyed by the altar master possesses tremendous potential. Due to the achievement of opening a new path, the primordial consciousness has been moved to grant a significant rules reward as encouragement. A flurry of information flooded into Chu Chen's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Spreading the path of abilities could yield rules rewards? If that were the case, then he would no longer feel troubled. A significant rules reward indeed was quite enticing. Chu Chen murmured softly. A modest rules reward could resolve some of my uncertainties. That substantial rules reward would help me cleanse the encroachment of the rules power. Would that be too much to ask? Due to the altar master's contributions to the world's development and the completion of the rules, the primordial consciousness will provide answers to your inquiries free of charge and promises that for the next inquiry, the altar master need only offer half a sacrifice. The extent of the rules power encroachment endured by the altar master and the ensuing explosive force will depend on the strength or weakness of the selected target. A significant rules reward can only assist the altar master in cleansing the rules power encroachment targeting true god-level enemies. If the selected target is a supreme god, additional sacrifices will be required to compensate for the deficiency. Chu Chen stroked his chin, pondering deeply. The potential of a significant rules reward to vanquish a true god is indeed remarkable. In the realm of deities, the number of supreme gods is limited, and the majority are true gods. Moreover, as he had only just begun to impart the path of abilities, if he were to disseminate this knowledge across the world, surely the rewards from the primordial consciousness would be even greater. Wouldn't they? Would it not follow that the better the development of the path of abilities, the more rewards from the primordial consciousness? Chu Chan raised his head to inquire, as this question pertained to his future motivation. Please confine your inquiries to the aforementioned matters. For new questions, conclude the current inquiry. Chu Chan. Why does it seem that this primordial consciousness is rather inflexible? Goodness. The question I am asking now concerns your future development. Can't you show a little leniency? Being so rigid will hinder growth. You mentioned earlier that the extent of the rules power encroachment I endure and the explosive force it generates depend on the strength or weakness of the selected target. Chu Chen asked, does this imply that if I use this power to eliminate a target weaker than myself, the rules power will not retaliate against me? One cannot go against the inevitable. Since the opportunity for a free inquiry has been granted, I must not squander it. Who knows when such an opportunity might arise again? If the altar master utilizes rules power to select a target weaker than themselves, then upon the target's demise, the rules power's encroachment will be assessed based on the target's overall strength. As for whether the altar master can withstand it, that depends on the altar master's own vitality and resistance to the rules power. Chu Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. It made sense. He had not anticipated that, regarding the rules of mutual destruction, he would one day possess greater understanding than his counterpart in the realm of abilities. The other party was unaware of this while he was informed? How astonishing. If the target I select is a supreme god, how many rules rewards can I secure to absolve myself of the rules power encroachment if I sacrifice all the slain supreme gods? Chu Chun contemplated further and continued to inquire. He intended to take advantage of this opportunity to clarify any lingering doubts, or to address the taboos and techniques regarding rules abilities that his counterpart had previously mentioned. If they were correct, that would be ideal. If there were errors, at least he would be aware. Who could rival the primordial consciousness in familiarity with the rule's power? The theoretical framework of the rule's abilities in the realm of abilities was merely the conjectures of predecessors based on their own experiences. Each step a stumble. The accuracy of such theories required validation. Perhaps most would withstand scrutiny, but that does not guarantee absolute correctness. What if a minor error existed, one that would not impact matters outside of life and death struggles? Who could discern it? Even if such an error were discovered at a critical moment, it would be too late. Just like the reviews for parachutes sold online, there are no negative comments. Anyone who finds a quality issue with a parachute would prioritize surviving the fall. 6 significant rules rewards. So, if I do not sacrifice the slain supreme gods. 1 superlative rules reward, 3 significant rules rewards, 5 moderate rules rewards. Is there some form of balance here? Chu Chun raised an eyebrow, then began to brainstorm and pose every conceivable question he might encounter in the future regarding the encroachment of rules power. At that moment, the descending primordial consciousness resembled a merciless, mechanical answering machine, continuously responding to his inquiries with terms he could comprehend. Time flew by amidst the exchange of questions and answers. An hour later, the primordial consciousness, which had been answering questions, suddenly stuttered in the next moment. Chu Chen's consciousness was ejected from the rules altar. The response time for derivative questions related to a single issue is half an hour. Due to the altar master's contributions to the world's enhancement, the primordial consciousness is willing to extend the time to 1 hour. Now, an hour has passed. The primordial consciousness has returned, and the altar is reinstated. If the altar master still harbors uncertainties, they may conduct a sacrifice, offering a tribute to attract the descent of the primordial consciousness. Chu Chun. There's no need to use a new sacrifice to pose new questions. 1 question per hour. This time it was 1 hour. I wonder if the next will also be 1 hour. To be safe, I'll consider it as half an hour. That way, I'll be prepared and avoid significant losses during future sacrifices. Boom. Just as Chu Chan was deep in thought, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from ahead. In the next instant, a crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, striking the figure in the black robe. The dwelling where Chu Chan resided crumbled instantaneously due to the overwhelming force of the light beam, affecting the nearby neighbors significantly. Fortunately, the higher-ups of the Crimson Star organization had already dispersed the crowd, anticipating such a scenario. Thus, there were no casualties. Holy moly! Chu Chan looked up at the beam of light in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is the spectacle of ability awakening truly this grand? The other version of myself from a different timeline never mentioned this." Chapter 24. That book, brother, are you asleep? Chu Chan inquired through the interdimensional passage, thinking that when faced with the unknown, one should consult those with expertise. To be honest, ever since he became a demigod and shared his demigod abilities with his counterpart in the realm of abilities, the purple star in his consciousness had been glowing steadily. Therefore, he could converse with the other whenever he wished. "Have you finished your meal?" A flash of light appeared, and soon the ability Chu Chun manifested before him. Skipping the pleasantries, he gestured for the other to observe the situation ahead, particularly the thick beam of light enveloping the figure in black. What kind of ability is being awakened here? What is this? The ability Chu Chun followed the direction of the light, and the scene that unfolded before him left him somewhat astonished. Chu Chun, puzzled, asked, "Can't you discern it? Do you think I should be able to?" The extraordinary Chu Chun responded with silence, fully aware that the reason the other party summoned him to witness such a spectacle was undoubtedly related to him. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "The awakening of abilities? Indeed. Was your awakening not like this? Isn't that a question you already know the answer to? If it were, would I bear this expression? Very well. The rules of abilities manifest the most grandiose scenes during awakenings." Chu Chin exclaimed in awe, "But this is rather excessive, isn't it?" "It matters not. I may be unaware, but there are those who know. Allow me to inquire. No sooner had he spoken than Chu Chen's figure vanished from sight. Temporal transition boundary. In the presidential residence of the time-space ability, the president, troubled by the affairs of the Eastern Peak Divine Mountains battlefield, felt a stirring in his senses as a powerful aura approached swiftly. Do not obstruct him. Allow him to pass. That child seeks me out at this hour. It must be of utmost importance. With the president's command, the tense atmosphere around began to dissipate. Before long, the weary Chu Chun arrived directly at the presidential hall of affairs. Earlier in the day, the president had informed him that he could come to him at any time should a matter arise. Furthermore, apart from the president, he did not know any other ability users in the imperial capital. Thus he had no choice but to come here. Why, child? You have hastened here. Has something transpired? The president inquired gently, setting aside his work. Your Excellency, how significant can the phenomenon be when an ability user awakens? Chu Chun asked gravely, gazing at him. The president replied, You came to seek me in the dead of night merely to pose this question? For a moment, I nearly thought you were deep in contemplation. Regretting our earlier agreement, and why etis this all? You have wasted my prepared thoughts. It is well known that the awakening of rule-based abilities produces the most magnificent phenomena. The president chuckled, saying, Let me use myself as an example. My awakening involved elemental rule control. The phenomenon generated by this composite ability, which combines rule and control elements, is far more spectacular than that of a purely rule-based awakening. Thus, during my awakening ceremony, I directly invoked a resonance with the heavens. Various elemental energies transformed into radiant beams above my head, ultimately weaving themselves into an elemental crown that adorned me. This signified the potency of my mastery over elemental rules. Pausing for a moment, the president continued softly, Of course, the phenomena arising from an ability awakening are intrinsically linked to one's inner aspirations and mindset. The more powerful the awakened ability, the greater the influence of internal factors. For instance, if you were to awaken the same ability as mine, but grew up in an unfortunate household, constantly subjected to abuse and hardship, then a sense of discontent towards society and resentment towards your family could lead to an overwhelming resonance of negative elemental energy during the awakening ceremony. Why do you ask this? Do you have a friend who has awakened a new ability? Chu Chun nodded. No, it was merely a thought I had while reading. I wondered how breathtaking the phenomenon of awakening could be at its most magnificent. The president smiled faintly and replied, Do not overthink it. The awakening ceremony is merely a preliminary rite for us ability users to step into the world of abilities. Furthermore, the abilities we awaken as rule-based users are merely an external manifestation of our mastery. How powerful do you think a newly awakened ability user could be? The president mused. This child is rather endearing. Despite his initial alarm, he has managed to release some of his inner worries. What impact could a newly initiated ability user have on the Eastern Peak battlefield? He understood well that Chu Chun, being so young, was still a child. Under normal circumstances, he should remain at the Imperial Capital's Ability Academy for a period of cultivation. Yet, the battlefield does not wait for anyone. Even though Chu Chun had only recently entered the realm of abilities, the significance of a newly initiated user far surpasses that of a collection of the strongest users from the next tier. Do you think there exists a possibility that even a preliminary awakening could evoke a cataclysmic phenomenon? Chu Chun inhaled deeply and inquired. Come, describe to me the scene you envision, the president said. Chuckling, I shall assess the feasibility of your idea. Chu Chun promptly described, It would be a scene where the heavens lose their color, a crimson beam descending from above, roughly 3 zhang wide, extending endlessly into the sky. The awakening process would be prolonged, lasting over an hour without conclusion. Upon hearing this, the president's brow furrowed. Where did you hear such things? Is this truly possible? Chu Chun observed the president's demeanor, puzzled. Rather than immediately refuting him, he appeared to be pondering where he had encountered such information. It seemed the president possessed some knowledge regarding this matter. The truth of this situation lay beyond mere possibilities, with a soft sigh. The president rose and stated, Child, I shall not concern myself with where you acquired this information. Today, I shall indulge your curiosity, but you must promise me to regard the content of that book as mere jest. Unrealistic dreams are, after all, just dreams. Do not forsake your own cultivation for the sake of elusive aspirations. Chu Chun asked, What book? What book could possibly unveil ancient secrets? Chapter 25. I have long since completed my awakening. Chu Chun obediently sat aside, preparing to listen attentively. Since he lacked understanding, it was best left to the knowledgeable. The book you read contains truths, yet it also harbors inaccuracies. The president sighed softly. It is true in that the events recorded within transpired in ancient or prehistoric times. However, it is false when viewed from the perspective of modern ability users, for such occurrences are fundamentally impossible today. After uttering these words, the president turned to Chu Chun and asked, "Do you comprehend my meaning?" Chu Chun nodded slightly, understanding that this implied some events from antiquity could indeed transpire, yet would not reoccur in the present. Perhaps something was lacking, or certain elements had vanished with the passage of time. In any case, this is the essence of it. He grasped fully. My child, as a newly initiated ability user, there are matters you may as well be aware of, the president continued. The path of cultivation is always more arduous than the pursuit of refinement. However, you must understand that the pioneering era of the ability system is one where the strong prevail. On one hand, those predecessors acted without reservation. If they were correct, so be it. If wrong, they still found their way. With their indomitable spirit, when faced with obstacles, they dared to venture forth and make mistakes. Thus, they surpassed us in strength. On the other hand, this pertains to the rules. When the ability system was first established, the number of practitioners was limited. Hence, any awakening of rule-based abilities was deemed exceptional. The emergence of composite ability users was commonplace, and the ease of awakening surpassed our wildest imaginations. Consequently, the predecessors cultivated at a much faster pace, especially upon breaking through the 9th tier and entering the stellar rank, where their speed of advancement rendered them invisible to us. In simpler terms, this means that in the pioneering era of the ability system, resources were plentiful, allowing everyone to thrive. Therefore, the phenomenon you read about in that book, the so-called transformation of the heavens and the descent of a three-zhang crimson beam, would have indeed occurred during the pioneering period. However, such events will never manifest in our era. As he spoke, the president wore a bittersweet smile, lamenting, in our time, the number of ability users is overwhelmingly vast, coupled with the existence of predecessors who have hidden away for various reasons or ventured elsewhere. The path for us younger generations grows increasingly difficult. My child, you possess unparalleled talent. I can assert with certainty that from the moment of my birth until now, I have never encountered anyone with greater potential than you. Including our older generation, at your age, we might have still been lingering around the 8th or 9th tiers. Only the fortunate among us, the chosen ones of the heavens, might have had the chance to break free from their shackles and reach the stellar rank. But to see someone of your age at the realm of abilities is unthinkable. Beside him, Chu Chen's eyes glimmered with understanding. Thus, Qin Shi Huangzhang was able to lead his formidable army to conquer the eastern sacred mountain and even directly suppress the beastly royal clan. While we, his descendants, after years of development, find ourselves consistently retreating before the onslaught of those same beasts, because we, the successors, are destined to grow progressively weaker as time passes. Is that the case? After a brief moment of silence, the commander softly spoke. Although reality is harsh, we must confront it, for regardless of how cruel it may be, we should possess the courage to face it head-on. His implication was unmistakable. Indeed, this was the reason for his increasing anxiety regarding the tense situation on the eastern sacred battlefield. After all, time does not favor their side, and those ancestors who once paved the way, their fates remain unknown. Whether they live or have perished, if they still breathe, the path forward for the empowered ones is fraught with insurmountable difficulties, verging on the brutal. Furthermore, that book has long been categorized as forbidden literature. The commander recalled something and added, though you, as a solar realm empowered individual, might glance at it without arousing suspicion, it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, so let us consider it as if you have never been here today. Upon your return, dispose of that book swiftly, leaving no evidence for the prying eyes of the untrustworthy. He paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes and quietly added, of course, should you make an error and find yourself threatened in the future, do not act hastily. Come to me and explain the situation. There are matters you may not be able to address, but I can. Understanding this, Chu Chen nodded slightly, then respectfully bowed to the commander before departing. He could sense the commander's concern for him, and during their conversation in the daylight, the commander did not exert any pressure upon him. If he were unwilling, the commander would handle everything, ensuring that no one could strike him with a hidden dagger. As the commander put it, he was still a child, and the mere suggestion of sending him to the battlefield filled him with shame. If the brightest hope of their generation were to suffer from malicious rumors, he would truly bear the blame for it. It was precisely because the nation had chosen to protect him and had indeed done so for a considerable time that he was willing to rush to the front lines. Even if it meant facing peril, today, this child has not come. The commander watched as Chu Chen's figure faded away, softly murmuring to himself, "Do you grasp my meaning?" The political hall was remarkably quiet, save for the gentle rustle of the wind outside. Yet, even this subtle sound seemed to echo the deeper significance of the commander's words. "I hope you have never laid eyes on that book," but rather spoke these words purely from instinct. An opportunity, a grand opportunity, brother. You should also meditate and awaken your powers swiftly. If I am not mistaken, your side is currently in the pioneering phase of the empowered system. Once you awaken, if you are recognized as a rule-based empowered one, you will etch a glorious mark in the annals of the empowered system's history. Hurry and awaken. Do not let that so-called black-robed individual get ahead of you. If the first to awaken possesses substantial benefits, would that not make you the greatest fool? As the empowered Chu Chen soared towards his residence, he continued to chatter towards his counterpart from the other side of time and space. Meanwhile, Chu Chen remained impassive, showing no inclination to awaken his powers. "What are you waiting for?" the empowered Chu Chen urged anxiously. "Are you waiting for someone to awaken successfully first and then overshadow you?" Hearing this, Chu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, gazed skyward, and spoke with a hint of grandeur. "In truth, I completed the basic meditation and awakened my powers the very day I acquired the foundational techniques. Therefore, there is no need for haste. Maintain your composure and speak slowly." He paused for a moment, then cast a sidelong glance at his counterpart. "If you expect me to wait for your reminder, won't the flowers have withered by then?" Chapter 26. Self-proclaimed as excrement, what powers have you awakened? The empowered Chu Chen, seemingly oblivious to the pretense in his counterpart's demeanor, directly inquired. "The first awakened empowered one must possess a formidable ability. Are you withholding this from me, intending to surprise me in the future?" After a moment of silence, Chu Chen replied softly, "I believe it is not a surprise, but rather a fright with that." Chu Chen flipped his right hand, revealing a small gray orb. "What is this?" the empowered Chu Chen asked, a puzzled expression on his face. "Does this small gray orb possess some sort of ability? Is it a domain-type power?" Although domain powers are not as esteemed as rule-based powers, they are still quite commendable. Yet, he found it curious that the first empowered individual to awaken during the pioneering phase would possess such an ability. "I am unaware of the capabilities of this small gray orb," Chu Chen answered, shaking his head. In fact, even before the black-robed individual awakened, this small gray orb remained dormant. This. The empowered Chu Chen's eyes brightened as he spoke. "As long as it is not a domain-type ability, the small gray orb's mysterious and peculiar nature suggests it holds great potential. Not to mention, it must certainly surpass domain-type powers. When there was only one empowered individual in the world, their powers lay dormant. However, upon the emergence of the second empowered individual, their powers activated. This sounds remarkably intriguing. Although I may be in the dark, the commander is bound to have heard something about it. I already inquired once tonight. Let us wait until tomorrow morning instead. It would be rather impolite to disturb the commander 2 or 3 times in one night. By the way, what were the celestial phenomena like when you awakened your powers?" The empowered Chu Chen shifted the topic and asked, "There were no celestial phenomena." "No celestial phenomena? What does that mean? Do you not even have the qualification to produce celestial phenomena?" "Well, do not speculate. I will share my past experiences with you," Chu Chen stated. "You should experience it fully and then ask the commander about this small gray orb. Is it meaningful for the two of us to make random guesses?" The empowered Chu Chen hesitated for a moment before responding. "That may not be the best idea. The commander is currently handling political affairs, and if we run over 2 times in quick succession..." Chu Chen pondered for a moment and agreed with his counterpart's assessment. "Such matters need not be rushed. Well, it is up to you. This matter is not urgent. Knowing it today or tomorrow morning makes no difference to me." As he spoke, Chu Chen focused his thoughts and directly shared his newly awakened powers. Suddenly, boom! The empowered Chu Chen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his eyes glazing over. That moment, his body involuntarily lifted as a surge of gray energy began to swirl around him. Why such a strong reaction? Chu Chun was taken aback. They were both Chu Chun, and in all fairness, his combat prowess exceeded that of his counterpart. After all, the latter had yet to establish a divine nation, nor possess divine status or divinity. In a true confrontation, he would likely emerge victorious, of course. He would never engage in a battle against himself. That would be absurd. After a brief moment, the empowered Chu Chun gradually closed his eyes, and the gray energy around him began to recede. Wait for me a moment, I will go seek out the commander. Chu Chun, didn't you just say we should wait until tomorrow morning? Isn't that a contradiction? You know what I just witnessed? The empowered Chu Chun perceived Chu Chun's thoughts and replied with utmost seriousness. Do not keep me in suspense. Just tell me. Chu Chun replied, utterly exasperated. If you are going to tease me, then I will start teasing you in the future. Honestly, where did you learn this annoying habit? The moment you shared your powers with me, I entered a wondrous state that is beyond description. The empowered Chu Chun took a deep breath, excitement radiating from him. In that state, I beheld a vast and boundless road leading to the heavens, an avenue that stretched infinitely before me. It was so grand, so magnificent, that I find myself at a loss for words to describe it. In comparison, I feel as if I am a mere pile of excrement. Chu Chun, I will not allow you to insult yourself in such a manner. Cough, cough. Chu Chun cleared his throat and stated, it appears that the small gray orb holds even greater utility in your hands. Upon hearing this, the empowered Chu Chun sprang to his feet, declaring, no, it is equally useful in your hands. You may not understand the implications of what I just expressed, although it is merely my intuition. I believe I am not mistaken in that extraordinary state. The road to the heavens I witnessed must encompass all powers, representing the grand path of the empowered system. While I may have spoken harshly, self-deprecatingly likening myself to excrement, context is everything. In comparison to our well-established empowered system, even if we are excrement, at least we can still be considered something. The other empowered individuals, in the face of this vast and magnificent empowered system, may not even amount to a mere molecule. Upon hearing these words, Chu Chun's brow twitched violently. Are you implying that we compare ourselves to filth, or are we merely indulging in self-praise? While there is a kernel of truth in this reasoning, could you not utter a few kind words? Why must you resort to such remarks? Are you now intending to seek the president of the powers? Chu Chun suddenly inquired, observing the other party adjusting their attire. Indeed, the otherworldly Chu Chun nodded and stated, with such formidable abilities at my disposal, should I not hasten to develop them? It would be a tremendous waste otherwise. I have a premonition that if we can adeptly harness these powers, we could completely alter the dire situation on the battlefield of Dongyue. Even believe we might reverse the tide and recreate a prosperous era for Huaxia. After uttering this, the otherworldly Chu Chun lifted his gaze skyward. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I am well aware. Chu Chun sighed softly before falling into silence. The phrase well aware in itself evokes a sense of uncertainty. Wielding a second path of extraordinary abilities, he was resolutely set on seeking the president of the powers. Unfamiliar with the other party, he instinctively felt it prudent to keep such abilities concealed until he was invincible before revealing them. Yet, judging by the demeanor of the otherworldly Chu Chun, he seemed to possess a profound trust in his counterpart. Across from him, the otherworldly Chu Chun restrained his excitement and gradually took a seat. He held a deep respect for his counterpart from another dimension. Thus, in matters of great significance, he was inclined to consult with him and reach a consensus before taking action. To speak bluntly, while one may be muddled in their own affairs, the other is an observer in this world. If there is anyone who would never betray oneself, it would likely be this counterpart. You may inquire, but be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Chu Chun spoke gravely. You must remain vigilant of the president's expressions and actions during your discourse. Should anything seem amiss, do not hesitate. Run immediately. If escape proves impossible at the last moment, perhaps you could threaten mutual destruction, or even declare an intention to relinquish your abilities, ensuring that the other party cannot gain the latest powers. After all, you possess two abilities, and if they doubt your resolve, you might consider sacrificing one to open their eyes. The otherworldly Chu Chun. Chapter 27. The unfazed president. Very well, I shall venture outside the city to establish a few teleportation nodes. The otherworldly Chu Chun declared. If, as you suggest, trouble arises, I shall be prepared to make a swift exit. Chu Chun replied solemnly. We may place our trust in others, but when we hold treasures coveted by all, we must be ready for the potential of betrayal. After uttering this, Chu Chun paused briefly before softly adding, Of course, I hope my concerns are unfounded. If the president on your side can steadfastly remain by your side and fully consider your well-being in such matters, then I believe you can confide in him regarding any future issues beyond our current predicament. Let us consider this matter a test. After all, your future encompasses far more than the single path you currently tread. The otherworldly Chu Chun contemplated for a moment, then resolutely nodded. It is wise to make ample preparations for unforeseen circumstances. If nothing occurs, that is for the best. Should something arise, we shall not be caught off guard. As the saying goes, if one can avoid suffering captivity and torment, why endure it? Is there any sense in that? Time-space transition boundary, in the realm of extraordinary powers, the president's administrative hall. Why is he back again? The president, having barely settled in, felt a twinge of exasperation upon sensing Chu Chun's presence. What is this child thinking? Did he not depart only moments ago, coming twice in one night, as if eager for all to know of his visits? Should we intervene, sir? A faint voice inquired from the side, almost inaudible unless one listened carefully, and no need to intervene. The president waved his hand dismissively. That child is about to head to the battlefield. Once he truly engages in combat, who knows when we shall meet again? With that, the president slowly rose. He then approached a nearby table and poured 2 cups of tea. Soon, Chu Chun reappeared in the administrative hall. Looking weary from travel, here, have a sip of tea to soothe your throat. The president smiled and remarked, You haven't returned to pose another odd question, have you? If you have many inquiries, I believe we could set aside a specific time. For instance, tomorrow from 12:30 to 1:30, I can dedicate that time solely to answer your queries. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun quickly responded, I have not come to ask questions this time. Rather, I bring a tangible object for you to examine directly. Oh? Is that so? The president set down his cup of hot tea and chuckled softly. Then why are you still waiting? Chu Chun glanced around before suddenly saying, Could you kindly ask your guards to step outside for a moment? I wish to show you something that I prefer not to disclose to a third party. The president nodded slightly, then raised his right hand. In the next moment, subtle changes occurred within the entire administrative hall. All done. They have exited. You may now confidently present what you have brought. The president maintained a serene smile, though his eyes concealed a hint of contemplation. This child is still too young at his level. The treasures, artifacts, and techniques that could incite strife are hardly of concern to him. His primary focus lies on the nation's prosperity and the people's well-being, followed by his own cultivation. The former is for the public good, the latter for personal gain. These two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. As for external possessions, they do not pertain to either. Therefore, he is not particularly invested in what Chu Chun has brought, but since Chu Chun has expressed caution, he permits the surrounding individuals to withdraw, as for concerns regarding his own safety. If one lacks strength, the position of president would be precarious indeed. Yet, for a child to obtain something deemed significant and to contemplate sharing it with him speaks volumes. Sigh. The president internally lamented. Had it not been necessary to remain here, he would much prefer to be on the battlefield of Dongyue rather than orchestrating a young one to the front lines. Chu Chun exhaled a deep breath, then, with a flicker of thought, enveloped the surrounding space with formidable divine power. Opposite him, the president's expression remained unchanged, his elegant smile still intact, as Chu Chun closed his eyes. The president continued to smile. When Chu Chun summoned the small gray orb, the president still retained his smile. It was only when the small gray orb began to sway behind Chu Chun, revealing a gray path the size of a child's urine stream, that the president's expression abruptly froze. In the next instant, he sprang from his chair, sensing the aura emanating from the gray path. His face filled with astonishment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, powerful spatial barriers materialized around them. In that instant, the area surrounding the president's office was shrouded by these barriers. From this moment forth, entry was permitted, but exit was forbidden. Child, is this the path? The president extended his hands, his voice trembling as he inquired. In that moment, any semblance of calmness had vanished from his countenance. Disbelief, incomprehension, turmoil, a myriad of complex emotions enveloped him, and for those fleeting seconds, the president nearly exhausted the full spectrum of emotions he could convey. He had not anticipated that the child's visit was prompted by this matter. No. How could this be, in this modern era? Where the system of extraordinary powers is well established, how could such a miracle emerge? If all goes well, it seems so. Chu Chun regarded the president cautiously, his muscles taut and prepared to unleash his full strength to shatter the barriers and make a hasty escape. Thus, he had refrained from sipping the tea offered by the president, though it felt somewhat ungrateful. However, better safe than sorry. The president, sensing Chu Chen's tension and recalling his recent actions, felt a twinge of regret. He had nearly frightened the child. How utterly inappropriate. Reflecting on this, the president inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. Child, remember my words. The president spoke very seriously. From this moment on, until you have fully mastered this path and become its sovereign, never expose yourself, do you understand? In that brief instant, I was so overwhelmed that I experienced a fleeting thought of seizing it for myself. A newly opened path. A pristine, untainted avenue of extraordinary powers. For any high-ranking practitioner of extraordinary abilities, this is an irresistible temptation capable of obliterating reason. Yet, within my heart, the prosperity of the nation and the strength of the people far exceed my personal cultivation. Thus, I can suppress my greedy inclinations, if I, with my resolve, can withstand such temptations, how much more so for others? Therefore, do you comprehend the perilous nature of your actions just now? Your recent decision was indeed correct. Aside from myself, no third party should ever be privy to this matter. Leave this affair to me. After speaking, the president paused momentarily, then endeavored to temper his tone, softening his voice. You have come to seek me out so late at night and to present this marvel. What is it that you wish for my assistance with? Chapter 28. An idea how, may I inquire, is this path to be utilized? Chu Chun gazed at the president and spoke. The president, taken aback by the question, soon broke into a bemused smile. The power of the path is nearly omnipotent. For an individual such as yourself, it can enhance your cultivation speed, rendering you stronger. Naturally, given your unparalleled talent, this benefit may not be of substantial significance to you. Another aspect of the path is its vastness, encompassing myriad phenomena in principle. As long as you have witnessed a particular ability, you can manifest it. Moreover, the effects you produce may even surpass those of the original wielder. By mastering the path, you may be considered the sovereign within the realm of abilities, all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-encompassing. The president paused before continuing. However, due to your recent awakening, this path is still in its nascent stage. Thus, there remains a slight gap before you can fully master it. For other practitioners of abilities, your path symbolizes a broader future and greater power. For instance, if I were to transfer the rules representing my abilities to your path, my initial strength might diminish, yet the difficulty of my ascension would significantly decrease. The control I exert over elemental rules could also undergo transformation. After all, a complete path of abilities resembles an expansive ocean, and the augmentation it provides to the strong far surpasses that of the mere drop, that small stream in your possession. Yet, despite the ocean's grandeur, each drop of water has its own master. Your small stream, too, harbors infinite possibilities, if given a choice. I believe that all knowledgeable practitioners would unhesitatingly transplant their abilities into your stream. After all, it is far better to flourish in an imperfect stream than to vie for sustenance in the vast ocean. Suddenly, Chu Chun interjected. Is it because, within the ocean, we cannot contend with those seasoned fish? The president. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. One might say that we, the younger generation, empathize with the struggles of our predecessors and wish not to compete with them. Listening to the president's words, Chu Chun regarded him with a hint of astonishment. To be honest, hearing such jest from the president was quite beyond his expectations. Why do you look at me in that manner? The president chuckled amiably. I am but a normal person, capable of feeling joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Thus, is it not entirely reasonable to indulge in a jest? Chu Chun replied softly. Allow me to pose one final question. Very well, speak. If we could indeed triumph over one another, then, child, do you believe there exists a second possibility? The president's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he regarded Chu Chun. He suddenly found the child rather endearing. Were it not for today's events, a little charm would be quite welcome. After all, he did not relish the sight of a young person constantly scheming, with depths unfathomable. Youth should be vibrant and spirited, pursuing their desires with fervor. Otherwise, what merit is there in being called young? Yet, in light of today's occurrences, he felt, perhaps it would be better for Chu Chun to exhibit a touch more maturity, a hint of cunning and a dash of malice. After all, this child embodies the future of Huaxia. I merely inquired out of curiosity. Chu Chun smiled, scratching his head, then obediently settled beside him, ready to absorb the president's teachings. The president felt a sense of relief. Chu Chun, as a dual practitioner of abilities, possessed one that was of the mutually destructive nature. Of course, he was unaware of whether the possessor of the path would be susceptible to the erasure of rules. But what if? Presently, this child's innate conditions effectively eliminated that probability. Given his current circumstances, if he were to develop methodically, it would only be a matter of time before Huaxia ushered in a new chapter. What are your thoughts regarding Dongyue? The president shifted the topic abruptly, inquiring. While I cannot claim to know much, I am certain it is fraught with danger, Chu Chun responded. Otherwise, I would not have been dispatched with such urgency. The president nodded slightly. Although Chu Chun's words seemed somewhat trivial, one cannot expect too much from a child. Compared to some impetuous practitioners, Chu Chun's ability to analyze information was commendable. I have received credible intelligence indicating that the beasts of Dongyue intend to breach our defenses. The president stated solemnly. Following that, they will unleash a tide of beasts, leaving us in disarray. This way, they can restrain our might at minimal cost. After all, we prioritize humanity, and should a massive tide of beasts arise, we would inevitably have to dispatch our strongest to quell the chaos. At that juncture, the higher-tier combatants from the Beast Kingdom would be liberated. This would mark the initiation of their second phase of the plan, to excavate the Divine Mountain and rescue the giant demons. The giant demon clan, suppressed by Qin Shi Huang, remains an enigma to me in terms of their strength. However, I surmise that even the pinnacle of humanity during that era, Qin Shi Huang, could not annihilate them, only managing to suppress them. This alone speaks volumes about the terror of the giant demon clan. Should they be released, the era of fractured beasts, each reigning as kings, would inevitably come to an end. Subsequently, Huaxia would find itself perilously positioned as the target of the giant demon's wrath. Thus, do you grasp the current situation? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chun suddenly inquired. Can this path I possess assist you in any way? The president was momentarily taken aback. His previous remarks had merely been a prelude. He had prepared a plethora of promises and even contemplated unlocking the treasury, intending to persuade Chu Chun to allow some high-tier practitioners to transplant their foundational abilities into this path. Yet, Chu Chun's unexpected response left him momentarily flustered. Although he himself was not on that list, and despite his actions being solely for national security, devoid of personal sentiments, it would be inappropriate to presumptively requisition this child's path, turning him into a mere laborer. Such an approach would not only be improper, but would also sow seeds of discord for the future. Regardless of the myriad arguments to be made, this path belongs to the child. This child is not oblivious to the path's value, nor is he unaware of the potential consequences of revealing such matters to me. Yet, he still chose to come. This child's trust in me and belief in the nation. How could I possibly betray that trust? Perhaps my heart is just too tainted. The president mused inwardly, then shifted his gaze back to Chu Chun. I have an idea. I wish to leverage your path to cultivate a group of practitioners specializing in the realm of sunlight. Chapter 29. A proposal. Is it not said that practitioners transplanting their foundational abilities to my side would initially experience a decrease in strength? Chu Chun queried, looking puzzled. Indeed, that is why I do not intend to draw high-tier practitioners from the front lines of Dongyue. The president waved his hand, and a map illustrating the distribution of various battlefields across Huaxia materialized in the air. At this moment, he held nothing back regarding Chu Chun. The significance of Chu Chun in his eyes had reached its pinnacle. To draw a comparison, even all his relatives and friends combined held less importance than a single finger of Chu Chun. Personal matters, no matter how monumental, are trivial in comparison. Conversely, national matters, regardless of their scale, are of paramount importance. With the path to the future in his possession, Chu Chun symbolized the impending glory of the nation in the president's eyes. Thus, Chu Chun's affairs were intrinsically linked to those of the nation. National matters supersede all. Among the 5 mountains, Dongyue reigns supreme. The president elaborated. The other 4 mountains beast kingdoms will also, to some extent, align with the strategic arrangements of the Dongyue Beast Kingdom. Therefore, should Dongyue erupt, the remaining 4 mountains must remain vigilant. The president briefly introduced Chu Chun to the current state of various beast battlegrounds within Huaxia, explaining that each battlefield was interconnected, a ripple affecting the entire body. If one battlefield were to collapse, it could potentially trigger the downfall of multiple others. Yet, humanity is divided into hundreds of nations. Not to mention the discord among the beasts. Theos speak of harmony. The relationship between marine and terrestrial beasts is far from amicable. Typically, if the marine beasts organize a tide to assault the coastal defenses, the terrestrial beasts would slow their offensive, allowing humanity to concentrate more forces along the coastline. The terrestrial beasts, believing the marine beasts to suffer too few casualties, would aim to apply pressure on them. Conversely, the marine beasts would harbor similar sentiments. As long as the eastern defense line remains intact, the oceanic beasts will incessantly hinder their terrestrial counterparts. However, should the defense line collapse, the oceanic beasts will swiftly assemble under the call of their aquatic overlord and invade in conjunction with the terrestrial beasts. Sharing in fortune is one thing, but bearing the brunt of adversity is another. Therefore, the commander-in-chief has discreetly decided to recall several individuals from the Days of the Weak realm from various coastal defenses, allowing them to transplant their abilities elsewhere. Perhaps in the short term, their strength may diminish, but since no wars are expected to erupt along the coast in the immediate future, it poses no concern. Yet, once these individuals from the Days of the Weak realm achieve breakthroughs, the strategic confidence they will bring forth is beyond compare. Will you not consider relocating your foundation as well? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chun softly inquired. Currently, it is not appropriate, the commander-in-chief replied with a smile. The imperial capital still requires my presence. Upon finishing this statement, the commander-in-chief pointed below. Furthermore, I am not worried. My turn will come in due course. Will it not? Chu Chun nodded solemnly, as he initially presumed the commander-in-chief would also be on this list. It seemed entirely reasonable. Although he was unaware of the true extent of the commander-in-chief's abilities, the fact that the individual had presided over military and political affairs for many years with minimal turmoil indicated much. The mention of maintaining order in the imperial capital. Was there still an issue beneath the imperial capital? Of course, if you do not mind, we may also attempt a demonstration now. The commander-in-chief chuckled, then waved his hand. A figure cloaked in black, entirely shrouded by a robe, materialized before Chu Chun. Allow me to introduce my shadow guard. Zhao Tian. Currently, he is at the advanced stage of the Days of the Weak realm, possessing peak skills in stealth and assassination. His most remarkable feat was assassinating a chief official of a certain island in broad daylight. To this day, that assassination remains an unsolved case in that locale. As he spoke, the commander-in-chief's gaze shifted to Zhao Tian, his tone becoming exceedingly grave. Zhao Tian, from this moment forth, your duty is to protect Chu Chun. His priority for protection supersedes even mine. I can perish, but Chu Chun must not suffer any harm. Do you understand? Zhao Tian's pupils widened in shock. Under normal circumstances, as the world's foremost assassin, maintaining absolute composure was his professional code. Yet, the commander-in-chief's words were so impactful that even this paragon of rationality found himself momentarily stunned. What? The commander-in-chief could die, but Chu Chun could not be harmed. Was this a figment of his imagination? I understand. Zhao Tian's breath was slightly erratic, revealing the turmoil within. Yet he quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully to Chu Chun. I am Zhao Tian, and I have met the esteemed leader. The commander-in-chief smiled amiably. Very well. I have summoned you here through spatial transfer for an important matter to discuss. It is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for you. Now, Zhao Tian, in my capacity as commander-in-chief, I issue you my final command. Unleash your heart of abilities before Chu Chun without reservation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian hesitated not for a moment. In the next instant, an exceedingly dark hexagonal crystal appeared before Chu Chun. Buzzing, Chu Chun acutely sensed the small gray orb within his consciousness trembling incessantly, as if a prime prey had manifested, awakening the innate hunting instinct of the predator. Understanding the commander-in-chief's intention, Chu Chun refrained from suppressing the gray orb's reaction. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the gray light flickered, and Zhao Tian's heart of abilities vanished from all sight. Subsequently, Zhao Tian's body trembled as if a colossal energy surged forth from within, causing even this top-tier assassin to feel his legs weaken and falter. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, "My cultivation has declined," Zhao Tian stated. "I sense that within 3 minutes, I will fall to the advanced stage of the days of the weak realm." The commander-in-chief nodded as anticipated. "Zhao Tian, begin your cultivation now and ascertain whether the bottleneck that has hindered your advancement still exists." Zhao Tian's eyes brightened at this remark, and without hesitation, he sat cross-legged. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. "Commander-in-chief, although my cultivation speed is far outpaced by my decline, I can feel that the bottleneck obstructing my ascent has vanished. As long as I replenish this energy deficit and return to the advanced stage of the days of the weak realm, I shall reach an even higher level in a short time." With that, Zhao Tian abruptly turned, kneeling on one knee before Chu Chun. "I hereby vow that for the remainder of my life, I shall exert every ounce of strength to protect you from harm. Should anyone wish to harm you, it will only occur over my dead body." Chu Chun. That it was not that he was unmoved. Rather, this sudden gesture of kneeling and the accompanying oath made him feel as though he were being proposed to. Chapter 30. Wearing small shoes enough. The commander-in-chief observed Chu Chin's awkward demeanor and chuckled. "There is no need for you to be overly anxious. Zhao Tian is simply a bit stubborn. However, once he speaks, he will unwaveringly act upon his words." As he spoke, the commander-in-chief communicated telepathically to Chu Chan. "Allow Zhao Tian to go and cultivate diligently. He must stabilize his cultivation as swiftly as possible and progress to the next stage. From this moment forth, he is under your command. Thus, I shall refrain from issuing him any further orders." Beside them, Chu Chen remarked, "You should focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Zhao Tian nodded solemnly, first bowing respectfully to Chu Chen and then to the commander-in-chief. In the next instant, he turned and vanished from sight. "Chu Chen, once Zhao Tian begins his cultivation, you should keenly sense the changes." The commander-in-chief regarded the spot where Zhao Tian had disappeared, speaking softly, "If I am not mistaken, with Zhao Tian's strength enhancement, your overall power level should also experience an increase. This feedback seems to be the norm. After all, you are the master of this new path. As the ability users of the new path grow stronger, it stands to reason that it will reflect back upon you, its custodian. Should there be any changes, please inform me so that I may be aware." After this, the commander-in-chief's tone shifted abruptly. "Moreover, now that Zhao Tian is your subordinate, I expect you to treat him well. I believe that one day in the future, your significance to him will outweigh mine. At that point, even if you were to command him to take my life, he would likely hesitate not." Chu Chun. The example presented by the commander-in-chief felt rather peculiar. Transfer his subordinate to another, and then speak of such matters of life and death. Although there was an element of jest, it was not a humorous one. "Just a jest," the commander-in-chief said, laughing heartily. "Regardless of how the world evolves, I possess no reason to be your adversary. In fact, in the future, I may require the strength of the new path and thus become your fervent supporter." Opposite him, Chu Chun continued to chuckle foolishly. How was he to respond to such a topic? After exchanging a few light-hearted jokes, the commander-in-chief returned to the matter at hand. He approached his drawer and retrieved a black ledger. "I still believe it would be best for you to personally finalize the list of the first batch of relocations. This ledger contains all the trustworthy high-level ability users from the coastal defenses. They are also among the most outstanding officers in our nation. Upon your return, feel free to select a group that appeals to you from within this ledger. Or I can have their resumes delivered to you shortly. Take your time to review them. I can assure you that every officer listed in this ledger has undergone rigorous scrutiny, ensuring their loyalty to the nation and the people." As he spoke, the commander-in-chief paused momentarily, then added with a smile, "Among them, there are a few whose ideologies do not align with mine, or who oppose my continued leadership as commander-in-chief. I won't disclose their identities, but you can rest assured in utilizing them regardless of their stance towards me. In my view, as long as they are loyal to the nation and its people, their attitudes towards me are of no consequence." Hearing the commander-in-chief's words, Chu Chun felt the weight of the ledger in his hands. Setting aside the implications of this manual falling into the hands of the beasts, the consequences would likely be catastrophic. The extent of infiltration by the beasts into humanity surpassed his imagination. This meticulously vetted list of officers represented the very backbone of our nation. "Do you truly not care about those who oppose you growing stronger?" Chu Chen inquired, scratching his head in astonishment. "You even willingly provide them with opportunities to enhance their power." "Well, The commander-in-chief chuckled, replying, in their position, one must deliberate on their governance. Since I am the leader of Huaxia, I must not allow my personal emotions to influence my decision-making. Whether one supports me or opposes me, as long as they harbor the well-being of Huaxia in their hearts, I shall treat each individual with equality in matters of great significance. After all, as we coexist in this world, it is impossible for everyone to hold affection for us. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes flickered, and he promptly inquired, if you treat everyone equally in significant matters, does that imply that in trivial matters, you would impose hardships upon those who oppose you? The leader responded. Such divisive remarks about unity should remain unspoken in my presence. Outside, I implore you not to speak so recklessly. Moreover, what do you mean by imposing hardships? We are merely showing concern for them, providing them with more opportunities for growth. This reflects our higher expectations for their futures, hoping that one day they will unleash astonishing power. From their bodies to their souls, Chu Chan grasped the essence of the leader's message. Considering the greater picture, I shall treat each of you with fairness and will share opportunities for advancement. However, on a personal level, do not err. Otherwise, you must tread carefully. When dealing with our own, some consideration is warranted, but with adversaries, a swift resolution is paramount. In truth, Chu Chan did not fully endorse the leader's ideology. You oppose me, yet expect me to advocate for your benefits. Such notions are delusional. The privileges I bestow are reserved solely for my allies. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the correctness of the leader's approach. Merely the breadth of such magnanimity was something he could not match. Thus, he could never ascend to the leader's stature in the future. He resolved to remain steadfast within his own domain, striving to become an invincible yet uninvolved powerhouse. At that very moment, during the sacrificial time-space, the leader of the ability time-space appeared rather amusing. Chu Chan stood aside, smiling as he observed the humorous yet heartwarming exchanges unfold. How delightful, with the leader of the ability time-space safeguarding him. His path ahead seemed much more navigable. Of course, even without the leader's protection, he believed he could carve out a path for himself, given that the strength of a top-tier demigod was his foundation. With the assistance of the new path, the development speed of the divine path would likely not lag. Chu Chan smiled faintly, pondering that merely facing life-threatening crises might not earn the trust of the seasoned veterans on the Eastern Peak Divine Mountains battlefield. However, with the new path's inclusion, in the face of boundless potential, everything could change. It not merely faith. When faith can illuminate one's arduous path and elevate one to unprecedented realms, he believed that the vast majority of Huaxia's people would steadfastly offer their faith. An ancient saying proclaims, Huaxia does not worship useless deities. Yet if a deity proves useful, then it is a different story altogether. Chapter 31. I am not a god today too, has been a day filled with rewards. Chu Chan gazed at the black-robed figure awakening before him, feeling a sense of joy. Here, due to the existence of gods, his path to divinity might be fraught with challenges. Yet in the ability time-space, the divine path was remarkably accessible. Once he achieved divinity in the ability time-space, he would simultaneously attain true divinity. Naturally, he was quite eager to see the first god within the divine path framework. Just as the first ability user in the ability system wielded the new path, the first god in the divine system would surely be extraordinary. Even if a creator god were to emerge, he would not be taken aback. The synergy of progress between his two selves across different time spaces felt wonderful. Chu Chan mused that even if he were to slack off and make no progress, if the other were to advance, he too would experience growth vicariously. Of course, he could not afford to be complacent. After all, he was uncertain whether the other might also be slacking off, if both believed the other to be making strides. Each harboring the notion that they could progress while the other labored, it would indeed lead to a precarious situation. However, was there a limit to this shared ability? Chu Chan pondered. If there were none, and they could share and exchange their cultivation abilities at any moment, then many things could be accomplished. They had previously tested the rules altar, whether it was a matter of rules or primal consciousness. They found it impossible to share the past. However, what the ability time-space self could not achieve, he could. For instance, if the gods provoked him, he could first sacrifice his demigod cultivation to the rules altar. As for the divine rank, divine nation, and divinity, he would see if they could be sealed before the sacrifice. If sealing proved impossible, he would enlist the rules altar's assistance in doing so. It should not be an issue to seal the crumbling divine nation. divine rank and divinity with his demigod cultivation and demigod-level soul power. If challenges arose, he would simply sacrifice them all. At worst, he could eliminate a primary god and then experience the process of acquiring demigod cultivation once more. After everything was done, he would share the cultivation of the ability Chu Chen back. This back and forth would yield abundant rewards. His only concern now was the enigmatic rules. Could he truly exploit a loophole? He had not forgotten that primal consciousness was very attentive to him. He hoped not to face punishment from primal consciousness for failing to gain benefits. He resolved to seize opportunities to carve out new paths and earn additional rewards from the rules. Chu Chen swiftly formulated a plan in his mind. At the very least, he aimed to make primal consciousness transition from merely recognizing him to becoming reliant upon him. Once he reached that level, perhaps he could test the waters. When he attained such a status, primal consciousness might overlook his exploitation of the loophole, treating it as though it had not seen it at all. What other recourse could there be? To eliminate him? If he were to perish, the developmental potential of this world would diminish significantly. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed from ahead, like a burst of flowing light. The black-robed figure stood still, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding an exquisite brilliance. Has the awakening completed? Chu Chen approached and inquired. Indeed, my awakening is complete. The black-robed figure affirmed resolutely. Thank you for your gift. It is only upon taking this step that I truly comprehend your greatness. You? Chu Chen raised a hand, directly interrupting the black-robed figure's praise. Your attire possesses remarkable quality. After a brief silence, Chu Chen suddenly remarked, if the awakening ceremony was so explosive yet your clothing remained unscathed, it could be considered a divine artifact, the black-robed figure. This individual's thought process remains as uniquely unconventional as ever. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of rushing air enveloped them, and soon members of the Red Star organization appeared near the black-robed figure. Their expressions laden with concern. Today's events must not be disclosed to outsiders, the black-robed figure declared, surveying the surroundings. When dawn breaks, I shall convene a new session of the Red Star Conference, at that time. I will provide everyone with an explanation. For now that it's quite late, and everyone should return to rest. Staying up all night is detrimental to one's health. It is best to retire early. The crowd? We have been here waiting for you to complete your awakening, eager to hear your feelings. And this is your response. The sword-bearer yawned and chuckled. It's late. We should indeed head back to sleep. If we stay up any longer, I feel I might suffer from kidney deficiency. And no sooner had he finished speaking than he vanished from sight. Shortly after his disappearance, one by one, the members of the Red Star organization swiftly followed suit, hastily retreating to sleep. Respected sir, the black-robed figure bowed respectfully to Chu Chen and began to speak. However, he was once again interrupted by Chu Chen. You need not refer to me as sir. I am not a god. Chu Chen candidly stated, feeling emboldened to speak so plainly because he sensed that the black-robed figure's awakened ability had firmly taken root within his little gray sphere. Before the awakening, the little gray sphere had merely been a little gray sphere. Yet after the awakening, it had transformed into a unique path of ability exclusive to this time-space. He himself was the master of this path of abilities. Since the moment the black-robed figure completed the awakening, he felt an intrinsic connection. He could expel the other's abilities at will. Although such an action would not benefit him, it granted him the confidence to engage in genuine camaraderie. Should the other conspire against him, he could simply expel them. Of course, before expulsion, he would first leverage this connection to see if he could eliminate them. In the unlikely event that the other possessed hidden trump cards rendering them indestructible, he could at least incapacitate them to end the sacrificial time-space. There was no alternative path of abilities. Therefore, if he were to incapacitate the other and then expel them, the likelihood was that they would meet their demise. You are not a god. The black-robed figure stood in shock, and after a moment, he raised his head to ask, then who are you? Chu Chen replied, I am a human, just like you, but that I might be a tad different. Speaking thus, Chu Chen paused momentarily, then softly inquired, you should be aware of the true purpose of the rule altar within our sea of consciousness, correct? Upon the utterance of these words, the man in the black robe stood frozen in place. In the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon him. In this perilous world of deities, his elevation to the position of leader, along with a vice-leader role within the Crimson Star organization, was a testament to his exceptional nature. Consequently, he swiftly clarified his thoughts and why words merely represent a conjecture. The black-robed man, with piercing eyes, asked, before being chosen by the god of greed to participate in the sacrificial rites, that is, during our first encounter. You were still an ordinary person, correct? Chapter 32. The wrath of the opponent, you may interpret it as such. Chu Chun inclined his head slightly and spoke. The black-robed man fell into a prolonged silence. He had always believed that the downfall of the god of greed must have been orchestrated by a hidden hand. Yet, he had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner. Now, he grasped the general progression of events. The path of extraordinary abilities is vast and profound, mysterious, boundless. The mere awakening of his own power left him utterly astounded. Thus, Chu Chun, armed with his extraordinary abilities, fought against the god of greed and subsequently utilized the rule altar to ascend to the lofty heights of divinity. All of this was not beyond the realm of possibility. The mere thought of it caused the black-robed man to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. So, you sacrificed the god of greed? After a brief pause, he asked, stunned. You figured it out? Chu Chun regarded the black-robed man. Although only a vast black robe met his gaze, he could sense the excitement and fervor in the other's tone. It is understandable. In this world ruled by deities, the vast majority of individuals are treated like livestock. The rebellion of the Crimson Star organization may merely be a jest to the gods. With no deities of the main god level present, not even a true god exists. How could the deities take them seriously? Should any god whimsically decide to annihilate the Crimson Star organization, they would likely find it non-existent by now. However, the emergence of extraordinary abilities and my presence have illuminated a glimmer of hope for them. Your arrival will symbolize the long-awaited opportunity for countless noble souls of humanity. The black-robed man took a deep breath, his voice brimming with passion. It turns out the splendid era we have been eagerly anticipating may soon manifest in our time. Beside him, Chu Chun observed the impassioned black-robed man without interrupting his fervent discourse. Seemingly sensing Chu Chun's unusual demeanor, the black-robed man cautiously asked, "Do you have any differing thoughts regarding what I just expressed?" Chu Chun gazed upward, his eyes shimmering as his thoughts appeared to traverse time. Returning to an era of peace marked by fluttering banners, I believe your thoughts are valid. The dreams you harbor in your heart shall indeed come to fruition. With that, Chu Chun paused briefly before softly adding, "You are to convene a meeting tomorrow, are you not? Might I observe?" The black-robed man was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly exclaimed, "Of course. On behalf of the Crimson Star organization, I warmly welcome your esteemed presence." Subsequently, after imparting some information regarding extraordinary abilities to the black-robed man, Chu Chun stepped forth, his figure vanishing in an instant. Has he left? Shortly thereafter, a man bearing a sword appeared beside the black-robed man. His expression one of confusion. No, the black-robed man shook his head, speaking softly. Just now, I could sense that he had much to convey, yet for some reason, he refrained from doing so. The sword-bearing man pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps the timing was not right." "Perhaps," the black-robed man replied. Do you think his disappearance was due to the destruction of his dwelling at the moment of your awakening? Perhaps he simply sought solace in the heavens due to the loss of his home?" After a brief silence, the black-robed man decisively commanded, "Send someone to reconstruct his house and room layout exactly as it was before. Ensure it is completed in the shortest time possible. You will oversee the work." The sword-bearing man was left speechless. He had merely proposed a hypothesis, yet the task had fallen upon him. Very well. Considering the vice leader's exploration of new paths for all, he reluctantly accepted this responsibility. Coincidentally, given the multitude of events that transpired that night, he found it difficult to sleep. The following day, at 9 in the morning, the new meeting of the Crimson Star organization was about to commence. Chu Chun quietly appeared at the back. The conference hall was filled to capacity, with every seat occupied in the center of the front row. However, an empty seat awaited him. This was reserved for Chu Chun. He recognized this, yet he chose not to sit, instead standing quietly at the back. In this meeting, he would merely be an observer. "All right, let's begin," the black-robed man, upon spotting Chu Chun, softly announced. Understanding the implication, he proceeded to initiate the meeting. The first matter of discussion was the city massacre resulting from the conflict between the cult of the god of fire and the cult of the god of judgment. According to relevant reports, The cult of the God of Judgment planned to summon a powerful army from the realm of the God of Judgment by sacrificing the souls of a city's innocent children to thwart the invasion of the Fire Legion. Now, everyone, please cast your votes. Should we intervene in this matter? Swiftly, the voting results were revealed. 83 votes in favor, 52 votes against. Proponents argued that since we were aware of this matter, we must take action. Sacrificing the innocent souls of a city. The cult of judgment is utterly unworthy of being human. Conversely, the opponents contended that the conflict between the two cults had escalated to a boiling point. With formidable warriors engaged in fierce battles across various regions of the battlefield. Given the organization's limited strength, they should reserve their limited resources for greater endeavors, especially since the dispute between the two cults had only just begun. As long as the two deities had not reached a conclusion, the warfare between the cults would not cease. Therefore, if we intervened in every matter, our attempts to rescue the residents of the sacrificial city might be perceived as defilement and degradation. If so, why should we intervene? Chu Chun, standing at the back, meticulously observed each representative's statements. Setting aside the supporters, those who voted against the proposal expressed their fury with veins bulging, some even invoking their ancestors in a bid to vent their inner wrath. Yet, there was nothing to be done. Compared to the deities, the organization was far too weak. The deities were brutal, treating humanity as mere livestock. The last representative to oppose the motion slowly rose, his eyes aflame with intensity, declaring, "The reckless actions of the two cults have likely resulted in casualties numbering in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, within their jurisdictions." Upon hearing this, my immediate reaction was one of profound sorrow and indignation. Following that came an overwhelming sense of humiliation. The power of our organization is woefully inadequate. For the success of our great cause, and for the sake of future generations who may witness a glorious era, we must endure. Comrades, my opposition is not against extending a helping hand to our fellow humans, but rather against using our feeble strength to strike a rock with an egg, were our organization with a sudden shift in tone. Chu Chen remarked, "But that comrade just now." The figure in the black robe smiled faintly and proceeded to explain, "This is a term we members of the Red Star organization use to refer to one another, signifying that we all coexist within a singular organization, united in our pursuit of a grand dream. This designation originated during the early days of our organization, a term of endearment among the founding members. The legacy of the human race is carried forth, and the term comrade, laden with special significance, has been thus preserved." Pausing for a moment, the black-robed figure then inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Is there an issue?" Chu Chun shook his head, responding, "No issue at all. I merely felt a pang of nostalgia upon hearing that term. Have you encountered it elsewhere? In my hometown, it is quite commonly used." The black-robed figure's gaze faltered. After all, wasn't Chu Chen's hometown the territory once ruled by the god of greed? The former god of greed frequently harvested souls under the guise of sacrifice, mercilessly persecuting the populace, which often drew him to that region. He was well acquainted with it, yet he had never heard that term used there. "Let us take a stroll elsewhere and engage in conversation," Chu Chun suggested, observing the fervent debate still echoing among some representatives even after the meeting's conclusion. The black-robed figure nodded solemnly, closing his lips and initiating a silent exchange. The matters to be discussed next were of considerable importance, perhaps something he wished to keep concealed from others in your era. The sun has yet to rise, and the clouds of night linger without promise of dispersal. Chu Qian continued in thought, "I hail from a time when the sun has already ascended. I have grown amidst gentle spring breezes, basking in sunlight. Therefore, I never imagined I would find myself here." In response, the black-robed figure conveyed, "In the star-strewn darkness, should the sun wish to rise, sacrifice is inevitable. I surmise that the era of enlightenment in your world was also born of sacrifices made by others." After a moment's reflection, Chu Chun replied, "Indeed, our ancestors shed their blood and laid down their lives to rescue our nation from the brink of despair and to end the age of subjugation." The black-robed figure remained silent, as if coming to an understanding. Previously, during their exchange, he had sensed an odd disconnection, particularly when Chu Chen admitted he was but a human, not a deity. "Now, I have arrived in your realm?" Chu Chun mused, looking up at the sky. "The first significant event upon my arrival was being targeted by the god of greed, who sought to harvest my soul. Soon after, we encountered one another. In this era and world that do not belong to me, I have witnessed various absurdities unfold. Thus, from the outset, I found myself disenchanted with this world governed by deities, even after witnessing the myriad forms of the Red Star Organization. I often felt an overwhelming urge to aid you. Pausing for emphasis, Chu Qian turned earnestly to say, "If you can persuade me, I would gladly offer my strength to the noble cause in this unfamiliar world." In this era that is not my own, walking alongside Chu Qian, the black-robed figure listened intently. "I believe I now comprehend the source of that sense of disconnection you embody," he quietly remarked after a moment. "You do not belong to our world. Under normal circumstances, you need not endure the darkness we face. Yet, for reasons unknown, you have arrived here. Now, I see it clearly. I apologize in such matters. I fear I cannot persuade you. I can fully empathize with the feelings you have expressed. If I were to awaken one day in a foreign realm, where its inhabitants were less than cordial toward me, why would I extend my hand to assist such a world? Chaos, disorder, madness, darkness. What concern are they to me? What business is it of mine?" With a deep breath, the black-robed figure halted and bowed respectfully to Chu Qian. "Originally, I believed that since you are a person rather than a deity, you would naturally choose to join the Red Star and work together for a brighter tomorrow. Should you desire to take charge, I could relinquish my position as leader if you prefer not to oversee matters. I would gladly arrange a suitable role for you. Thus, while I am grateful for the knowledge you impart regarding extraordinary abilities, my gratitude does not extend beyond that. As a fellow human, I can strive for the eternal legacy of our kind. And you, of course, can do the same. If you are unwilling, I may resort to various measures, anything I deem beneficial for you. After all, if you were to join us, I believe our grand endeavor would emerge several eras ahead of schedule. However, you do not belong to our world. Therefore, all my aspirations, including any moral coercion I might have contemplated in desperation, will no longer manifest. In fact, I feel our world has burdened you, subjecting a being nurtured in sunlight to the grim fate of divine harvest. Perhaps I owe you an apology. Our Red Star Organization, in its humble strength, cannot alter this dark world. I truly regret that you have endured such an uncomfortable experience. This is not your fault. There is no need for an apology, Chu Qian countered, shaking his head. The darkness of this world is inherently unrelated to you, and the very foundation of the Red Star Organization was established to rescue a realm long devoid of hope. Is it just to have the good apologize while absolving the wicked? No, I should be the one to apologize. The black-robed figure elaborated. If I am not mistaken, you have only shared these sentiments with me. From our perspective, you are the guest, and we are the hosts. It is our oversight to allow our guests to endure such tribulations. Chu Qian slightly shook his head, choosing not to engage further in this debate. It seemed futile to persist in drawing connections where none existed. Yet perhaps this was the dignified demeanor expected of a leader in the Red Star Organization, while the great endeavor remains incomplete. In the darkness of the deities yet to be toppled, the figure's unwavering principles, laden with unspoken pleas, had indeed rekindled his admiration. Naturally, his decision to lay bare his intentions stemmed from multiple reasons. The most significant was the assurance that, should anything unforeseen transpire, such as the black-robed figure or the Red Star Organization being mere pawns of a deity, he could simply assert, "Does that deity dare approach me?" With his nascent strength, he felt invincible beneath the true gods, and even a trade would be acceptable. He feared nothing, not even the arrival of a supreme deity. As time unfolded, his power and resources would only grow stronger. This was the foundation that emboldened him to reveal his thoughts. "I have a notion," Chu Qian suddenly declared after a brief silence. "Please, share it. Your apology feels unnecessary. Thus, I envision a day when the heavens bow before the multitude of gods." "The gods apologizing, you say? That seems rather trivial," the black-robed figure replied with a smile. "What do you think of personally obliterating the lofty realm of the supreme gods?" At this, Chu Qian burst into laughter, exclaiming, "That would indeed be splendid." It was evident that the black-robed figure was incapable of persuading him. If he were unwilling to lend a hand, no amount of intelligence or eloquence could sway him. To compel through righteousness would only breed aversion. However, should Chu Qian desire to dismantle the darkness forged by the deities, he would inevitably take action, regardless of whether the black-robed figure sought to persuade him. It merely depended on the circumstances. He had relinquished the choice to the other, who in turn returned it to him. The god of greed had set his sights on his soul, thus the god of greed would be no more. If he despised the dominion of the deities, then this grotesque world must undergo change. From the moment he bore witness to the torrential rain of blood, the mountains of corpses, the wails of lost souls, and the indifferent yet imposing clerics, he had once questioned the path he tread. The black-robed figure gazed at Chu Chun, expressing gratitude, "Yet you have shown me that the path I walk is indeed the right one." In a distant realm, comrades have dispelled the darkness, achieving ultimate victory and ushering in an era of brilliance and prosperity. Therefore, we too can prevail, even if the path ahead is fraught with hardship, even if the way seems shrouded in gloom. As long as I am certain that this path is just, and if we persevere, we may encounter temporary setbacks, yet the future will undoubtedly herald success. This alone is sufficient. With that, the figure in the black robe paused momentarily and then solemnly declared, "Comrade, I express my gratitude. You have brought us not merely a path to enhance strength, but also the assurance of success through practical endeavor. With the path of extraordinary abilities, I am confident that the Red Star organization will rise swiftly in a remarkably short span of time. And with your endorsement, we shall no longer wander aimlessly on our journey forward. As long as the path we tread is righteous, encountering setbacks or taking detours along the way poses no issue whatsoever." Beside him, Chu Chen chuckled, remarking, "Your thought process is quite agile. You apologize first, and after that, you express thanks. This transformation has left me somewhat taken aback." The figure in the black robe was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether it was his own rapid cognition or that of his companion that was more remarkable. Nevertheless, a smile is always a good thing. As the saying goes, those who smile are seldom plagued by misfortune. After all, those burdened by ill fate cannot muster a smile. Let us discuss the matter of extraordinary abilities. Chu Chun shifted the conversation, speaking softly agreed. The figure in the black robe nodded, feeling quite well after last night's training. Coupled with the events of today, he believed that the promotion of extraordinary abilities was indeed feasible. Thus, the two engaged in a straightforward discussion by the lakeside of the Red Star realm, establishing a promotional procedure regarding extraordinary abilities for the Red Star organization. Members of the higher echelons of the Red Star organization, or those currently in hiding, would refrain from practicing extraordinary abilities for the time being. After all, the meditation required for extraordinary abilities also demands time, until the practitioners of extraordinary abilities truly stand strong. The combat power of the organization's leadership cannot falter, of course, considering the practitioners of the divine path. Those willing to forsake their divine cultivation for a swift resolution may directly practice the meditation method for awakening extraordinary powers. If one is reluctant to abandon their divine cultivation, they may consider transferring their faith to the god of greed. When this news was transmitted back by the figure in the black robe, the Red Star organization erupted in chaos. The path of extraordinary abilities, they were already somewhat familiar with it. Thus, if the path of extraordinary abilities posed no issues, it was only a matter of time before all members shifted their focus to it. After all, those with a modicum of intelligence understand that opposing the gods with the powers of the gods is a futile endeavor. Yet, what does it mean to transfer one's faith to the god of greed? Wasn't the god of greed said to have fallen not long ago? They even held a grand celebration upon receiving that news. It is worth mentioning that a significant portion of the Red Star organization had suffered under the persecution of the god of greed. Indeed, among all the rituals ordained by the gods, the god of greed was the most ruthless. Consequently, when the followers of the gods found themselves targeted by the god of greed, a small fraction would rise in defiance. Yearning for survival, this group, through the machinations of the Red Star members, narrowly escaped the god of greed's grasp, and after some time within the organization, voluntarily joined their ranks. Having endured the torment of the divine, they wished to provide shelter for those who had suffered. Even if that shelter were somewhat tattered, a battered umbrella is still better than none. Is it not? Yet now, the vice leader had conveyed that they could consider transferring their faith to the god of greed. What trickery is this? Could it be that the figure is the earthly incarnation of the god of greed? The man with the negative sword, supervising the construction, suddenly experienced a jolt of startling realization upon receiving the message. Recalling the recent news of the god of greed's fall was perhaps false. Were we merely celebrating in vain? Or was everything we had done anticipated by the god of greed? Chapter 35. Please trust the leader. Cold, in an instant, an icy dread surged through the man with the negative sword, a bone-chilling cold. Even standing under the blazing sun, warmed by its rays, he felt an icy wave wash over him, causing him to tremble. He suddenly recalled that the meditation method practiced by the vice leader was provided by none other than Chu Chen. If Chu Chen were indeed the earthly incarnation of the god of greed, then the meditation method arranged, the so-called path of extraordinary abilities, could not possibly surpass the divine cultivation method itself. There exists but one possibility. Those who practice the meditation method shall become mere puppets of the god of greed under its divine influence. The malevolent god of greed. To stoop to such depths of deception is revolting. With that thought, he spun around and vanished from the spot. As for the construction of the house, he had no time to contemplate such matters. Assisting Chu Chen with construction? Absolutely not. When the man with the negative sword arrived at the central conference room, he found it filled with people. Whatever he could conceive, the majority could likely surmise as well. Everyone was present. The figure in the black robe arrived late, and upon seeing the somber faces of those gathered, he was not surprised by the situation. The message was crafted by him, and he was well aware of the ambiguities it would generate. On one hand, he indeed needed to convene a central meeting of the organization, necessitating everyone's presence. May as well have them wait for him here. On the other hand, there was a more pressing concern. There were traitors within the organization, and disseminating this information could swiftly alleviate the animosity of the divine sections regarding the meditation method of the path of extraordinary abilities. After discussions with Chu Chen, he deemed it unnecessary to keep it a secret. Even if the divine sects opted not to learn it, they would inevitably spread this meditation method in due course. Ideally, it would circulate everywhere. Once great power is reclaimed, surely more individuals will awaken to the world. Naturally, the divine sects would categorize the meditation method as sorcery, labeling it with a litany of negative connotations. If those with insight can perceive the hidden potential of the path of extraordinary abilities, how could the divine sects possibly remain oblivious? But that was of no concern. Some would inevitably choose to practice. Once they do, conflicts will arise within the divine sects, as more individuals awaken to the world. Tensions will escalate, and the number of allies joining them will surely increase. Until finally, they will rise in rebellion and bring an end to this darkened world. In the midst of conspiracy, let the sun shine through. Release it first and address the consequences later. As for Chu Chen, a man holding a staff furrowed his brow and coldly inquired. The respect once afforded to the vice leader dissipated in an instant, for they all recognized that at this juncture, the vice leader might no longer be their vice leader. Why harbor such animosity? The figure in the black robe gestured for everyone to take their seats. I have my reasons for suggesting that you transfer your faith to the god of greed. Come, observe the divine cultivation method of the god of greed that I hold in my hand. With that, the figure in the black robe distributed a pristine copy of the divine cultivation method. The techniques stored within the god of greed's divine essence were, for all intents and purposes, virtually limitless. Particularly, the so-called cultivation method was straightforward enough for the former god of greed that merely glancing at it could yield the most suitable methods for human cultivation. The efficacy may not be stellar, and mishandling it could lead to madness and ruin. Yet the intellectual rigor and time required to master it far surpassed the most elementary divine cultivation methods. After all, divine might is akin to a prison, and divine grace is as vast as the ocean. If powerful abilities were so casually bestowed upon followers without imparting profound tempering during their growth, how could one hope to attain the frenzied state of devotion? In colloquial terms, a fanatic. However, for Chu Chen, the most compelling divine cultivation method would undoubtedly be the most captivating. Thus, he presented it to the figure in the black robe. The Red Star organization required its leaders to shift their focus, and he too needed a cadre of followers to maintain the stability of his divine essence, divine realm, and divinity. Serendipitously, their needs aligned, each reaping the benefits. This is not a forgery, isn't it? Upon reviewing the divine cultivation method in their hands, the assembly was momentarily stunned. This was entirely different from any cultivation information they had previously encountered. The document they now possessed was starkly distinct from the mainstream cultivation methods revered by various sects. It was a method that merely required belief in the god of greed. receiving the god of greed's divine power to facilitate effective cultivation, allowing one to steadily grow stronger without enduring the so-called path of asceticism or myriad hardships. It was a straightforward path to strength through mere practice. Is this truly false? Surely, deep down, everyone must recognize the truth? The figure in the black robe tapped the table and spoke. As for the matter of the god of greed, there is no need for concern. I have made arrangements. You need only convert your faith, and cultivation shall pose no issue. Should you wish to ascend further from your existing foundation that will require your own communication with the god of greed, I shall not involve myself in this matter. Across from him, a young woman with her eyes covered in white cloth suddenly inquired, Vice leader, has the god of greed truly fallen? Upon hearing this, the figure in the black robe softly replied, Indeed, he has fallen. Then what do you mean by this? If you trust me, then cultivate. In an instant, the entire assembly fell into silence. Had this been any other time, they would have undoubtedly chosen to trust the vice leader. However, at this moment, amidst the clamor of voices, who dares to assure that the vice commander is beyond reproach? Is it based on this volume of cultivation techniques in hand? If a deity truly wished to deceive them, wouldn't it be a trivial task to tailor a brand new cultivation method to suit their limited perspectives? Let us act according to the vice commander's intentions. Suddenly, an ancient voice reverberated through the surroundings. The vice commander has already conveyed this matter to me through a secret method of communication. I am in complete accord with the vice commander's vision. Any lingering doubts shall be elucidated in detail upon my return from seclusion. If you feel apprehensive, you may refrain from cultivating for the time being. However, fundamentally, if one does not turn to the god of greed, one cannot practice the meditation of extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they promptly rose in unison, bowing deeply towards the location where the commander was in seclusion. The commander has spoken, thus they were naturally devoid of further concerns. Vice commander, I have faith you would not betray the organization, would you? A woman, her eyes veiled in white cloth, slowly rose, tucking the tome of techniques into her bosom before speaking in a solemn tone. Even if you do not trust me, you must trust the commander. The figure clad in black glanced around, addressing the assembly. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and soon departed the central conference room in groups. Before long, only the sword-bearing man remained. Do not think to deceive me. I am not so easily swayed. The sword-bearing man glared at the figure in black, his voice cold. What is truly going on? I held my tongue until everyone else left. Now you shall provide me with an explanation. The figure in black's gaze flickered, and he spoke, questioning. Do you not trust the commander? Spare me your talk of the commander and vice commander. You are both the commander and the vice commander. You think I am unaware. Chapter 36. Do not blame me for drawing my sword. You discovered it? The figure in black raised an eyebrow, then softly inquired. When did you uncover it? I believed my actions were quite discreet. He was convinced of his own subtlety. The sword-bearing man, upon hearing this, declared bluntly, I noticed it from the very beginning. The figure in black responded, bewildered. What nonsense is this? You were exposed from the start. How could that be? If someone else had discovered it, I could understand. But for you to see through it so easily. That has my guise become so lackluster? Then why did you not discreetly inform me? After a moment of silence, the figure in black asked, puzzled. Why should I disclose anything? The sword-bearing man replied. Since you have disguised yourself as the vice commander, it indicates the vice commander must be preoccupied with significant matters. If you cannot deceive me, it matters not that as long as you can keep it from others. Is that not sufficient? I am not foolish. I would not thwart your endeavors. With that, the sword-bearing man paused, then spoke gravely. Qing Yin, you must explain this matter to me. Otherwise, do not blame me for drawing my sword. I would rather sever ties with my friend than allow my friend to suffer endless torment under the control of a deity for the remainder of their days. I believe, Qing Yin, that if you were in a clear state of mind, you would undoubtedly support my actions. After all, I am well aware of your ideals and ambitions. Upon hearing this, Qing Yin let out a breathless laugh. Then replied, Your words leave me with no grounds for rebuttal. It seems I must provide an explanation. The other party's stance was resolute. Failing to clarify would render them an adversary. If I attempted to deceive with other information, the risk of them drawing their sword against me was all too real. The sword-bearing man's expression grew serious, and he nodded. Indeed, as he spoke, he extended his right hand, drawing forth his long sword, which transformed into a streak of light, landing firmly in his grasp. Qingyan, this is what you taught me. When communicating with beings that seem adversarial, focus solely on the salient points. All other words are mere nonsense. Do not heed a single one. If the other party does not clarify, they are an enemy. An enemy must be cut down. For allies are not reluctant to share information with me. As the sword-bearing man continued, he began to channel his inner strength. Before his arrival, he had steeled himself for the worst possible outcome. Especially when he witnessed Qingyan, the commander, advocating for the vice-commander, his heart sank. Yet he did not display any abnormality at the time, for the situation was still undecided. However, he understood that given his relationship with Qingyan, as long as the latter was unharmed, this conflict would not escalate. What I have taught you is not intended to be used against me. Qingyan gently shook his head, then said, Very well. Using it against me is also acceptable. As he spoke, Qingyan glanced sideways. In the next moment, Chu Chun's figure materialized within the sword-bearing man's line of sight. In truth, Chu Chun had been present from the outset. He merely chose to remain unnoticed, not wishing for them to discover him. You? The sword-bearing man narrowed his eyes at this sight. Chu Chun looked at him with a smile, and his words immediately provoked a furious reaction. Indeed, I am the god of greed. The sword-bearing man's pupils dilated in shock, his body instinctively yearning to wield his long sword. You are rather reckless. With a mere thought, Chu Chun unleashed a tremendous divine force, instantly suppressing the sword-bearing man, rendering him unable to move. Regardless of whether I am the god of greed, you should not strike at me at this moment, for you are not my equal, and to engage me would be tantamount to courting death. Not far away, Qingyan chuckled. Do not frighten him. If you truly intimidate him, it will only complicate matters further when it comes time to explain. The sword-bearing man's eyes brightened upon hearing this. So, was he merely attempting to frighten him? Thus, all that had transpired was a ruse. Indeed, while Chu Chun may possess formidable strength, how could he possibly be the god of greed? It seemed his previous assumptions had been rather naive. Muong, do not be agitated. I remain myself and have not become the puppet of your imagination. Qingyan spoke after Chu Chun released his divine suppression. So, he is not the god of greed. The sword-bearing man sheathed his long sword and gazed at Chu Chun. Speaking softly, I would think so. If he were the god of greed, I would have likely perished long ago. My soul forever restless. You mean this? Qingyan raised an eyebrow, smiling as he replied. He is indeed the god of greed. A genuine, bona fide god of greed. The sword-bearing man responded, perplexed. But he is not that god of greed. What do you mean? What do you mean he is not that god of greed? Is there a distinction between this god of greed and that one? Could it be that there are two gods of greed in this world? I have slain the god of greed. Thus I have now assumed the divine position of the god of greed, becoming the new god of greed. Chu Chen remarked, observing Qingyan's teasing demeanor. So, that is the case. The sword-bearing man's eyes flickered with understanding, and he stealthily approached Qingyan, giving him a nudge. In that case, I can rest easy. Having grasped this matter, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Although his previous conjecture was correct, Chu Chun was indeed the earthly manifestation of the god of greed. This particular manifestation was not the same as the former. They merely bore a grudge against the former god of greed, and Chu Chun had slain him, thus becoming the new god of greed. It seemed Qingyan had also reached a strategic collaboration with him. This is all quite splendid. By the way, did I not instruct you to supervise the construction of the house? Qingyan suddenly inquired. What brings you here now? The sword-bearing man replied, I don't know. He had completely forgotten about the house construction. If Chu Chun were an enemy, he could have easily destroyed that house with a single strike. But now it appeared that Chu Chun was not an enemy. Thus, he felt it was his duty to oversee the matter properly, perhaps even lending a hand to ensure the house was constructed flawlessly. You two continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave. With that, the sword-bearing man vanished from sight. Your friend is rather amusing, Chu Chun remarked with a smile. Observing the whirlwind of activity, Muong is renowned for his obstinacy within the organization, Qingyan explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun chuckled. I find no fault in his actions. If you were truly ensnared by a deity, then slaying you might indeed be the only means to liberate you from suffering. Moreover, you mentioned that Mu Ong is rather headstrong, a bit of a brute. Therefore, I surmise that his refusal to heed your other explanations was rooted in his fear of your silver tongue. That you might persuade him with irrelevant matters, Qingyan nodded. I concur. That is why I instructed Mu Ong to focus solely on the issues that concern him when faced with an enemy. Otherwise, with his personality, he would easily be swayed by even the slightest cleverness, likely ending up sold out while still counting the coins for his adversary. As he spoke, Qingyan paused, then chuckled ruefully. Yet I truly did not anticipate that Mu Ong's cleverest move would be applied against me this time. In that moment, I was at a loss whether to feel gratified or speechless. Chapter 37. The Flame God Who Wishes to Beat Down a Drowned Dog. You should be pleased. Chu Chun gently patted Qingyan's shoulder and remarked with a smile. Isn't it a cause for joy to witness such growth in a friend? Although this cleverness has been applied to your benefit. Qingyan nodded in agreement and replied, Indeed, it is something to be happy about. At the very least, should I encounter difficulties in the future, he will be able to discern them immediately and take action. Chu Chun. But this dark humor is hardly amusing now. Let us return to the main topic. Chu Chun shifted the conversation and stated, I will leave you some divine power of greed shortly. When the time comes, you can distribute it to those who convert to my faith. Him, while I have no stringent demands of my followers. I would prefer they not be too dismissive. A little faith goes a long way in providing me with some belief power. Qingyan chuckled and assured him, Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Let us set a modest goal, to convert all practitioners of the divine path within the organization. Previously, the organization's faith was directed towards the goddess of stars. According to the tales from the organization's predecessors, one of its founders once traveled the lands with the earthly incarnation of the goddess of stars. Coupled with her accommodating nature towards her followers, even the Chixing, which stands against the dominion of the gods, could seek opportunities for cultivation through her faith. While the goddess of stars harbors no malice towards them, the prospect of a more secure path for divine cultivation compels a reassessment of faith. Who would be content to wait for a potential betrayal in the future? Even a mere possibility warrants caution. Thus, the collective shift towards the god of greed within the organization is undoubtedly an unstoppable trend for the future as the Chixing organization began its transition to the worship of the god of greed. This news swiftly reached the ears of the well-prepared divine sections. Are you certain it is the god of greed? Within the realm of the god of judgment, upon receiving messages from the judgment pontiff's prayers, directly descended to inquire, Why Lord, this information is indeed verified. The judgment pontiff respectfully responded, according to the servants embedded within the sects of the god of flame, the god of thunder, and the god of war. Several major sects have consecutively received this news. The god of judgment frowned slightly. The Chixing organization's wholesale conversion to the god of greed is indeed peculiar. Were it not for his own eyewitness account of the god of greed's demise, he might suspect that the god of greed was looking to protect the Chixing sect. Yet, had the god of greed not been utterly obliterated by the power of rules? Monitor the actions of the Chixing sect closely. After leaving this command, the god of judgment retracted his divine consciousness. At this moment, he was still embroiled in a fierce battle with the god of flame. However, for reasons unknown, the god of flame had refrained from involving his subordinate gods in the conflict. Thus, the god of judgment had also chosen not to deploy his reserved trump cards, flame. The Chixing sect is shifting its faith to the god of greed. I suspect there is something amiss. The god of judgment communicated, expressing that if possible, he truly wished to avoid further conflict with the god of flame. Setting aside the question of victory, even if he were to triumph, there would be no tangible benefits. This alone dispelled any necessity for ongoing strife. Even if the other party were to strike the first blow, he could simply remember the incident and settle the score later. Currently, they were battling amidst the stars. Under the watchful eyes of the other gods, it felt rather ridiculous. The god of flame seemed indifferent, yet the god of judgment was quite concerned. You are delusional, roared the god of flame. What connection could there possibly be between these two matters? You grasping at straws. In the wake of such events, are you not merely attempting to probe for any potential benefit to be gained? I refuse to allow that. This time, I shall ensure that you, and all the gods, understand the dire consequences of incurring my wrath. The god of judgment. Has this fellow's mind been singed by the flames of his own rules? Is it truly so difficult to investigate a matter? Such a large head, merely for show? Can he not engage his mind and contemplate the underlying logic? Does he possess any motive to harvest that so-called Luo Hai? What purpose could this serve other than inciting conflict between the two sides? In a sudden flash, the god of judgment realized, Flame, could it be that you are orchestrating this deliberately? I orchestrate nothing, you divine mother. The god of flame's back was engulfed in towering flames, a testament to his utmost fury. You have insulted me so, judgment. You have overstepped your bounds. The resounding voice of the god of flame reverberated around him, igniting the entire realm of the god of flame as if awakened. Its divine fire burning fiercely in the void. To be frank, having reached this point was nearly sufficient. Yet, the god of judgment was not the only one to receive such news. He too had been alerted by developments from the mortal realm. As he had anticipated, the shadowy figure behind the death of the god of greed was indeed operating within the so-called Chixing sect. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, he felt it necessary to see this drama unfold to its conclusion. Imagine, if it were truly the god of judgment who orchestrated the demise of his own pontiff, what would be his reaction? Rage. Unfathomable rage. Therefore, let this matter proceed along its natural course among the gods. There would undoubtedly be those who could not resist the temptation of curiosity to investigate. When the true puppet master gradually surfaced, he would then delve into it further, if it were possible to vanquish them. Then a thorough reckoning would ensue. Tio seized the moment and strike down a fallen opponent. If defeat were inevitable, then he would simply act as if none of this had transpired. He would continue to fulfill his role as the god of flame. And perhaps the puppet master would mock his foolishness for it. When weighed against one's life and fortune, being derided as foolish is a small price to pay, madman. You are truly an incomprehensible lunatic. The god of judgment bellowed in furious reproach, and without a hint of hesitation, he began to fully activate his realm of judgment. He felt utterly innocent, even slightly aggrieved. This was clearly unrelated to him. Who was the scoundrel responsible for this mischief that had been pinned on him? The god of flame was also a fool. How could he not comprehend such an obvious frame-up? How did he even ascend to godhood? No. The real question is how he has managed to survive until now. As for the notion that the god of flame was the instigator, preposterous, to engage him in battle and then eliminate his own pontiff? The pontiff is a precious entity. One could argue that he represents the very essence of a sect in this era. Even in death, he could attain sainthood within the divine realm and continue to exert significant influence over the functioning of the divine nation. Who would ever wish for fewer such individuals? Damn it! The voice of the god of flame was hoarse from shouting. You strike at me first, then attempt to evade responsibility through slander, and now you still dare to insult me. You truly deserve to perish. Chapter 38. The four positions of Muong within the divine realm. The second round of confrontation between the god of flame and the god of judgment unfolded. While Chu Chun remained blissfully unaware, upon returning to the new home that Qing Yin had prepared for him, he noticed that there was commotion in the realm of psychic abilities and time. Brother, are you busy at the moment? Speak your piece. Do not dawdle with inquiries about my busyness. Just tell me what you need. Chu Chun replied with a slight grimace, exasperated. Why must he ask if he was busy? Does that not waste time? Are you there? Is this not delaying matters? If you do not state your business, how can I determine if I am busy or not? Could you help me take a look at these names? Do any of them ring a bell? The being of psychic abilities presented a roster, causing all the names to shimmer in golden letters, floating prominently in the air. Although these generals had passed the presidential leader's scrutiny, I believe they should still undergo my assessment. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun inquired, so your evaluation involves me simply reviewing them? The being of psychic abilities nodded affirmatively. We exist in parallel worlds, though the worlds differ. Your insights remain invaluable for reference. If one of these generals happens to be a notorious murderous fiend in your realm, I shall not hastily condemn him. Perhaps he has undergone significant transformation due to various circumstances. However, I would adjust his position slightly back and exercise greater caution in my evaluation. After all, the new path is just beginning, and any flaws within this group could spell trouble, of course, given the differences in our worlds. He would only use these observations as a guideline rather than a conclusive factor. In the dark realm governed by the gods, even events that defy expectation seem ordinary, especially for those aligned with the divine factions. The Chixing organization is even more detestable than the cults that worship evil deities. I do not know many people here, so I cannot say for certain, Chu Chen murmured, admitting that apart from Muong and Qing Yin, he truly had little recollection of others. Thus, the being of psychic abilities plan was likely destined to falter. However, just as the other party sought references, he had his own. This list of generals, having passed the presidential leader's examination in the realm of psychic abilities, should still be quite reliable. Should they encounter one another in the future, even if the individual remains within the ranks of the gods, there still exists potential for development. If development proves impossible and they are confirmed as enemies, they must be dealt with swiftly. It is unavoidable. To be included in a roster compiled by the presidential leader of the realm of psychic abilities speaks volumes about one's exceptional qualities. Suddenly, Chu Chun raised an eyebrow. Is there someone familiar? With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, the extraordinary Chu Chan inquired with a smile. Indeed, Chu Chun nodded in affirmation. Just moments ago, I managed to intimidate him with the god of greed. As for this individual, since I have yet to engage with him deeply, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer, but the likelihood is there should be no significant issues. A headstrong brute transforming into one of us could prove advantageous. Upon hearing this, the extraordinary Chu Chun slightly inclined his head, and with a mere thought, the various details about the extraordinary Mu Ong materialized in the AIR. Name. Mu Ong gender. Male, position. General of the Eastern Town. Deputy Minister of the Department of Extraordinary Abilities, Deputy Director of the Education Bureau, Deputy Editor of the Comprehensive Journal of Extraordinary Abilities. As Chu Chun perused the positions listed, he selectively disregarded the subsequent content. It seems Muong holds quite a few concurrent positions on your side. Puzzled, Chu Chen queried. I can understand a general also serving as the Deputy Minister of the Department of Extraordinary Abilities. But what about the Deputy Director and the Deputy Editor? What is the reasoning behind that? Pausing momentarily, Chu Chun continued, I have personally witnessed Muang's obstinacy. Just a short while ago, upon realizing I am the god of greed, he still dared to draw his sword against me. Can he truly excel in a cultural leadership role? If Qing Yin were to discover this, I fear he might lose his front teeth in shock. Muong has the audacity to oversee education and academia? That is utterly astonishing. I have no idea. The extraordinary Chu Chun scratched his head, wearing an expression of innocence as he replied, Typically, I am also unaware of such high-level information. After a brief silence, Chu Chun suddenly remarked, I now have reason to suspect that your president has appointed Muong as deputy minister, deputy director, and deputy editor in order to eliminate rivals. Especially the role of deputy director. When implementing educational policies, if anyone acts out of line, it is likely that Muong will be the one wielding the blade. The extraordinary Chu Chun. How can he respond to that? He knows nothing about Muong, and this general possesses considerable strength too. Level of cultivation. Perfected sunlight realm. Glorious achievements. He once fought against the Eastern Sea's overlord, the three-clawed nether dragon, during the 2008 Eastern Sea defense battle, even managing to sever two of its claws in a fierce exchange, sustaining injuries in the process. Comprehensive evaluation. A national star of trustworthiness. Yet due to the injuries sustained during the Eastern Sea defense battle, his cultivation has regressed, and without opportunity, he may never ascend further. If healing elixirs are available, they should be prioritized for him. After reviewing the pertinent information regarding extraordinary Muong, Chu Chun spoke up, you should include him on your list, and when he returns, you can have a chat with him. The extraordinary Chu Chun burst into laughter. You simply want me to inquire about General Mu's employment situation, don't you? Don't you wish to know? Of course. Precisely, Chu Chun replied with a smile, you ask him, and we both can have a bit of fun. Furthermore, it is likely that our Muong will soon awaken his extraordinary abilities. At that point, as intermediaries, perhaps we can even have extraordinary Muong provide guidance to our rather foolish Muong. After a brief pause, Chu Chun added, by the way, since you have Muong on your side, you should take the time to seek out someone named Qing Yin. Start by looking around Muong. These two should share a good rapport. The extraordinary Chu Chun nodded slightly, then suddenly proposed, why not just ask General Mu directly when we chat? Given the president's attitude, he now had a vague understanding of his own standing and the weight of this new path he was navigating. Furthermore, from a strength perspective, he and Muong were on the same level. Thus, it would be entirely normal for them to sit together and engage in casual conversation. That works, Chu Chun chuckled. Wait a moment. I need to find someone to share this amusing situation with. The extraordinary Chu Chen replied, What are you doing? Didn't you just say you couldn't tell anyone about these matters? Why are you suddenly eager to share? Sharing does not necessarily mean revealing the entire truth, Chu Chen observed. Discerning the thoughts of the extraordinary Chu Chen, I can frame this as a hypothetical future scenario and gauge your reaction. Can I? Is it really necessary to say so much? Or do you believe I am quite foolish? Chapter 39. Overlapping names. No. The extraordinary Chu Chen laughed. You're certainly not foolish. Chu Chen regarded the other with an expression reminiscent of a bewildered young deer. Feeling somewhat exasperated. Truth be told, had the individual before him not been another version of himself from a different time and space, he might have offered a few jabs of mockery. Yet, with the extraordinary Chu Chen, he found himself unable to do so. It seemed futile. Mocking the other would be akin to berating oneself, an endeavor he found devoid of purpose. His worldview remained intact, and he had no penchant or habit for self-derision. Before long, Chu Chen stepped forward, materializing directly in Qing Yan's office. What brings you here? Qing Yan inquired, perplexed by Chu Chen's sudden appearance. Are you dissatisfied with that house? No worries, the organization has some new properties available for you to consider. Chu Chen shook his head, replying, That is not the issue. Rather, I had a sudden inspiration regarding Muong. Qing Yan paused in surprise, then began to listen intently to Chu Chen's insights. Did he have an even more brilliant plan regarding Muong? Suppose, on some future day, we achieve success, Chu Chen said with a smile. Would you then have Muong oversee the implementation of educational and academic policies? Qing Yan. What are you saying? Have Muong oversee education and academia? Who would dare voice dissent below him? One wrong move, and it could turn into a bloodbath. A mountain pig cannot handle fine grain. Similarly, a headstrong child cannot manage such intricate matters. This is indeed a rather wild notion. After a moment, Qing Yan chuckled. All right, the jest has been made. Now, why don't you share your own affairs? Chu Chen maintained a placid expression and softly replied, I am here just to discuss this matter. Qing Yan thought it was clear that he found Chu Chen rather tedious. If Muong were to learn that the illustrious god of greed had made such a jest, one could only imagine his reaction. At that moment, Qing Yan began to question whether his concerns were perhaps a bit excessive. As the leader of the organization, he bore the weighty responsibility of its survival and growth. Thus, he could not place his trust in anyone, no matter how amiable they appeared. The strength possessed by Chu Chen was undeniable, and coupled with his identity as the god of greed, it was prudent to keep a watchful eye and ensure a contingency for the organization's future. After all, should misfortune arise, this could serve as a flicker of hope. However, today Chu Chen's demeanor led him to reconsider if he had been overly cautious. After all, those with whom he had previously interacted were all astute individuals. Now, facing Chu Chen, he felt as though a husky had emerged from a pack of wolves, an amusing sight indeed. And yet this husky seemed incapable of holding its own against any adversary. Ah, the husky has become the wolf king, he mused. By the way, provide me with a list. Chu Chen smoothly transitioned the conversation. Upon hearing this, Qing Yan's eyes flickered. He understood that Chu Chen's visit was not solely about Muong. You want a list? Do you have some plans in mind? As he spoke, Qing Yan handed over a list of the organization's high-ranking members, a document he had long kept as a backup. Not much is happening. I just want to familiarize myself with the people, Chu Chen commented as he accepted the list. Having lived here for many years, I haven't even gotten to know the basics. Should war break out in the future, it would be quite the joke if I mistook our own people for enemies. Qing Yan nodded slightly, and after exchanging a few more words, Chu Chen took his leave. This individual truly was an enigma. The notion of having Muong oversee education and academia. How could one even conceive of such a thing? If I were to break my head over it, I would never arrive at such a conclusion. Could it be that Muong possesses some hidden talent in that regard? Well, perhaps it is worth exploring. Surely, he would not be speaking without reason. Pondering this, Qing Yan shook his head and resumed his work, at the same time, on the other side. What do you think? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Did you see how our decision-maker reacted? The extraordinary Chu Chen responded, the figure in the black robe. Are they the Qing Yan you mentioned? Indeed. Then I must be sure to seek him out, as he is responsible for General Mu. And his power is likely formidable. Certainly, Chu Chen replied with a grin. Did you not witness the overwhelming phenomena surrounding Qing Yan when he awakened his extraordinary abilities? His potential is immense. even if your side's new era extraordinary beings face certain restrictions? There is no way one can be in the sky while the other remains on the ground, right? Upon finishing this statement, the two began to compare their respective lists. While the extraordinary creatures on the other side may possess great strength, the human race still held the capacity to resist. Indeed, in ancient times, humanity had even managed to suppress the extraordinary beast clan. However, the situation on Chu Chen's side was markedly different. When comparing to the divine, the status of the human race could be described as exceedingly humble. Perhaps there are those who conceal themselves exceptionally well, to the extent that even the leader of the temporal anomaly cannot uncover them. However, if an individual listed in the leader's roster simultaneously labors within the sacrificial temporal Red Star organization, it can almost be assured that they pose no threat. If there were any issues, the likelihood of such a scenario would be infinitesimally small, smaller, indeed, than the chance of an ordinary person inadvertently defeating a deity with a mere flatulence. Moreover, it is worth noting that a person's character tends to be quite definitive. Even when navigating through different temporal realms and facing varying patriotic circumstances, their choices are likely to remain consistent. The very roster of naval defense generals reveals an overlap of 18 individuals. The extraordinary Chu Chen remarked, "Indeed, those who dare to resist the divine with mere mortal flesh on your side are truly remarkable figures." The general list contains a total of 148 names. In another temporal realm, among these 148, 18 are affiliated with the Red Star organization. Such a probability cannot be dismissed lightly. If we were to compare this against all military generals across the entirety of Huaxia's battlefields, I would wager we could uncover a plethora of individuals who have also contributed to the sacrificial temporal Red Star organization. Although the timelines differ, patriots will inevitably tread this path. After putting away the list, Chu Chen mused softly. Initially, he believed that 4 or 5 individuals would suffice, only to find an overlap of 18. It stands to reason. Those who seek light amidst darkness would certainly not abandon their guardianship in an era of illumination. They endure countless tribulations in the shadows, all in pursuit of witnessing the dawn of a victorious age, and when that light arrives, these individuals will undoubtedly continue to strive and sacrifice for its protection. Everything seems rather unremarkable. Allow me to assist in uncovering the true nature of these individuals in another temporal realm. The extraordinary Chu Chen smiled and suddenly said, "In your realm, the path is shrouded in darkness, and the future appears exceedingly arduous. Thus, should you wish for someone to assist you but are uncertain of their trustworthiness, simply inform me. I shall summon them to our side, and then place complete trust in them, even going so far as to simulate a scenario akin to your own." With that, the extraordinary Chu Chen paused momentarily, then narrowed his eyes with a smile, adding, "I believe that the heroes who bravely sacrifice themselves on our side will not become traitorous scoundrels on yours." Chapter 40. The Jester then. Thank you. Chu Chen pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He found the other's words to hold considerable truth. Perhaps the environment can alter a person's disposition, yet their essence remains challenging to change. A noble soul will ultimately tread the path of universal admiration. Assisting you is tantamount to aiding myself, is it not? The extraordinary Chu Chen replied with a smile. And without further hesitation, he communicated the finalized list to the leader via a transmission. How fortuitous! The 18 generals you selected are all known for their aggressive strategic thinking. It seems you are, in essence, a hawkish figure in the grand scheme of things. Upon receiving the initial list, the leader responded with a smile. "If you have no pressing matters at the moment, please wait in your room for a while. I shall arrange for someone to come over. This will be your first meeting, so do take the opportunity to communicate well with everyone." The extraordinary Chu Chen, upon hearing the leader's transmission, was taken aback for a brief moment. "What is it?" Chu Chen inquired with curiosity. "Nothing," the extraordinary Chu Chen replied with a slight shake of his head, then recounted the leader's words. 18 are all hawkish generals. Chu Chen's expression shifted, and he murmured softly. He had observed the previous meeting of the Red Star organization in its entirety. Although this would be his first encounter with these individuals, given his current capabilities, it would be a simple task to remember their faces. Among these 18, 5 had cast nearly unanimous dissenting votes during the meeting, fervently advocating for the preservation of organizational strength in anticipation of future resurgence. Such behavior had drawn criticism from some representatives at the time, who deemed them excessively weak, arguably more timid than the rumored doves. Yet, In the realm of extraordinary abilities, these 5 renowned doves had transformed into staunch hawks. This stark contrast certainly evokes a sense of reflection. After absorbing this information, the extraordinary Chu Chun couldn't help but sigh. The once iron-willed generals of the extraordinary realm had become indecisive doves in the sacrificial temporal realm, a transformation laden with poignant implications. Well, let us refrain from lamenting and wasting time. Chu Chan interjected, shifting the topic. Let us continue our unfinished discussion on the theories of extraordinary abilities. And do send over your various advanced meditation techniques for me to peruse. The extraordinary Chu Chun nodded in agreement. Very well, leave it to me. Since the previous incident where he had inadvertently damaged the computer during their study of extraordinary abilities, he realized that such an approach was impractical and inefficient. Therefore, he had proactively sought out all accessible theoretical knowledge on extraordinary abilities in circulation. Additionally, some exceedingly rare meditation techniques, extraordinary skills, and advanced combat methods had been dispatched to him at the leader's behest. This time, he was thoroughly prepared. With a wealth of printed materials at his disposal, he had full faith in his semi-divine learning capabilities. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed. In an instant, various books on extraordinary abilities floated around him, the information continuously flooding into the extraordinary Chu Chen's mind. Concurrently, he employed his soul energy to engrave everything deeply into his memory. In order to assist you in your studies, I have even taken the liberty to learn a technique related to memory. The extraordinary Chu Chun stated with a smile. Once I have absorbed all the information, I shall share it with you. When the time comes, please ensure to receive it. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he gestured to indicate his understanding. In truth, he had been contemplating whether the method of the other party simultaneously studying while demonstrating was overly inefficient. Now, with the introduction of this memory-sharing technique, it was simply splendid. He felt as though he could absorb knowledge without any effort, as if it would automatically infiltrate his mind. How wonderful! Just as the extraordinary Chu Chun was nearing the completion of his knowledge-sharing process, a knock echoed from outside the door. Hello, may I inquire if this is Chu Chen's residence? I am Muong, sent by the leader to discuss important matters with you. Drawing a deep breath, the extraordinary Chu Chun concluded his learning session and spoke. I am Chu Chun. General Mu, please come in. Upon realizing that the Muong from the realm of extraordinary abilities was about to appear, Chu Chen's eyes brightened. He took a step forward, his figure vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already standing beside Muong, who was supervising the construction of a house. The house will be completed shortly, you need not worry. It will certainly be restored to its original state. Muong, startled by Chu Chen's sudden appearance, nearly drew his sword. His strength ranked among the strongest within the Red Star organization, allowing him to sense any approaching individuals long before they arrived. Even without prior notification, who could have anticipated that the formidable Chu Chun would appear unannounced? If Chu Chun chose to keep his presence concealed, Muong would have been utterly oblivious. From now on, I must exercise restraint. Should I inadvertently strike at Chu Chun, while he would likely remain unharmed, I cannot say the same for myself. The matter of the house is not urgent, Chu Chun said with a smile. I came to find you simply because I was feeling idle indoors and wished to engage in some conversation. Muong responded with confusion. Are we quite familiar? Not long ago, did we not nearly come to blows? However, recognizing the goodwill expressed by a being of divine caliber, he was resolute yet not foolish. If the other wished to converse, then they would converse. Feel free to discuss. I will merely observe in silence. As Chu Chun regarded the extraordinary Chu Chen's peculiar expression, he spoke. The extraordinary Chu Chen's lips twitched. The version of himself from another realm was indeed quite the jester. Knowing that General Mu was on his way, he had promptly rushed to confront the other Muong. But one must admit, this seems rather amusing. Are you addressing me? Muong stood frozen, his mind racing. You all? Who does this you refer to? Is there an unidentified individual present aside from me? Another deity? Upon this realization, Muong's expression grew solemn. Had this humble construction site inadvertently become a battleground for two deities? While perplexing, he recognized he must face the situation head-on. Thus, the conversation must continue. He would strive to sway the perspective of this yet unmet deity towards the Red Star. After all, a friend of a friend is often a friend. Temporal transition boundary, in the realm of extraordinary abilities. Clad in a black battle robe, Muong entered the room and found himself momentarily breathless upon seeing Chu Qin's youthful visage. Prior to his arrival, the leader had provided him with detailed insights. He was already aware of Chu Qin's general background, the most gifted youth of the new era, a prodigy awakened with rule-altering abilities, the national foundation of the Mutual Destruction faction, the youngest individual in recorded history to attain the daylight realm of extraordinary abilities. Most importantly, this young man represented the hope for the resurgence of Huaxia. While the first few points held some significance, it was the final detail that compelled him to regard this youthful figure with utmost seriousness. Indeed, as someone he was determined to protect with all his might. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Muong extended his right hand, and a sword talisman materialized within his grasp. "I do not possess much of value, but this sword talisman shall serve as my token of introduction." Chapter 41. The Descent of the Thunder God. "Thank you, General Mu." Chu Qian did not feign reluctance. He promptly reached out to accept the sword talisman. The swift nature of his action caused Muong to raise an eyebrow slightly. After years of warfare, he had bestowed many gifts upon others. However, this was the first time he had given such a precious offering. Regardless of the value of the gifts he had offered in the past, the recipients typically displayed a sense of trepidation and would at least feign refusal. Chu Qin's straightforward acceptance without a hint of hesitation was a rarity since Muong's rise to prominence. Truly, he is a shining star of our Huaxia, distinct in every way. Muong grinned broadly and spoke. "General Mu is the backbone of our Huaxia. Your exploits in the Eastern Sea with a sword in hand are nothing short of admirable." Chu Qian clasped his hands together in a gesture of mutual flattery. No one resists the allure of praise, especially when it comes from an equal. Thus, amidst this exchange of pleasantries, the two swiftly transitioned from strangers to acquaintances. "By the way, General Mu, do you happen to know someone named Qing Yan?" Seizing the opportune moment, Chu Qian shifted the conversation directly. Muong's expression shifted subtly, and he leisurely lifted a cup of hot tea from the table, savoring asip. "Is this person of significant importance to you?" Instead of answering immediately, Muong replied with a hint of perplexity. "Under normal circumstances, you should not be familiar with that name." Chu Qian inquired, "Does that name hold any special significance?" Muong chuckled softly. Waving his hand dismissively, "There is nothing particularly special about the name. It is quite common. However, the individual bearing that name is somewhat extraordinary." Pausing for a moment, Muong then asked quietly, "Did the president send you to inquire about this?" His confusion deepened. This should not be the case. Logically, the president should know more than I do. Why would he ask me to speak on his behalf? Following this, a vague mental wave emanated from Muong. Extending towards the administrative hall, moments later, he regarded Chu Qian with an odd expression, opening his mouth yet saying nothing. "The president informed me that I am here to assist you. What is this matter that even I, the illustrious general of the eastern town, must be kept in the dark about?" Before meeting Chu Qian, Muong had gathered much information, yet there remained countless unknowns. At the very least, he was unaware of the purpose of his visit. While he was told to assist, he had not been informed of what he was to assist with. Were it not for his deep trust in the president, derived from the information he received from him, he would have long since drawn his sword in frustration. Such a waste of time. Instead of engaging in this, he could have been organizing a drill concerning the oceanic monstrosities along the coastal defense line. Chu Qian refrained from probing further into the matter. From Muong's words, and the fact that he had utilized mental energy to converse with the president, he had formed a vague hypothesis. Yet, since this matter had not been confirmed, he dared not assert it. Buzz. A grayish, thin path resembling a stream of liquid appeared behind Chu Qian, emanating a peculiar aura. In the next moment, Muong sprang to his feet. His expression drastically altered. Simultaneously, the voice of the president echoed in his mind. "Muong, the significance of the new path to you need not be elaborated upon. Should you choose to embrace it, you may very well encounter a splendid new chapter in your life. Therefore, protect this child. Safeguard the future light of our Huaxia." Upon regaining his composure, Muong's gaze became exceedingly complex. The president's description of Chu Qian as the future light of Huaxia finally resonated within him. So it was. This child indeed represented the future, the very embodiment of hope. "I, Muong, hereby pledge an oath to the rules. From this day forth, I shall devote all my strength to safeguard Chu Qian." Henceforth, any adversaries of Chu Chun shall also be my adversaries. Any being daring enough to harm him shall face annihilation. Their remains scattered to the winds. Chu Chun stared in astonishment at Mu Ong's solemn vow. Initially surprised by Zhao Tian's similar declaration of protection, followed by Mu Ang's, was there some peculiar binding force behind such oaths made by high-level extraordinary individuals? Otherwise, why the need for such declarations? Yet this time, he felt somewhat accustomed to the ritual, having experienced it before. Though it still felt peculiar, familiarity bred acceptance. Moreover, being under protection was not entirely unwelcome, was it? As the fabric of time and space twisted, Chu Chun could not help but chuckle at the unfolding scene within the realm of extraordinary abilities, Muong. Is what I just said truly that amusing? Not at all. Continue, Chu Chun replied. I merely recalled a joke you told earlier and couldn't help myself, Muong. That he vaguely remembered the last humorous incident had occurred just 10 minutes prior. Could it be that this newly appointed god of greed possessed such a slow wit? Did gods truly operate in such a manner? Ever since he met Chu Chun, the newly appointed god of greed, Muong felt that the dark, sinful, and resentful image he held of gods had been shattered. However, he still found the other's words somewhat peculiar, tinged with a sense of deception. Yet, upon reflection, there was little reason for Chu Chun to mislead him in such matters, if anything appeared odd. It was the way Chu Chun regarded him. What was that look? Why did it seem as though he had something to say yet held back? Were it not for the absolute impossibility of overcoming Chu Chun, Muong would have relished the thought of engaging him in combat, if only. Just as Chu Chun was about to speak, his expression shifted suddenly and the next instant, the crimson star above began to tremble. As if a formidable force from the outside was fiercely tearing at reality, boom! A thunderous roar approached from afar, reverberating even after passing through layers of external barriers, resounding deafeningly. What is happening? Chu Chun's mind raced as he extended his consciousness outward. Beyond the crimson star, he beheld a colossal figure formed of thunder. Towering at an immense height, the giant wielded a thunderous warhammer, its eyes radiating golden light, reminiscent of an ancient deity risen from the mists of time, majestic and terrifying. The thunder god, Chu Chun's consciousness linked with the essence of greed, swiftly revealing the information he sought. The thunderous giant outside was indeed a mortal manifestation of the thunder god. Chapter 42. The facade of power. This is how a divine being should manifest among mortals. Observing the imposing presence of the thunder goddess' earthly incarnation, Chu Chun mused, if my current form is indeed a mortal embodiment, then I appear rather diminutive in comparison. He hesitated to take action, uncertain of the thunder goddess' intentions behind this commotion. Moreover, should he intervene, Qing Yin would likely seek him out. Her absence signified that his intervention was not yet warranted. Buzz, a ripple in space appeared. And then Qing Yin stepped through, cloaked in black. You just awakened your extraordinary abilities and are already traversing time and space. Chu Chun regarded Qing Yin with astonishment. The abilities associated with the rules were vast and varied. Not only spatial powers but temporal ones also existed. Yet, how long had it been since Qing Yin's awakening? If she were within the realm of extraordinary abilities, she likely hadn't even breached the first stage yet. My awakened abilities allow me to easily manipulate space, Qing Yin explained. While meditating, I sensed that consuming my innate lifespan could expedite my training. Thus, I simply burned a small portion. Chu Chun fell silent, a weight settling in his heart. After a moment, he gravely inquired, how much did you burn? For reasons unknown, he felt a premonition that Qing Yin had sacrificed a significant amount of her lifespan. Especially given her adeptness in wielding this newfound power, he had already formed a tentative hypothesis. This matter can wait for another discussion. Qing Yin shifted the topic. Currently, the thunder god's presence outside is clearly a provocation. At this point, Muong interjected, what shall we do? A divine being's mortal incarnation is practically invincible in this world. Qing Yin shook her head slightly, casting a glance at Chu Chun, and spoke softly. Even divine beings do not dare to claim invincibility, let alone a mere mortal incarnation. Sensing Qing Yin's gaze, Chu Chun offered, do you require my assistance? Not for the moment. Qing Yin waved her hand. The organization has its own methods to counter this unwelcome guest. Chu Chun's eyes flickered with understanding, remaining silent. It seemed that the Crimson Star organization possessed considerable capabilities to survive in a world dominated by gods. Indeed, the organization's reputation in the outside world was less than favorable. Perhaps the gods were indifferent, but without some means of self-protection, they would have long been branded heretics by the divine sections. Since they have stated that they do not require my assistance for the time being, I shall simply assume the role of a spectator and enjoy the spectacle. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the Crimson Star realm, the terrifying echoes of thunder reverberate in the surroundings. In the next moment, the furious roars generated by this boundless thunderous sound begin to resonate from the depths of the void. Greed God. Come forth, Chu Chen. A question mark floated above his head. They seek me? Such a grand display. Merely to find me. If you do not wish to emerge, I can initiate countermeasures. Qing Yin extended his right hand, and a purple triangular crystal appeared in his grasp. The crystal shimmered brilliantly, radiating a mysterious light akin to that of stars. No need. Since the other party is here to find me, I shall go out and take a look. Chu Chun gently shook his head and remarked softly, just a mortal incarnation, there's nothing to fear in a confrontation. The combat prowess of a deity is linked to their divinity. Essence, divine fire, and divine realm, a mortal incarnation, as the representative of a true deity walking among humans, possesses formidable strength and holds an inherent advantage over practitioners of the divine path. However, this advantage dissipates in the presence of Chu Chun. After all, the divine realm looms high above the starry sky, while the true deity's physical form resides within the divine realm. As the newly appointed Greed God, Chu Chun, at the demigod level, possesses a divine realm, essence, and divinity. Even though these foundations of divinity are on the brink of collapse, in this realm of mortals, he remains invincible. In other words, the mortal incarnations of deities cannot possibly contend with Chu Chen, unless the true deity themselves departs the divine realm to descend upon the mortal world. Otherwise, in this realm, hardly anyone can subdue Chu Chun. After all, his situation is unprecedented in millions of years. A rare flower born from extraordinary coincidence. Of course, Chu Chun is invincible in the mortal realm, but once he chooses to ignite his divine fire in the future, he may face a collective assault from the gods. However, that matters little. For Chu Chun, the divine path is not the only route available. Buzz. With a swift motion of his right hand, Chu Chun tore through space. In the next moment, he found himself in the void. He did not choose to disguise himself. Rather, he boldly appeared in the sight of the god of thunder. Is there any need for disguise? Here, he has no relatives or friends. Is there a necessity to evade risk through disguise? If the enemy can kill him, then disguise would be futile. If the enemy is no match for him, then he has no vulnerabilities for them to exploit, such as the confidence of a world orphan. As for the Crimson Star organization, they have come here seeking him. Why should he hide? You are the heir of the Greed God. The god of thunder boomed, addressing Chu Chun with his resonant voice. Simultaneously, a third eye of thunder appeared at the center of his brow. Since the other party did not choose to cower but instead made a direct appearance, he would exert his utmost effort to discern the hidden information surrounding the other. On the opposite side, Chu Chun frowned slightly as he regarded the third eye of the god of thunder. This sensation of being scrutinized was quite unpleasant. Thus, he gathered divine power, and a greed spear swiftly materialized in his hand. In the next moment, the spear flew forth, transforming into a streak of flowing light, aimed directly at the center of the god of thunder's mortal incarnation. Bang! A sound of explosion echoed, and the mortal incarnation of the god of thunder was instantly pierced by the greed spear, shattering into fragments. Chu Chun raised an eyebrow. Is the mighty mortal incarnation of the god of thunder truly this weak? Not only Chu Chun, but even Qing Yin and Muong within the Crimson Star realm were left bewildered. What is happening? The mortal incarnation of the god of thunder, so imposing and powerful. Could it be just a fade? Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, the gazes of numerous deities converged almost simultaneously, descending upon the region surrounding Chu Chun. When the mortal incarnation of the god of thunder unleashed its aura, they had already taken notice of this event. It was evident that the god of thunder sought to save face for everyone. Naturally, they would not let this opportunity slip by. However, they dared not observe Chu Chun directly, avoiding any unnecessary complications. Thus, casting their gazes was sufficient for them to glean a wealth of information. Chu Chun, a human, enjoys delectable food. Yet, when the gods employed their means to investigate the hidden information behind Chu Chun, The results yielded only these tidbits. Beyond that, there lay only a void of chaos. There was nothing. Not even the birthplace or upbringing of Chu Chun could be discerned, as if some supreme existence had obliterated all traces of his information. Chapter 43. A fight is inevitable. This business venture has incurred some losses. Within the realm of the God of Thunder, he sat in his thunderous battle robe, atop his divine throne, unlike the others who sat high above. The God of Thunder harbored his own thoughts. Destiny, you owe me, as his words fell. A figure shrouded in obscure energy, appearing hazy, materialized before him. It seemed that the fall of the greed god was a matter that transcended our imagination. The God of Destiny spoke calmly, yet his presence here indicated that his heart was far from tranquil. The God of Thunder waved his hand dismissively and said, "Spare me your words. I care not how the greed god fell. Just tell me, because of your request, I have lost a mortal incarnation. It could even provoke the hostility of an unknown entity, potentially placing my life in jeopardy. So, what shall we do about this matter?" Upon hearing this, the God of Destiny's voice began to reverberate, and after a moment, he spoke softly. "What do you require?" The God of Thunder's eyes flickered, and he inquired, "First, I need to know the results of your destiny divination this time." "I'm afraid not." "What do you mean?" "I have yet to conduct the destiny divination, thus I cannot provide you with the results." The God of Thunder was taken aback. "You, the esteemed God of Destiny, the deity most adept at divination, have not conducted a divination. What is going on? You do not conduct a divination, yet you draw the attention of the gods and gather their gazes upon the lower realms. What is your intent? Are you seeking a scapegoat?" "I was just about to conduct the divination when, inadvertently, I discovered the circumstances surrounding the gods' inquiries." The God of Destiny explained. "When all the gods are unable to glean any information, it signifies that my destiny divination will ultimately yield nothing." The God of Thunder. "You sly one, you caught a glimpse of something and then dared not proceed with the divination, did you? Yet you feign innocence here, attempting to deceive whom? If this condition cannot be met, then provide me with a batch of divine materials." The God of Thunder took a deep breath and stated, "I require divine materials ranging from deities to the supreme deities. Each type, no less than 1,000 pieces." The God of Destiny maintained a neutral expression and nodded. "Agreed. I also require 100,000 divine crystals." "Agreed. 500 hearts of belief." "Agreed. 100 fragments of rules." "Thunder, you are being excessive." The God of Destiny narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Just a frail mortal incarnation. Why demand so much?" The God of Thunder chuckled awkwardly and replied, 5 fragments of rules. No less." Upon hearing this, the God of Destiny fell silent. In the next moment, with a wave of his right hand, all the conditions proposed by the God of Thunder were laid out. Simultaneously, the figure of the God of Destiny vanished without a trace. Although this was the domain of the God of Thunder, the God of Destiny's elusive manner made it seem as if he were the true master here. With a demigod's physique, wavering divine fire, and waning essence, the God of Thunder's expression grew solemn as he contemplated. If that is the case, then the divine realm must be on the verge of collapse. Enjoying delicious food, combined with that compensation, should suffice. Within the realm of the God of Judgment, the matter drawing the attention of the gods could not have escaped the notice of the God of Judgment. Not only did he know, but upon observing everyone engaged in divination, he too attempted to glean insight. When he uncovered the shocking result, he could not help but wish to slap himself. Why must his hands be so reckless? Why could he not focus on an all-out battle with the God of Fire? Why must he concern himself with such peculiar matters? Now, it seems, a significant issue has arisen. If no one can uncover any information, it must have been erased. To erase it so thoroughly, this powered us enough to send chills down the spine of the gods. On the opposite side, the God of Fire keenly sensed the tumultuous emotions of the God of Judgment and suddenly understood. Just moments ago, he had received messages from several friends regarding Chu Chun. Indeed, his decision was correct. What sort of benevolent being could bring about the fall of the greed god? A bunch of fools. If they cannot even defeat the greed god, how dare they seek the mastermind behind it all? Are they truly fearless of death, or have their followers led them to believe they possess omnipotent power? God of Fire, come forth to battle. The God of Judgment roared, his white wings behind him radiating boundless light. He has contemplated thoroughly. The The gods are all engaged in divination and observation, and thus the opponent will not be able to discern his presence for the time being. Furthermore, upon realizing this, he swiftly erased everything within his capability. Therefore, at this juncture, it is essential to occupy himself with matters at hand, and the conflict with the god of flames is quite fortuitous. After the incident involving Chu Chun, he has come to an understanding. The death of the Pope of the Flame God sect, Luo Hai, may very well have some connection to Chu Chun, and that conniving wretch. The god of flames seeks to obfuscate the truth by instigating a confrontation, alleging that he harvested the Pope's soul. Humph. Yet, one must admit that this cunning fiend is rather astute. Alas, on the opposing side. The god of flames suddenly sighed deeply. In the next moment, a look of sorrow crossed his face as he waved his hand, extinguishing the flames behind him. The god of judgment, for some reason. A sense of foreboding surged within him. Even though the Pope is a treasure of mine, he remains merely a mortal. The god of flames spoke in a somber tone. For the sake of a mortal, our friendship has been shattered. This is fraught with disadvantages for us gods, yielding no benefits whatsoever. Moreover, due to our conflict, the two major sects in the lower realm have plunged into warfare, subjecting the faithful in the surrounding regions to untold suffering. In terms of compassion, my benevolent philosophy prevents me from wishing to witness such scenes. In terms of reason, this contradicts the rules of my divine realm. Thus, I have relinquished revenge, when vengeance only brings harm and no happiness. Renouncing it becomes a rational decision. The voice of the god of flames, filled with compassion, echoed throughout the realm of the gods, while the deities, having roughly deduced the truth, perceived the hidden malice lurking within the god of flames. This cunning old fox harbors a truly venomous heart, to declare war at a whim, to depart at a whim. Do you think this is a mere marketplace? The god of judgment raised his judgment sword, and the radiance surrounding him grew ever more brilliant. Even at this moment, a portion of the hidden power within the realm of judgment was summoned forth. Fight! Today, we must engage, even if it means igniting a divine war. This conflict must continue. Once the divine war commences, while there is a possibility of death, I will likely fall into a deep slumber. However, should the schemes of the god of flames succeed, what I stand to lose may be far more than a mere slumber. Chapter 44. The goodwill of the goddess of stars. The current situation, I believe you are well aware of. While the god of flames continues his performance, he communicates with the god of judgment. If you provide me with a heart of a judgment angel at the archangel level, I shall assist you in continuing this act, the god of judgment. So now we are not even pretending. After utilizing me for so long, you wish to discard me outright? Anyone can fabricate a reason. The god of judgment replied coldly, just as you strike me, I must retaliate if I strike you. Would you not resist? Hearing this, the god of flames chuckled derisively, sensing that the god of judgment still possesses a touch of naivety. Placing too much importance on pride, be why the witness of the gods. From this day forth, my entire flame god sect shall enter. The voice of the god of flames reverberated throughout the realm of the gods, causing the expression of the god of judgment to shift. He understood this commotion all too well. Typically, such declarations following the commencement of a divine war signify an admission of defeat on the battlefield, followed by the announcement of sealing the divine realm. If the god of flames and his subordinate deities seal their divine realm, the god of judgment would find it quite impossible to continue this war. After all, he did not intend to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the god of flames, nor did they harbor any deep-seated enmity. But is it truly necessary to seal the divine realm outright? Must it be so grandiose? I give you, the god of judgment said helplessly. Seeking another deity of equal standing to participate in this charade would come at a different price. Comparatively, it seems more prudent to choose the god of flames. Yet, this time the god of flames has deceived him, and he shall remember it. My entire flame god sect shall enter a state of war. The god of flames abruptly shifted his tone, his previously calm and compassionate demeanor transforming into one of ferocity, the back-and-forth performance resembling madness, causing the corners of the god of judgment's mouth to twitch. Judgment, since you wish for battle, then I shall accompany you to the very end. With that declaration, the flames surrounding the god of flames erupted into boundless heat, instantly warping the surrounding void. Judgment soared. Opposite him, the god of judgment, filled with fury, unleashed his ultimate move. If we are to perform, let us perform in full. Of course, how much of this act remains to be determined. As the words were barely uttered before the grand display commenced, I in the Crimson Star realm, is it truly over? Muong gazed at the returning Chu Chun, a look of puzzlement on his face. Please do not ask me such questions. I am just as bewildered, Chu Chun replied. I had anticipated at least a skirmish. After I obliterated the incarnation of the god of thunder, he would be enraged and send forth an even stronger incarnation one after another, until finally, something monumental. In truth, he had already devised a plan. If the god of thunder possessed any formidable moves beyond his capacity to counter, he would return to the Crimson Star realm. Then, he would sacrifice all his cultivation, allowing the god of thunder to experience the sensation of the god of greed. Following that, he would sacrifice the god of thunder as well, exchanging it for his own cultivation. Once the dust settled, he would begin attempting to exploit the loophole. If successful, it would signal the end of the god's prosperous days. The world would inevitably witness the downfall of deities. Should he fail to exploit the loophole, it mattered not. The god of thunder is still a principal deity, and he would at least retain the strength of a top-tier demigod. In any case, he would not suffer losses. Moreover, considering the substantial rule rewards bestowed upon him recently by the primordial consciousness, he could offset the erosion of rules, and perhaps even ascend to the realm of true deities. Thus, when confronted with the god of thunder, he felt a stirring desire to act. Yet his battle with the incarnate form of the god of thunder concluded in this manner. To be honest, it left him feeling slightly disappointed. However, during a conversation with his alternate self in the realm of abilities, the latter advised him against hastily attempting to exploit the world's loopholes. He should wait for an appropriate time to do so. After all, sacrificing time and space is far more perilous than engaging in the realm of abilities, and the forces of humanity in that realm are considerably stronger. In contrast, in the realm of sacrifice, he possesses nothing but his own strength. Therefore, the realm of abilities offers a more robust margin for error. Should complications arise, there would still be time for remedy. However, in the realm of sacrifice, those in the know understand. Muong agreed. That is precisely what I was thinking. Yet the mighty god of thunder, is this all he has? Nearby, Qing Yin raised an eyebrow and remarked, Your perception of the god of thunder's incarnate form as weak is merely a reflection of Chu Chin's superior strength. Were it you, I dare say a mere sneeze from the god of thunder could snuff out your life, Muong. Your words carry a semblance of truth. He remains acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the gods. Should a god choose to kill him, they likely need not lift a finger. I believe it would be wise for you to exercise caution. Qing Yin spoke with a grave expression. The god of thunder? As one of the most powerful principal deities, I believe his appearance here cannot possibly conclude with such a theatrical denouement. To dispatch an incarnation merely to meet a demise. What sort of behavior is that? Therefore, I suspect he must harbor deeper schemes. As he spoke, Qing Yin paused momentarily, then added solemnly, Should you encounter the god of thunder's machinations in the future and feel unable to cope, do not hesitate to inform me. While I may not be able to provide substantial assistance, I can offer some minor aid. Chu Chen nodded slightly, then began to speak. All right, just as he was speaking. Suddenly the space beside them trembled violently. Who? Chu Chen waved his hand, powerful divine energy instantly severing the surrounding space. Buzzing. Above the Crimson Star realm, the crimson star that spanned the heavens trembled slightly. In the next moment, a figure adorned in celestial robes, wearing a starry veil, radiating an air of mystery and nobility, descended from the sky. It was the goddess of stars, who provided protection for their organization. Qing Yin observed the celestial phenomenon above and explained. It is likely the god of thunder's arrival has alerted the goddess of stars. He refrained from uttering reassurances to Chu Chen. Were he in Chu Chen's position, he would undoubtedly feel even more anxious. Having just driven away one deity, another now approaches. Although the gods are not of the same faction, who truly understands the intricate relationships among them? Aside from the gods themselves, Chu Chen, greetings. The goddess of stars emerged from the heavens, barefoot and stepping gracefully, each step blooming with radiant starlight. There is no need for you to feel apprehensive. I come bearing goodwill, as well as an apology from the god of thunder. He is aware that his actions have caused you some distress, and thus has entrusted me to deliver his compensation. at the same time. He prepared a magnificent feast of thunder, entrusting me to deliver it to you, hoping that this gesture would convey his apologies and deep sense of guilt. As soon as the words left his lips, a star lotus, adorned with glimmering starlight, began to drift gracefully towards the location of Chu Qian. Chapter 45. Seeking transformation, Chu Qian gazed at the star lotus that approached him slowly, its interior seeming to harbor a hidden paradise. A glance revealed a staggering array of splendid divine materials and resources piled high, dazzling to the eyes. At the heart of the star lotus lay a table laden with dishes that sparkled with various colors of thunder. The food, resembling exquisite delicacies in appearance and color, raised a question in his mind. The constant flickering of the thunder's radiance made him wonder if it truly was delectable in the divine realm. The god of thunder was not only a formidable deity but also an unparalleled gourmand. The goddess of stars seemed to perceive Chu Qian's thoughts and smiled gently as she remarked, "Especially the way he infuses the rules of thunder into the food while maintaining purity and balance, a feat unmatched by any in the divine realm." The food interspersed with the rules of thunder also possessed a subtle refining effect on the physical body. As she spoke, the goddess of stars cast a sidelong glance at Muong and said with a grin, "For instance, if he were to take a bite, his body could directly leap to a higher state. After such a leap, withstanding his previous attacks would be no challenge." Muong, "Is that a compliment? After all, he has yet to change his faith and remains a follower of the goddess of stars." Indeed, the goddess of stars was known for her gentle demeanor, and she would not disparage her followers lightly, even if this particular follower was not exceedingly devout. "The divine materials on the left can be used to construct your divine kingdom within," the goddess of stars remarked, seemingly aware of Muang's inner thoughts, yet she understood his occasional whimsical notions. "The materials on the right, however, pertain to the essence of divine rank and are exceedingly rare." Originally, the god of thunder intended to personally offer his apologies, but considering his recent indiscretion, he entrusted me to convey his regrets instead. Opposite him, Chu Qian did not immediately reach for the items on the star lotus. "Do you have a good relationship with the god of thunder?" "Not particularly good, yet not bad either," he replied. The goddess of stars chuckled softly. "I maintain a low profile in the divine realm, and various disputes seldom affect me. Due to personal beliefs, my relations with the various factions of gods are rather amicable." Chu Qian nodded slightly, understanding that her strength was such that even in the event of conflict among the gods, she would not be drawn into it. Otherwise, it would be implausible for mere discretion to shield her from the flames of war. Only an overwhelming power that instilled fear in both sides could result in such a scenario, coupled with the absence of conflicts of interest or provocation. "This is the area I protect," the goddess of stars stated, waving her hand to send Qing Yan and Muong away, then softly added, "You are quite mysterious, and an unfathomable mystery often signifies considerable trouble. Under normal circumstances, I would not permit you to remain here. The Crimson Star is still too weak. A star of such diminutive stature cannot yet genuinely appear in the sight of the gods." Pausing for a moment, the goddess of stars continued, "However, you are different. I see boundless vitality within you. Perhaps you will bring about a unique growth for the Crimson Star. I have also reviewed the so-called theory of extraordinary abilities. This theory and cultivation system may indeed introduce a refreshing change to this long-dormant world." Upon hearing this, Chu Qian furrowed his brow slightly, for the core ideology of the Crimson Star organization was to overthrow the rule of the gods. Despite her apparent disinterest in worldly affairs, the goddess of stars remained a deity at heart. Thus, her lofty expectations for the Crimson Star organization left him somewhat baffled. "Are you curious as to why I protect the Crimson Star?" the goddess of stars asked with a slight smile, her gaze lifting to the heavens. "Clearly, the purpose of the Crimson Star is to rebel against the gods, of which I am one. Why protection of those who seek to oppose me may seem peculiar. If I were to say that I once journeyed alongside the founder of the Crimson Star, exploring the mortal realm and witnessing the myriad of worldly experiences," the goddess of stars paused, then abruptly changed her tone, exclaiming, "Such fanciful tales you would surely not believe. If I were to employ such a narrative to deceive you, it would serve no purpose, and no living being in this world would betray their own kin. While some may seek excitement, it is certainly not the gods who reign over the divine realm." Just then, Chu Qian looked at the goddess of stars and softly said, "So, is it because of external enemies?" Having studied history, he could surmise from her words that such odd occurrences could only arise from an invasion by outside forces. It was only when enemies that the gods could not contend with invaded that certain deities would seek to explore changes, whether internally or externally, to bolster their strength and achieve victory on the battlefield. Indeed, the goddess of stars replied calmly, "The invasion of external enemies is as you have guessed. Are you an external enemy?" As her voice trailed off, the divine halo behind the goddess of stars erupted in brilliance, and within her eyes, scenes of the world cycles and the dissolution of stars unfolded. "I am not." Chu Chun shook his head, asserting that he had never had the intention to invade this world. Besides, how could one person invade? Most importantly, he had come to enhance the world's strength by imparting the path of extraordinary abilities. "I believe you are not either," the goddess of stars said with a smile. One who garners the attention of the primordial consciousness, even receiving its blessings, cannot possibly be an invader. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun involuntarily twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, "Since you have discerned this, why ask me?" "Just a casual inquiry. What if the primordial consciousness were to overlook it and not recognize the truth? As a deity, should one not show some respect towards the primordial consciousness? After all, it is the primordial consciousness. Are you not concerned that a bolt of lightning might strike down and unleash divine retribution?" Upon the star lotus lay the god of thunder's offering. The goddess of stars shifted her gaze and suddenly remarked, "And the star lotus is my expression of gratitude for your selfless impartation of the path of extraordinary abilities. Are you certain you do not want it?" As she spoke, the goddess of stars paused, then shook her head, saying, "No matter. I understand your caution. This star lotus will remain here for a year. Should you require it, you may come and collect it at any time. After a year, I shall consider it as if you have declined the god of thunder's offering. At that time, I will reclaim these items. Of course, these divine materials are still quite precious, since the god of thunder has gifted them to you, and you have, in your own way, passed them on to me. I shall take it upon myself to deliver a lesson to the god of thunder, thus avenging today's grievances." Chu Chun. This goddess of stars certainly exhibits considerable variability. Moreover, did she not just claim her relationship with the god of thunder was somewhat comparable? To take the gifts of another and then to strike them this. It is no wonder she is capable of mediating disputes among others, for in terms of both strength and audacity, he feels utterly inferior. Chapter 46. A great opportunity. One accept this offering, Chu Chun asserted, shifting the focus of the conversation. "Yet what I value most is not this. I am quite curious." Before he could finish his sentence, the goddess of stars suddenly stretched her limbs. "Well, it is about time for my incarnation to return. After all, I have been away for quite a while, and it would not bode well. I look forward to our next meeting, and hope that by then, you shall bring me even greater surprises." With these words, the incarnation of the goddess of stars dissipated into countless twinkling particles, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Did she guess what I was going to ask, thus making her exit? Chu Chun pondered as he gazed at the spot where the goddess of stars had vanished, his brow furrowing slightly. He was indeed quite curious about the enemy she had mentioned. However, before he could voice his question, she had already departed. In that moment, he was left uncertain whether the goddess of stars was unable to speak, or if she had intentionally left him in suspense to pique his curiosity. "The goddess has departed?" Moments later, Muong and Qing Yin hurried back. "She has left." Chu Chun turned and inquired, "Where were you two teleported to just now?" Upon hearing this, Muong responded, "We were directly transported by the goddess to a void outside the Crimson Star realm. Thankfully, my strength is sufficient, allowing us to return safely. Otherwise, considering Qing Yan's recent self-inflicted loss of power, we would likely have perished there." "You mentioned the goddess." Nearby, Qing Yan playfully struck Muong on the head, interrupting his intended remarks. "Muong, come, let us pray together. Praise the goddess." As he spoke, Qing Yan shot Muong a series of frantic glances. "Are you foolish? The goddess has only just departed. But do you truly believe she cannot hear what is said here? Although the goddess is magnanimous, your complaints might have been noticed, and she may well wish to put you in a bit of discomfort." Observing the two with amusement, Chu Chun couldn't help but chuckle aloud. However, to speak candidly, given the demeanor displayed by the goddess of stars before him, he felt it was entirely reasonable to exercise discretion and impose some minor inconveniences upon Muong. After all, The goddess of stars had no qualms about striking the god of thunder when he so desired, let alone a mere follower, Muong. Would you care to indulge in a delicacy prepared by the god of thunder himself? Chu Chun remarked with a smile after their prayers concluded. In the next moment, a dish shimmering with violet lightning materialized in his hands. As Muong sensed the formidable thunderous energy emanating from Chu Chun, he could not help but swallow hard. He thought to himself that even the residual waves generated by this dish could potentially inflict severe injuries upon him. Should he consume it and allow the thunderous power to run rampant within him? Would he not be cooked to perfection? This is an extraordinary opportunity for you. Qing Yin chuckled, then gestured for Muong to partake. He understood Chu Chen's intentions, harboring concerns that the god of thunder's culinary creation might conceal some unknown trickery. Even with the goddess of stars, Chu Chun held reservations. Yet, this was not a matter of substantial concern. Had the goddess not referenced Muong as an example, he would have hesitated to allow Muong to sample a delicacy crafted by a deity. However, since the goddess had spoken and even disclosed the outcome, there was nothing to fear. Go put it bluntly, even if the goddess and the god of thunder did conspire against Chu Chen, they would hardly embed their machinations within this dish. It was more respectful to comply. Muong clasped his hands together and then gazed at the extraordinary dish, forged from the laws of thunder and divine materials. With a look of fearless determination, charge forth. What cannot kill me shall ultimately make me stronger. Holding on to this thought, Muong strode forward boldly, grasping the dish and shoving it into his mouth. In mere moments, he devoured the exquisite creation, which had consumed a considerable amount of the god of thunder's energy and resources. Buzzing. Soon, powerful waves of thunder began to ripple outward from Muong's physical form. Boom! In the heavens above, a flash of lightning flickered. In the next instant, bolts of thunder rained down relentlessly upon Muong's position. Outside, the thunder tempered his body. Chu Chun stood not far away, observing intently for a moment before softly stating, "There is also thunderous energy coursing within him. The savage power of thunder, under the dual methods of external and internal tempering, achieved a peculiar equilibrium. The culinary prowess of the god of thunder was indeed deserving of the goddess of stars' praise." Beside him, Qing Yin also expressed astonishment, as he could distinctly feel Muong's physical strength escalating at a terrifying pace. The faint tempering effect mentioned by the goddess of stars, when applied to Muong, would yield transformations beyond imagination. After all, for deities, even the remnants they cast aside could be treasures of unparalleled value to cultivators of the divine path. Moreover, the god of thunder's culinary creations were rare treasures among the gods. Some deities might even yearn for such delicacies, yet find them unattainable. The Red Star Organization is likely a pawn casually set in motion by the goddess of stars, Chu Chun mused after a moment of silence. "I am aware," Qing Yin replied with a slight nod, speaking calmly. "Since I joined the organization and received the divine power of the goddess of stars, embarking on the path of divinity, I suspected this all along." Though this statement sounded somewhat humble, at least, they still possessed a value worth being treated as pawns, did they not? Pausing for a moment, Qing Yin continued in a wistful tone, "With such limited strength, to be regarded as a pawn by a deity is, in a sense, a stroke of fortune. As long as the organization endures and the core principles remain intact, there is still hope for the future. Moreover, we have now acquired the path of extraordinary abilities, have we not?" With that, Qing Yin turned his gaze toward Chu Chun. Although his entire form was shrouded in dark clothing, Chu Chun could sense the brilliant smile illuminating Qing Yin's face. Compared to the past, their current situation was already significantly improved. As long as it was better than before, what was there to be dissatisfied about? For those living in this world, especially those who had opened their eyes to recognize the problems at hand, how utterly despairing that must be. Chu Chun observed Muong, who was engulfed in thunder and roaring ecstatically, and was suddenly moved by the moment. Qing Yin remained silent, standing beside him, gazing at the relentless bolts of lightning descending from the skies. Unlike their previous uncertainty regarding the correctness of their path or the validity of their beliefs, they were not despondent in the slightest now. After all, some of the predecessors of the Red Star Organization had boldly pressed forward, driven only by their inner faith and aspirations, willing to sacrifice their very lives for the cause. Those pioneers had no way of knowing whether the path they tread was indeed the right one. Ahahaha! Suddenly, Mu Eng's joyous laughter rang out from the heart of the lightning storm. What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. Is it not merely the tempering of the body through thunder? Bring it on. Chapter 47. The seed has been sown upon hearing this. Chu Chun raised an eyebrow. With a flicker of thought, he selected another dish of thunderous delicacies for Mu Ong. Wait. Qing Yin interjected, immediately halting him. When Mu Ong exclaims bring it on, it is merely his body's instinctive self-soothing response under the overwhelming pain. Should he endure another wave, he is likely to be rendered utterly incapacitated. Chu Chen retorted, but he seemed so delighted, boasting with such vigor. It almost made me believe that the lightning was insufficient. And Mu Ong was requesting even more, sighing. As he set aside the dish of thunderous delicacies, Qing Yin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He would need to remind Mu Ong to refrain from boasting in front of Chu Chen, lest he be taken seriously. I am quite curious about the status of your goddess of stars in your realm. Just then, the voice of the extraordinary Chu Chen rang out. If she is still alive, she would likely be among the most elite of beings. Chu Chen glanced at him and replied, from earlier until now, the extraordinary Chu Chen has been quietly observing. It was only the sudden appearance of the goddess of stars that caused me to lose interest in the unfolding events surrounding extraordinary Mu Ong. After dismissing the other party with a few words, I grabbed a bottle of soda and a bag of seeds to enjoy a proper snack. Therefore, all that the goddess of stars said was duly noted. Of course, the goddess herself remains blissfully unaware of this. The deities from your realm have likely lived for countless years, the extraordinary Chu Chen remarked. If they are still alive, then indeed, after such an extensive existence, even a pig would have evolved into an unparalleled powerhouse. After a brief pause, the extraordinary Chu Chen continued, in your realm, has there been any invasion by external foes? If so, will we be affected as well? After all, we exist in parallel dimensions. It would be surprising if there were no unexpected developments. Chu Chen gently shook his head and replied, I am not certain I intended to inquire about this matter. But the goddess of stars slipped away before I could. The extraordinary Chu Chen waved his hand dismissively. No worries. The president knows much. I'll find time to ask. He was not particularly concerned about this issue. On one hand, the most pressing crisis facing Huaxia today was the invasion of extraordinary beasts. Should the Eastern Peak defense line be breached and the suppressed titans be freed, Huaxia would face its greatest threat in history. Even if formidable enemies emerged, they would be of no consequence to them. If they could not even handle extraordinary beasts, why contemplate further? On the other hand, the so-called formidable foes had yet to make an appearance in the public eye. Either they had been thwarted or were entangled in other matters. In any case, whatever the situation, it had little bearing on them in the short term. Given this, why stress? It was possible that even in a century, they might not encounter these so-called formidable foes. However, to be frank, your leader from the Red Star organization is quite entertaining. The extraordinary Chu Chen remarked with a smile. Go praise the goddess of stars in the presence of you. The deity of greed. How peculiar does that sound? You may very well be one of the few deities in your realm whose followers possess a flexible approach to the boundaries of faith. Chu Chen responded. He had no particular expectations regarding these matters. A little belief could provide some power of faith, which was something. After all, the flaws of the divine path were evident. If one relied too heavily on it, they would inevitably be influenced by their followers in the future. Those who could elevate you to the heights of divinity could just as easily bring about your downfall. All right, I've lingered long enough. The officials are likely waiting outside impatiently. The extraordinary Chu Chen said, I must attend to my duties for now. We shall reconnect when time permits. Chu Chen nodded slightly, and the two concluded their conversation. At the same time, Chu Chen extended his divine consciousness, beginning a meticulous examination of Mu Eng's entire being. He relished fine cuisine, but he did not indulge in gluttony, until he was certain there were no issues. He would not touch the god of thunder's offering. Just because it was called a gift did not mean it was truly so. He had never interacted with those lofty deities. Even if he had, he remained unsure of their true natures. He was still too young and inexperienced. Thus, all he could do was proceed with caution. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months later, the Red Star organization had successfully completed the transition to a new faith throughout its entirety. A small faction of unwavering believers in the goddess of stars has consciously chosen to abstain from practicing meditation techniques. Of course, due to widely known reasons, the foundational meditation methods and the awakening rituals for supernatural abilities have still leaked from the Crimson Star organization. The higher echelons of the divine cults quickly discerned the immense potential concealed within the path of supernatural powers, as well as the grave consequences that would ensue if such knowledge were to proliferate extensively. A single misstep could alter the entire global landscape. Consequently, the vast majority of cults treat the path of supernatural abilities with great caution. Some even categorize it as a forbidden sorcery. Those endowed with supernatural powers are viewed as malevolent beings from beyond the celestial realm. Anyone discovered practicing such abilities is invariably branded as a demon and subjected to pyre executions. Yet, in the realm of mortals, there exist a few cults that do not reject the dissemination of supernatural powers. Notably the Thunder God cult and the Wisdom God cult. The Thunder God remains indifferent to all of this, while the Wisdom God posits that the path of supernatural abilities is merely a derivative of the divine way. Although the two paths are vastly different, the essence of all power in the world stems from the divine way. Supernatural abilities are ultimately just a variant of it. Presently, aside from the realms governed by the Flame God cult and the Judgment God cult, the overall atmosphere of the mortal realm has begun to shift gradually. Qingyan sits at a central dining table, consuming her meal while explaining the recent circumstances of the mortal realm to Chu Qian. The seeds of awakening have already been sown. Now, it is merely a matter of allowing them time to sprout. I believe this period will not be prolonged. After all, the methods employed by the divine cults to suppress heresy are undeniably brutal. Such brutality inevitably breeds decay and tyranny. The downtrodden, having lost their homes and families, resort to cultivating supernatural powers as a desperate measure to gain the strength to resist. Yet, they continue to be hunted and oppressed. In the end, they have no choice but to open their eyes to the world. Chu Chun picks up a piece of thousand-layer tofu and inquires, "I've noticed an increasing number of visitors from the Crimson Star realm lately. This is only the beginning. 3 months is a brief period for the formation and fermentation of such a significant trend. Of course, he has not been idle during these 3 months. Tio disseminate the comprehensive theories and techniques of supernatural abilities and combat methods. He even organized a grand class on supernatural powers. Conducted in the central square of the Crimson Star, it consists of 2 sessions each day, with each session lasting 2 hours. After thoroughly propagating the path of supernatural abilities, he received 5 rewards of primordial consciousness, large and small. With one of the smallest rewards, he verified the reparations from the Thunder God and the gifts from the Goddess of Stars. The primordial consciousness provided an affirmative answer. There is no issue. It can be used boldly. Thus, upon finishing his meal, he prepared to enter seclusion to utilize the divine materials compensated by the Thunder God to repair his divine realm and divine essence, while stabilizing his own greedy divinity. Chapter 48. Repairing the Divine Way. Indeed, this is just the beginning. Qingyan nodded slightly and remarked, "I have a premonition that in the near future, the vast expanse of the Crimson Star realm will become constricted due to the influx of numerous individuals." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun softly asked, "How should this matter be resolved? Should we continue to expand the Crimson Star realm in the void, or considered alternative methods? Given the present circumstances, the future influx of individuals into the Crimson Star realm will only increase with the popularization of supernatural powers. Therefore, expanding the Crimson Star realm incurs significant costs and is also a considerable waste of time, leading me to believe that the organization requires a foothold in the mortal realm. Do you have a plan?" "Currently, I possess only a rough outline of a plan, lacking in detail." Qingyan's gaze shifted as she spoke. "I will need some time to rectify the plan's flaws and make necessary arrangements for the foundational projects in the mortal realm. The source of the gods' power lies in their followers, and the essence of those followers is the land. We reside in this small corner of the Crimson Star realm. Even if the gods are aware of us, they will not trouble us out of respect for the Goddess of Stars. However, once land disputes arise, the situation changes dramatically. Throughout the annals of divine history, has there ever been a conflict among the gods not rooted in territorial disputes? Therefore, this matter requires utmost caution." Opposite her, Chu Chun pondered for a moment, then gravely stated, "When arranging the land plan, you may exclude the Goddess of Stars. If circumstances permit, it may even be prudent to designate her as an adversary. Since the source of the gods' power is the land, any future actions taken by the Crimson Star organization regarding land will undoubtedly provoke a backlash from the gods. Regardless of how broad-minded and far-sighted the Goddess of Stars may be, Ultimately, one's position influences their perspective. Although the goddess of stars perceives her role differently from the other gods, until we clarify the situation, we must remain vigilant. This matter has crossed my mind as well. Qing Yin took a deep breath and softly replied, "As for the goddess, I will take your advice into account, considering her as both a neutral party and an adversary in separate scenarios." Upon hearing this, Chu Chun nodded slightly, and after finishing his meal, he rose to leave. With the meal concluded, it is time to attend to more pressing matters. At present, I am merely a demigod. The power of faith is not particularly significant to me. Therefore, I shall commence with the repair of my divine essence. Next, I will address the divine realm, and finally, my divine nature. After arriving at his new residence, Chu Chun briefly outlined his upcoming tasks. In the next moment, a vast wave of primordial energy began to spread throughout the room, buzzing, as if sensing the impending repair. The greedy divine essence began to tremble slightly, soon, according to the recorded methods of repair within the divine essence. Chu Chun mobilized his strength and commenced the refinement of the surrounding primordial materials. Even in the divine realm, primordial materials are incredibly precious. After all, treasures that can enhance the foundation of a divine essence or even heal divine injuries are not to be taken lightly. Yet, at this moment, such priceless materials were at Chu Chun's disposal like cabbages, allowing for extensive refinement and integration. Should the deities of the divine realm witness this, they would likely lament in despair. Furious at Chu Chun for squandering such resources, batches of primordial materials were absorbed into the divine essence. The once crumbling and dissipating greedy divine essence began to stabilize gradually. The flickering aura of annihilation within the divine essence seemed to vanish under the suppression of the primordial energy. Is the effect truly this pronounced? Chu Chun's eyes glimmered as he contemplated in this light. The Thunder God is indeed a magnanimous individual. If an opportunity arises in the future, I must express my gratitude to him properly. With the divine essence stabilized and devoid of collapse risks, it was time to construct the divine realm. The requirements are not high. With the divine essence achieving such stability, it is sufficient to ensure it does not exude an aura of imminent collapse. As Chu Chun contemplated, he began to mobilize divine materials to construct his divine realm. This dilapidated, greedy divine realm, befitting of Chu Chun's demigod level, was in utter disarray. However, the stabilization of his divine essence allowed Chu Chun's perception to grow more potent, enabling him to discern the core of the divine realm that had previously eluded him. From a distance, the core of the divine realm flickered with vibrant colors at times, while at others, it appeared gray and withered. Judged solely from an artistic perspective, it might indeed qualify as a piece of art possessing a beauty in its destruction. Yet, for a god, such a core of divine realm is undeniably breathtaking. A single misstep could lead to the shattering of the core, causing this already crumbling yet somehow resilient divine realm to collapse in an instant. The difference between possessing a divine realm and lacking one as a demigod is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The evaluation of primordial consciousness rings true. The divine essence, divine realm, and divine nature are perilously close to total collapse, teetering on the edge of the final straw that breaks the camel's back. After gaining a meticulous understanding of the divine way within himself, Chu Chun could not help but sigh. Though he felt this way, his hands continued to work diligently on the repairs. It would be truly comical if the divine realm were to collapse just as he was preparing for repairs. Even though he does not intend to rely entirely on the divine way, why limit its potential if it can be strengthened? How did the Thunder God ascertain my general situation? After exhausting all divine materials, Chu Chun discovered that his divine realm had achieved a basic level of stability. Though it still appeared dilapidated and lacked the majesty expected of a divine realm, at the very least, it would not tremble at the slightest disturbance, nor would it collapse imminently. Yet, how did the Thunder God calculate the exact amount of divine materials needed? Was it a matter of deduction? If all goes well? It seems one cannot help but commend the main god. After all these years, even a brief encounter with me allowed him to deduce my circumstances with remarkable accuracy. It appears that in future confrontations with deities, unless absolutely necessary, one must exercise caution. Above the gods, although I can exchange one for one, if this fact were to be discovered and a group of deities were to arrive without giving me a moment to react, extinguishing me in an instant, that would be truly embarrassing. After concluding his repair project, Chu Chun quietly pondered. However, before he could reflect for long, he suddenly felt a slight tremor in his sea of consciousness. In the next instant, a gray star appeared within his consciousness, standing rigidly beside a purple star. As for the unsolicited arrival of the gray star, the purple star seemed somewhat displeased. It then forcefully collided with the gray star twice, sending it sprawling to the other side before returning to its original position with a sense of satisfaction. Is this a new parallel dimension? Chu Chan chose to ignore the situation of the purple star assaulting the gray star and murmured softly, "What kind of world could this new parallel dimension be?" Chapter 49. New Dimension. Chu Chun. Is it necessary to inject spiritual energy? After sensing the gray star, he furrowed his brow slightly. The dimension represented by the purple star, with its extraordinary abilities, allowed him to easily open a communication channel, as long as his counterpart in that dimension consented, coupled with an almost imperceptible trace of spiritual force. The channel would be established. With their current power, a casual conversation was entirely feasible. There was no need to worry about the depletion of spiritual energy, as the energy required to maintain the channel was less than what they could recover. However, this gray star demanded an initial injection of spiritual energy to sustain the communication channel. How to put it? New demands are acceptable. He merely hoped that this new dimension would not disappoint him. With this thought, Chu Chan directed his formidable spiritual energy towards the location of the gray star, which greedily consumed every ounce he offered like an insatiable beast. Not satisfied? Moments later, observing the unchanged gray star, Chu Chan raised an eyebrow slightly. Yet at that instant, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Whoosh! A streak of light surged forth from within the purple star, abruptly severing the spiritual energy that Chu Chan was transmitting. In an instant, the torrent of his spiritual force returned to him. Does it mean I can no longer inject spiritual energy? Chu Chan felt a twinge of confusion. Aside from the earlier incident of the purple star thrashing the gray star, this was the second anomaly presented by the purple star. What does it signify? Is it beginning to vie for attention? Is it preventing me from exploring a new dimension? Could it be that the purple star within my consciousness possesses its own thoughts? Before Chu Chen's mind could spiral into negative conjectures, the purple star suddenly leaped down. In the next moment, the purple star appeared in the realm of the gray star, launching a frenzied assault akin to a phantom. Astonishingly, as the purple star rained blows upon the gray star, new colors began to emerge on its surface. Yellow. Under the relentless onslaught of the purple star, the gray star was transforming into a yellow star. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Once the last vestige of gray energy was obliterated from the yellow star by the purple star, it gradually ceased its actions, leisurely swimming back to its own domain as if it were a novice in the water. So, is this what it means to be punished? A strange thought arose in Chu Chen's mind. The star, a nexus of dimensions. Must this nexus be beaten into submission to ensure compliance? While pondering this, he began to inject spiritual energy into the yellow star. Despite the considerable demand for spiritual energy compared to the extraordinary dimension, it was a minor issue for Chu Chan at this point. Soon, a projection linking the two dimensions materialized before him. "Brother, greetings." Chu Chun restrained his expression, offering a smile he deemed amicable. Across from him, the new dimension's Chu Chan gazed at the sudden projection of another self, his expression shifting slightly. Yet perhaps due to his strong inner fortitude, he quickly regained composure, controlling his demeanor. "Hello." The new dimension's Chu Chan waved his right hand, inquiring amiably, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" As he spoke, Chu Chun casually pressed a red device located near the leg of the table. "What purpose?" "Chu Chun, I am you." He elucidated, "though I am another version of you from a different dimension." Before long, Chu Chun succinctly explained the nature of their relationship while also detailing the sacrificial dimension he hailed from. "Your dimension sounds quite extraordinary." The new dimension's Chu Chun maintained a neutral expression, his tone gentle as he asked, "What is your status in your dimension?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chin chuckled. "Me? I am a god who has joined the resistance against the deities." The new dimension's Chu Chun paused momentarily, his expression brightening further. Initially thinking he had merely encountered a cultist, it now appeared he had stumbled upon a significant figure. What cultist would dare to label themselves a god? Only the leader among cultists would possess the audacity to self-proclaim as such. Right? Rumors suggest that cultists are all madmen, and it seems to hold true that a god who has joined the resistance against deities. Doesn't he that sound rather absurd? If the other truly is a god, would a god rebel against another god? Ridiculous. Perhaps only a madman would consider such notions reasonable. I should have anticipated your arrival. The New Dimension's Chu Chun was in the midst of his performance when suddenly, the doorbell rang. It must be the takeout I ordered earlier. I'll go fetch it. With that, the New Dimension's Chu Chun stood and walked toward the door. Hello, is this Mr. Chu with the last 4 digits 0987? A male voice rang out clearly from outside. Yes, that's me. The New Dimension's Chu Chun nodded slightly, and just as he opened the door, the delivery person abruptly yanked him outside. In the next moment, the delivery person's attire began to transform in the blink of an eye. A figure clad in black armor, exuding a palpable aura of bloodlust, appeared before Chu Chun. Stay behind me, if a fight breaks out. Don't hesitate. Run immediately, the armored man instructed solemnly, his expression gravely serious. Thus far, he had detected no abnormal energy signatures within the house. If this student named Chu Chun had not reported a false alarm, it suggested that the lurking cultists nearby were exceptionally powerful. There was a significant chance he may not be a match for them. Do you think the person beside you is powerful? Chu Chun inquired with a smile, choosing to remain silent thereafter, merely observing the unfolding scene. In different dimensions, he exhibited varied reactions. As long as he doesn't resort to immediate self-harm, he could understand it. After all, times have changed, and the response of his counterpart in the parallel dimension to such unexpected circumstances would surely differ greatly. What's wrong? The armored man, sensing something amiss with the New Dimension's Chu Chun, glanced warily around while asking. The person who looks just like me is asking me if I'm powerful, and how did you respond? I haven't replied yet. Then answer him. All right. The New Dimension's Chu Chun nodded slightly and then stated. As one of the guardians of our city, this esteemed individual beside me possesses the power to effortlessly shatter a small mountain with a single punch. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun burst into laughter, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Though you know how strong I am. I don't care how strong you are. Before the Guardians, you should not be so presumptuous. The New Dimension's Chu Chun retorted coldly, hiding behind the armored man. Observing his counterpart's display of bravado, Chu Chun couldn't help but tease. If I wished, with a mere thought, I could drain the oceans, extinguish the moonlight, and cause the stars to fall. The New Dimension's Chu Chun, that the cultist across from him truly had an exaggerated sense of self-importance. Why not claim you could destroy the world? Chapter 50. False. All false. Why the grim expression? The armored man shot a sidelong glance at the New Dimension's Chu Chun, whose mouth was twitching uncontrollably, and asked, what strange things did he say? At the same moment, the armored man discreetly conveyed. Cultists are all madmen, so it's entirely normal for you to find their statements incomprehensible or utterly absurd. Don't worry, just speak your mind. I need to gauge what type of cultist we're dealing with based on their words. Upon hearing this, the New Dimension's Chu Chun straightened his expression and quietly said, he said that if he wished, with a single thought, he could set mountains ablaze and cause the moonlight to pale, leading the stars to fall. The armored man. This cultist seems to be leaning toward the neurotic side, doesn't he? How else could he utter such phrases? Chu Chun sighed in exasperation, stating, though the essence of their words may be similar, a single word's difference can convey vastly different meanings. Stars falling and the stars falling. Are they truly the same? Despite my efforts, I seem capable of achieving that too. What you expressed is essentially the same sentiment. Is it not? The New Dimension's Chu Chun replied, maintaining a stoic facade. Meanwhile, the armored man utilized his perception to scan the surroundings repeatedly but detected nothing amiss. Were it not for observing the myriad emotional expressions of the boy hiding behind him, which aligned perfectly with his understanding of the situation, he might have almost believed the alarm had been falsely raised. In this critical juncture, where the martial examination loomed, reporting a false alarm that squandered the Guardian's strength would incur severe repercussions that no student could bear. In the absence of any discernible issues, he opted to report to his superiors. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a black battle robe materialized in the air above. A low hum resonated. A formidable psychic force radiated outward, rendering all forms of concealment futile under its overwhelming presence. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly. In the next instant, he grasped with his right hand, and an unremarkable young man appeared before him. Upon noticing the dark red mark hidden beneath the surface of the young man's skin, the middle-aged man's expression shifted noticeably. To his astonishment, there truly was a cultist present. Damn it. It's one of the dark red sect's minions. Before his words could fully escape his lips, the middle-aged man vanished from sight. Clearly, the appearance of the dark red sect's mark here had exceeded his expectations. Very well, I have grasped the general situation. The expression of the man in black armor grew solemn as he advised. The illusion you just experienced was likely influenced by the power of the dark red, causing a momentary lapse in your mental clarity. The minions of the dark red sect are adept at manipulating the hearts of MEN.it. Would be wise for you to drink plenty of warm water and rest for a couple of days. Until your mental state improves, you may encounter some illusions, even falling into a hallucinatory state. For those who have abandoned martial arts, this is fraught with peril and offers no benefits. However, for a martial arts candidate like you, it could serve as a form of mental tempering. Remember, everything within the illusion is a fabrication. Do not trust a single word uttered by the figures in the illusion, regardless of what they urge you to do. Resist the temptation. As long as you maintain a calm demeanor, free from greed and anxiety, you shall encounter no issues. After briefly explaining the situation, the man in black armor departed swiftly. Meanwhile, the Chu Chun of the new time-space observed his counterpart across the dimensional divide with a sense of helplessness. After all, being caught in such an unforeseen calamity was entirely beyond his anticipation. Encountering such distressing matters on the eve of the martial arts examination greatly affected his preparation and instilled a sense of pressure within him. As for the mental tempering effect mentioned by the Guardian earlier, under normal circumstances, he would be elated, for such opportunities for mental fortification are seldom encountered. Yet now, with merely 2 days until the martial arts examination, this incident weighed heavily on his mood. Can I refute what that person just said? Chu Chun remarked with resignation. He had become a mere illusionary figure, an outcome he had not anticipated. Initially, he intended to engage in a brief exchange, to discuss matters and ascertain if his counterpart in the new time-space faced any challenges. Following that, he planned to share his unparalleled prowess in this realm. However, before he could utter more than a few words, the situation took a turn. Subsequently, the Guardian from the alternate dimension indeed located a cultist nearby. This is quite absurd. Nevertheless, he had heard every word spoken by the Guardian from the other side. With the martial arts examination approaching, it appeared that this assessment was akin to a college entrance examination. Thus, it seemed rather normal for cultists to attempt disruption, as long as they posed no direct threat to me. All would be well. Chu Chun of the new time-space let out a sigh of relief and then stated, "First, I shall fetch a cup of warm water and have a bite to calm my nerves. Following that, I will review the martial arts supplementary texts and practice the martial arts body tempering technique a few more times. By then, it should be around 10 o'clock in the evening." As he spoke, Chu Chun of the new time-space made his way toward his room. He chose to disregard the words of his counterpart. What merit is there in heeding the utterances of an illusionary figure? They are all false. All of it is but a fabrication. Martial arts supplementary texts? Upon hearing this, Chu Chun felt a flicker of understanding. As anticipated, this new time-space must be one where martial arts flourished. It seems I must showcase my strength to you. Otherwise, I shall truly be perceived as nothing more than an illusionary construct in your eyes. After uttering this thought, Chu Chun stepped forward, his form instantly arriving outside the realm of the Crimson Star. Although his counterpart in the alternate time-space was cautious, he ultimately remained himself. He understood himself well. If he did not demonstrate his abilities, future interactions would likely become quite challenging. Who knows, in the future, the other might even feel compelled to alert the authorities, leading to being subjected to a drug test by the Guardians of the martial arts time-space to ascertain whether he had been drinking excessively, thus generating such phenomena. If that were to occur, it would be difficult to convince anyone of his normality. I am not familiar with the circumstances on your side, but as far as I know, the evolution of illusions is fundamentally rooted in the distortive changes brought about by one's own perceptions. Chu Chun strolled through the flickering void. The surrounding turbulent energies and terrifying void calamities appeared to behave docilely in his presence, displaying an entirely different demeanor. The void realm, you have never witnessed it, have you? Come. Allow me to demonstrate to you what true power is. With that, Chu Chun raised his index finger and pointed forward into the void. In the next moment, a surge of terrifying force erupted from the front, obliterating all in its path. Even the most violent and corrosive void storms were instantaneously reduced to nothingness beneath the sweep of this overwhelming power. Chapter 51. The composition grows complex. The martial arts Chu Chun beheld the unfolding events in the alternate time-space, his pupils contracting in shock. This visually spectacular explosion was a sight he had never encountered before. Does such power truly exist? Even the martial arts masters often featured on television do not possess such terrifying strength, do they? In an instant, the martial arts Chu Chun found himself questioning the very foundations of his own understanding. How is it? After purging the surrounding void space, Chu Chun inquired with a smile. Am I not formidable? Do you envy me? Hearing this, the martial arts Chu Chun inhaled deeply, abruptly turning away without responding to Chu Chun's inquiry. Chu Chun, what does that mean? Just moments ago, his gaze had betrayed a hint of admiration, had it not? This seems excessively cautious, does it not? The illusionary techniques of the Dark Red sect are indeed formidable. While filling his cup, the martial arts Chu Chun murmured softly, if this were to be developed precisely and then utilized for deception, would that not guarantee success? Chu Chun. Very well, in the eyes of the other. I remain a mere illusion. With that thought, Chu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Truth be told, had the individual before him not been his counterpart from another time-space, he would have long since dismissed the matter. How bothersome, to treat me this way when I am here to assist you. If you do not wish for this assistance, then by all means, refuse it. However, since this individual is himself, his perspective shifted. Indeed, it is only fitting that the self from another time-space remains cautious. It matters not if he does not believe now. In time, he shall come to trust. As for the so-called martial arts examination, he could not care less about how the other fared. For ordinary martial arts candidates, this may represent a pivotal path to altering their fate. Yet for himself in the martial arts time-space, it merely constitutes a pathway of growth in life. With the power of a top-tier demigod at his disposal, he would ultimately stand at the pinnacle of his in truth. He too wished to share his strength. Yet alas, the other was unwilling, thus making such sharing impossible. So, let it be for now. Very well, Chu Chun declared. If you do not trust me, then I am at a loss. You may proceed with your studies. I shall refrain from disturbing you for the next couple of days. Once you have completed your martial arts examination, we shall converse again. He held considerable interest in the training system of the martial arts time-space. Martial arts, just hearing the name implies it is a discipline focused on combat. After concluding his exchange with the martial arts Chu Chun, a thought crossed his mind, and the projection from the realm of psychic abilities swiftly materialized in the air. There stood the psychic abilities Chu Chun, suspended in mid-air, with the vast ocean stretching endlessly before him, beautifully juxtaposed against the surrounding coastal scenery. If only the fearsome sea beasts relentlessly assaulting the coastal defenses below were absent, the view would be even more enchanting. You have arrived at the coastal defenses? Chu Chun inquired, observing the environment before him. Indeed. The psychic abilities Chu Chun nodded in affirmation. Due to the betrayal of an insider, the sea beasts have become aware of the mass exodus from the coastal defenses. Consequently, a significant surge of sea beasts has erupted. To quell this tide, I was compelled to take command here. After all, the officers whose powers were transplanted from the realm of psychic abilities have yet to fully regain their strength, operating at only 80% of their former combat capabilities. Chu Chun then asked, what is the current situation? Thanks to the return of the officers, the tide of sea beasts has receded of its own accord. The traitor who leaked the information holds considerable power. Indeed, the movements of the decision-makers and high-ranking warriors are well within the purview of the sea beast's intelligence. It is no wonder that the battles at the coastal defenses have been so arduous. Have the traitors yet to be identified? This matter involves high-ranking officers, making the investigation somewhat challenging, and it cannot be conducted overtly. The psychic abilities Chu Chun sighed, expressing his helplessness. General Mu Ong has mentioned that he actually has a few names in mind. If the tide of sea beasts were still erupting at this very moment, then during wartime, he would swiftly cut through the chaos, directly surrounding those suspicious individuals and conducting soul searches in accordance with wartime regulations. In times of crisis, a commander is not precluded from taking such actions. Provided that a reasonable explanation and compensation are offered afterward, the majority of the innocent would surely understand. However, with the tide of sea beasts receding, such measures are no longer feasible, as the repercussions would be too severe. The situation regarding the enemy within the command center is truly vexing. While we exhibit even the slightest movement, the sea beasts seem to possess an uncanny awareness of our every action. How can we fight under such circumstances? It is utterly futile. Merely from the standpoint of intelligence, we have already lost. I never anticipated that the sea beasts would possess such capabilities, Chu Chen lamented, pondering how the otherworldly creatures had infiltrated our ranks with spies. It sounds rather peculiar, does it not? Indeed. Shifting the topic, Chu Chen inquired, however, I noticed an unusual expression on your face earlier. What troubles you? That peculiar expression, tinged with a hint of helplessness, was something he was well acquainted with. Clearly, something had occurred that left the other party at a loss for words. Otherwise, such a countenance would not arise. 2 pieces of good news and 1 piece of bad news. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen spoke. Let us hear the bad news first, the otherworldly Chu Chen replied with a smile. After all, sometimes the content of the good news is concealed within the bad. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen chuckled and remarked, Why don't you follow the conventional order? Nevertheless, it matters not. I have decided to dictate the sequence of the news. With that, Chu Chen cleared his throat and continued, The good news is that my divine status, divine realm, and divine essence have stabilized, enhancing my power. The second piece of good news is that just now, another has joined our ranks. Opposite him, the otherworldly Chu Chen's gaze flickered as he asked, Are you referring to our counterpart from another parallel dimension? Indeed. What is their specialty in that realm? Martial arts. It seems that our close combat abilities are set to see a significant enhancement. Imagine the scenario wherein our enemies, burdened by our output pressure, leap before us only to discover that our melee prowess surpasses theirs. What a delightful image that would be. Combat mages, I presume? Chu Chen replied with a grin. As the saying goes, one who does not aspire to become a deity is not a worthy warrior. The otherworldly Chu Chen. This last statement carries a rather complex implication. With the good news thus delivered, could the bad news pertain to difficulties in communication with the other party? No, Chu Chen shook his head. It does not indicate a lack of smooth communication. Rather, we barely communicated at all. They believed me to be an illusionary figure, a mere phantom, and chose to ignore me entirely, even when I ventured into the void and demonstrated a purification of the abyss. They merely regarded me with astonishment before turning back to quench their thirst. I see this situation rather amusing. Chapter 52. The Spy Revealed. Ha 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 ha. The otherworldly Chu Chen stifled his laughter until he could no longer contain it and burst into mirth. In the distance, the otherworldly Muong, having noticed this scene, rushed over in a heartbeat to stand beside the otherworldly Chu Chen. What has transpired? He queried, surveying the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Nothing much. The otherworldly Chu Chen replied, shaking his head, I merely recalled something amusing and couldn't help but laugh. The otherworldly Muong. In a battlefield under the scrutiny of thousands, you, a warrior of the daylight realm, are laughing heartily simply because of a humorous thought? Regardless of whether others believe it, he certainly does not. As a formidable warrior of the daylight realm, he possesses some measure of self-control. Have you discerned who the spy is? The otherworldly Muong's gaze sharpened as he quietly inquired. The otherworldly Chu Chen hesitated for a moment, then met the otherworldly Muong's eyes, and they exchanged a knowing smile. After sharing a few whispered words, the expression on the otherworldly Muong's face darkened, his eyes igniting with barely suppressed fury as they swept over the nearby ranks of officers. The individuals he suspected had all been deliberately assigned to this protective unit. He believed that a spy would undoubtedly possess a heightened sense of vigilance. Thus, a simple ruse to draw them out would be ideal. If it fails, it is of little consequence. After all, with a new path revealed, time is on their side. They await breakthroughs in their cultivation, while the sea beasts are waiting for what? For the collapse of the Eastern Peak's frontline. As long as the Eastern Peak can endure this period, he is certain that the future will only improve. Are you preparing to stage a performance? Chu Chen asked, regarding the other. Indeed. The otherworldly Chu Chen replied softly, I just wonder if this tactic of luring out the snake will actually yield results. Or rather, how many snakes it might draw out. Let us hope that the individual's Mu General suspects are not indeed spies, as that would be quite comical if they all turn out to be spies. I suspect Mu General's sixth sense could ascend to divine status. Well, given Mu Ang's performance during the sacrifice of time and space, such a probability is virtually non-existent. After all, a person who is fundamentally a headstrong brute cannot become a sagacious strategist, no matter how much training they undergo. The matter of spies is best left unspoken for now. The otherworldly Chu Chen chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Now, tell me, what exactly transpired? Share your perplexing experiences with me. I could use some amusement, Chu Chen. But there is truly nothing to conceal in this regard. After all, the one seeking amusement is merely another version of myself from a different dimension, which is essentially akin to my own quest for entertainment. Thus, it matters little. Soon, Chu Chen recounted the events from the martial arts dimension in full detail, quite prudent. Not bad at all, the otherworldly Chu Chen remarked with a smile. This cautious nature of theirs bears a resemblance to ours. Opposite him, Chu Chen shot a glance at the otherworldly Chu Chen and retorted, to put it charitably, one might call it cautious. Uncharitably, it could be deemed cowardly. Who speaks of themselves in such a manner? Yet you have just witnessed it, have you not? The otherworldly Chu Chen chuckled heartily, then remarked, however, to be honest, the version of us from the martial arts realm is indeed more circumspect than we are. This exchange has also imparted a unique perspective to you. When the next new dimension emerges, you will be well prepared. Without further ado, they decided to share their powers. Once the other side received their strength, they would likely no longer tread so cautiously. In any case, normal communication should no longer pose a problem. Chu Chen nodded slightly at these words. Indeed, the martial arts dimension had rendered him more experienced. If his counterpart from the new dimension had grown up in a perilous environment, remaining acutely vigilant of everything around, then the act of projecting oneself across dimensions could indeed evoke a sense of being watched. Boundary of dimensional transition. Meanwhile, in the otherworldly dimension, Chu Chen had just concluded his dimensional projection, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he prepared to dine. However, just as he, mimicking Muong, casually glanced toward the area where suspicious individuals gathered, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As a series of obscure tremors reverberated through the air, the space around Chu Chen was instantaneously sealed. In the next moment, a figure clad in finely crafted armor, armed to the teeth, materialized before him. From the first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were not here merely to oversee the coastal defenses. Yet, I find myself perplexed. Where exactly did I expose myself? If you disclose it to me, I can grant you a swift end and ensure your remains are intact. As the armored figure spoke, he produced various azure-hued devices. With each item that emerged, the surrounding spatial barrier grew increasingly fortified. The aura emanating from these devices signified one undeniable truth. This armored figure was indeed ASPY in truth. You are mistaken. Chu Chen replied softly. I am indeed here to oversee the coastal defenses. It appeared that he had inadvertently stepped into a perilous situation, considering the opponent's full armament and comprehensive equipment. Upon realizing the circumstances, the officers stationed at the coastal defenses began to mobilize their forces, launching frenzied assaults against the barrier encasing him. Even the coastal defenses' powers were summoned into action. It seems the officers outside believe that I may face a life-threatening battle ahead. Yet, he felt no fear. As he sensed the opponent's aura, a feeling akin to being able to crush them with a mere finger. His counterpart from another dimension had stabilized their divine realm, secured their divine status and essence. And upon sharing their powers, his strength had seen a considerable enhancement. He truly did not anticipate that just as he had completed his power enhancement, an enemy would come knocking at his door. Do not think to deceive me in order to buy time, the armored figure said. Regarding Chu Chen, I am well aware of Muang's formidable strength. Thus, only after preparing adequate defensive measures did I dare to undertake this reckless venture. Speaking thus, the armored figure paused momentarily, then spoke with a grave demeanor. Chu Chen, you are far too young. To possess the power of a daylight realm at merely 20 years of age is beyond my imagination. Given time for your continued growth, might you not shatter the shackles of the daylight realm and forge a throne that could suppress all? Initially, I had no intention of revealing myself so soon. I wish to observe you further, at least to ascertain your combat prowess before devising appropriate measures. Yet, regrettably, You have not afforded me the luxury of preparation. Nevertheless, I believe that presenting such an array will suffice to deal with you." At that moment, countless crimson sword shadows began to coalesce in the air above. Each blood-red silhouette seemed to harbor a terrifying killing intent within. "The forbidden technique of General Mu?" the armored figure exclaimed with excitement upon witnessing this scene. "I did not anticipate your significance to General Mu to be so profound. It appears my daring strategy was not misguided. Today, you shall not escape." Chapter 53. Double happiness. You comprehend the might of General Mu. Yet you remain oblivious to the power of the divine, Chu Chen stated calmly as he regarded the armored figure. "Do proclaim oneself as a god? How audaciously arrogant, you presume." The armored figure scoffed, but before he could finish his sentence, Chu Chen took decisive action. The words of this traitor were nothing but empty rhetoric. Instead of wasting time listening to him, it would be far more prudent to capture him and probe his soul. With a resonating hum, an overwhelming aura surged forth, crushing the space ahead. This terrifying presence, akin to an abyss or a prison, caused the armored figure's countenance to shift dramatically. How could a mere child of 20 possess such power? He spat blood, immediately summoning all his life-preserving artifacts. Under such pressure, he dared not conceal anything. However, had he faced an ordinary cultivator of the daylight realm, perhaps he might have stood a chance, after all. The artifacts he wielded were specifically designed to defend against various manifestations of supernatural attacks. The crucial point, however, was that Chu Chen's assault was not of supernatural origin. This left those precious defensive items utterly perplexed. While they provided some measure of protection, they proved largely ineffective against the overall force of the attack. Crack, crack. Soon, the sounds of shattering defensive barriers filled the air, echoing like the most exquisite porcelain being broken, driving the armored figure to the brink of madness. No! In the midst of his anguished cries, Chu Chen seized the armored figure with a single hand. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the moment he captured the armored figure, he employed the power of greed, directly nullifying his supernatural abilities and embedding a mark of greed deep within his soul. Should the soul search result in the armored figure's demise, the mark would naturally vanish. Yet, if he possessed some extraordinary means, or if the sea beasts managed to rescue him, the mark would serve as his safeguard over the armored figure. If he felt displeased, he would eliminate him outright. If the mood struck him favorably, he would torment the figure in hopes of extracting more valuable information. Chu Chen, do not be anxious. Outside, Mu Wang, separated by layers of barriers, utilized a secret communication technique capable of briefly traversing space. These spatial barriers had a time limit. "Trust me, you will be out soon, do not worry." As Mu Wang transmitted words of reassurance to Chu Chen, he organized his forces to launch a relentless assault on the barriers. Positioned outside the spatial confines, he was oblivious to the events unfolding within. However, he could vaguely sense energy surging forth from within, indicating that a battle had commenced. He was well aware of Chu Chen's situation. A daylight realm supernatural being, wielding a new path. This demonstrated that Chu Chen's combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps far exceeding that of the average daylight realm cultivator. The crux of the matter, however, was Chu Chen's youth. Moreover, Chu Chen was of utmost importance. He absolutely could not be lost. Thus, he comforted Chu Chen, urging him to remain calm and fight well, without succumbing to anxiety. Yet, deep down, he was profoundly unsettled. Damn it, surely there will be. But before Mu Wang could finish his thoughts, he observed that the layers of barriers surrounding Chu Chen began to fracture like a densely woven spider's web. In the next instant, with a resounding snap, they transformed into pure energy, dissipating into the air. Surely there will be nothing. Chu Chen, having captured the armored figure, soared to Mu Wang's side. Perplexed, Mu Wang responded that he suddenly felt that his reassurances were somewhat superfluous. This level of power was rather outrageous. Was it not? How could he be stronger than himself? Was this truly the daylight realm? The sea beast had gone to great lengths to surreptitiously deliver so many sacred artifacts, clearly intending to accomplish something significant. Even if he were to unleash his full power, burning his life force for a brief surge beyond the daylight realm, he could not hope to shatter the barriers in an instant. Yet, these substantial barriers crumbled in Chu Chen's hands as if they were mere porcelain, shattering at the slightest touch. Outrageous. Leave this person to me, Mu Wang stated coldly, his tone shifting. "I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter." Chu Chen nodded slightly, then waved his hand, transferring the armored figure to Mu Eng's side. "I have placed several supernatural seals on him, rendering him incapable of self-destruction or resistance. The rest is up to you." As his former commander. "Understood," Mu Ong replied, seizing the armored figure and turning to depart. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's gaze swept across the soldiers of the coastal defense line below, who looked upon him with reverence. This was a tribute to power. Prior to his display of strength, although everyone knew he was a Daylight Realm cultivator, the youngest in Huaxia, the soldiers' respect stemmed primarily from their reverence for Daylight Realm supernatural beings and the honor of his military rank. In this battle, he had showcased his true capabilities, proving to the coastal defense line soldiers that he was not merely seeking military merit or recognition. He genuinely possessed unparalleled strength. Chu Chen's eyes flickered with surprise as he sensed a torrent of belief power surging towards him from all directions. And the purity of this belief power was remarkably high. Wasn't it said that belief power was difficult to acquire? Especially as one's soul power increased, obtaining it became increasingly challenging. During the process of absorbing belief power, there were various rituals involved, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that as long as he wished, he could convert this belief power to his own advantage at any moment. Was this the privilege of the foremost deity? Chu Chen pondered, his eyes growing ever brighter. If so, he would begin to don the guise of a divine figure. Wouldn't he be entirely false? As a god, how could he be labeled a charlatan? Coupled with the new path, he might achieve unparalleled success. Chu Chen's mind rapidly formulated ideas, confident that with such dual strategies at play, the soldiers of the coastal defense line would surely usher in their own spring of cultivation. Sacrificing time and space. While contemplating the power of the rules of greed, Chu Chen suddenly received a shared request from the supernatural Chu Chen. Hadn't they just shared moments ago? Chu Chen clicked his tongue softly, muttering to himself. Though he said this, he promptly accepted the shared request. Buzz! In an instant, a milky white energy appeared in Chu Chen's mind. The next moment, the energy coalesced into a milky white crystal, shimmering brilliantly as it hovered in his consciousness. Crystallization of belief, Chu Chen exclaimed in delight. This can be shared too. Originally, he had thought that the divine realm and divine power could not be shared, and thus, neither could the belief power. However, if belief power could indeed be shared, many matters would become much simpler. For instance, he could first use this belief power to elevate his cultivation and then share the enhanced power. Following that, the other party could use the belief crystal to further elevate their cultivation. And then share that in return. It would be a delightful exchange, a double blessing. Chapter 54. Middleman profiting from the difference. This method of exploiting a loophole was quite brilliant. After a brief discussion with the supernatural Chu Chen, he grinned widely. Naturally, the supernatural Chu Chen from the realm of time had also considered this, resulting in a harmonious agreement between the two. They even conducted a certain analysis regarding the martial arts realm's Chu Chen. Given the heightened vigilance of the other party, it indicated that the martial arts realm was also fraught with danger. The situation could very well be more perilous than that of the supernatural realm. And the more dangerous the circumstances, the easier it was to trigger lofty beliefs. If all went smoothly on the martial arts Chu Chen side, the flow of belief power could yield threefold returns. Moreover, collecting belief power across three realms would result in a total that was thrice as abundant. This exponential growth would only increase with the addition of new parallel realms in the future. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt that the potential of the divine path was indeed immense. Looking up at the sky, he mused softly, as long as belief power is abundant, then a god is omnipotent, with each parallel realm contributing to the collection and sharing of belief power. The divine path he was cultivating would steadily advance towards omnipotence. Chu Chen, in the near future, the god of tempests may come seeking trouble with you. Just then, the voice of the goddess of stars resonated suddenly within the chamber. Chu Chen inquired softly, "The god of tempests? I recall that I harbor no enmity with him." Upon hearing these words, the goddess of stars conveyed through thought, "The deity of storms possesses a subordinate god. And this deity has received a divine mandate from a certain supreme god to test you, seeking to unveil any hints of the dark hands that may be stirring the world behind your back. Yet, the deity of storms dares not act against you, fearing the potential for its own downfall." Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, speechless, and remarked, "So the deity of storms is terrified of death. and thus sends the god of gales in its stead? The goddess of stars chuckled softly. Subordinate gods enjoy protection in their daily lives, but now it is their turn to shine. Should a subordinate god refrain from action, what consequences might they face? At best, they would suffer the backlash of the rules. At worst, they could be devoured by the very deity to whom they pledge their loyalty, leading to their direct demise. Subordinate gods hold no divine authority. The law of the jungle prevails everywhere. In a hushed tone, the goddess of stars continued, such is the nature of the mortal realm, and it remains the same in the divine realm, if anything. The predatory practices and territorial disputes among gods are even more pronounced than in the world of mortals, of course. The primary aim is to investigate the extraordinary abilities you possess, though not doubt it. Those who have ascended to godhood and have yet to be wholly consumed by other deities are far from foolish. A little contemplation would lead one to deduce that your extraordinary abilities originate from you. I shall not say more. If you wish to avoid overthinking, consider the god of gales as merely a trial from the pantheon of gods. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. Slowly rising to his feet, Chu Chun reflected, the god of gales is a subordinate of the deity of storms, and the deity of storms is itself a subordinate to a certain supreme god. In a certain sense, I have caught the attention of a subordinate god of a supreme deity. Quite the predicament. From the perspective of the god of greed, my opponent seems to underestimate me. Yet, such underestimations can only benefit me at this stage. The more trials I face, the better I can develop. No. He contemplated how much rule reward would be necessary to eradicate the erosion of the rules against the god of gales. Connecting with the rule altar, he realized that the only power at his disposal capable of slaying gods was this, as for the new path of extraordinary abilities. Only the energy generated during self-detonation possessed the power to slay gods. However, to obliterate the god of gales merely for the sake of a new path seemed rather foolish. A substantial amount of rule rewards. And what of the deity of storms? The same applies. Chu Chen's lips twitched slightly, feeling somewhat exasperated. The god of gales, being merely a subordinate of the deity of storms, must surely be significantly weaker. Even among true gods, there exists a vast disparity in power. Had it not been stated that the erosion of rules depended on the strength of the selected target, indeed, then the disparity between the deity of storms and the god of gales is evident. From the perspective of the primal consciousness, there is no distinction between the two. Understood. Chu Chun sighed lightly, realizing that to the primal consciousness, these two were indistinguishable. Why did he feel as though he were being tricked? Rubbing his head, he pondered, if the price is a substantial amount of rule rewards, why eliminate a powerful true god when one could instead target a weaker one? Can the goddess of stars replace the god of gales? He raised his gaze, uncertain if the goddess of stars had departed, but asking was harmless. Would the replacement be stronger or weaker? Moments later, the voice of the goddess of stars rang out suddenly. A stronger replacement, Chu Chen replied. We should strive for the strongest among the true gods. Otherwise, it lacks challenge. If the god of greed at the level of supreme gods has perished, sending the god of gales, a weaker deity, in its place, is tantamount to delivering a meal. If a test is to be conducted, let it be a thorough one. What do you think? The goddess of stars fell silent. Yet Chu Chun sensed her agreement. She had set this matter in motion. If successful, splendid. If not, it mattered little. He merely felt that expending a substantial amount of rule power to eliminate the weak god of gales was a waste. Surely, he ought to target the deity of storms instead. He wondered which supreme god was testing him, for he felt provoked enough to expend all his current rule rewards in pursuit of their downfall. Chu Chun mused, if I can eliminate a supreme god without injury, the results of my sacrificial offerings might allow me to ascend to godhood directly, right? Previously, he had refrained from exploiting the bug in primal consciousness, partly due to the fear of failure and partly because of the resource attributes that the gods held for him. Supreme gods view humanity as mere lambs to be harvested. Thus, to him, gods are also lambs. If the pantheon refrains from provoking him, he shall continue to develop in peace. However, should they fixate upon him, abundant rule rewards would not only allow him to vanquish them, but also to take down all gods associated with them. With each successive triumph against the divine, he would inevitably surpass the supreme gods. He reflected that while the power of faith could be shared, divine status could not. Suddenly, he contemplated the issue of divine status. Reasoning. Divine realms are constructed from divine materials, thus tangible and incapable of being shared. Divine status also qualifies as tangible, distinct from the congealed energy of rules and souls. Does this imply that divine status can be plundered? In this light, extinguishing a deity would mean their divine status would not be sacrificed. After a complete sacrifice of a supreme god's divine status, only the divine status of a true god would remain. Then, upon eliminating the erosion of rules, only a fragmented true god's divine status would be left. The potential gains from this disparity in primal consciousness might be rather substantial. Chapter 55. Do not overthink, please. High Priest, do not overthink. The issue of rule sacrifice conversion involves expressions related to the essence of rules. Thus, there may be slight losses during the transformation process. This is far removed from the behavior of profiting through price discrepancies as you understand it. You may rest assured in your usage. Chu Chun thought the rule alter's dismissal of his concerns had been tolerable, but such a response only made him feel even more unsettled. Do not overthink. The moment these 4 words appeared, he could not help but ponder further. Initially, he had not given it much thought, but now, with the rule alter's response, he could not avoid it, as the process of imparting doctrine continued. The rule alter seemed to grow increasingly intelligent. Chu Chun chuckled softly as he began to suspect the reason. As the primal consciousness became more attuned to him, the rule alter naturally had to enhance its intelligence. Perhaps the intelligence of the rule alter was merely a performance orchestrated by the primal consciousness. The task of slaying gods could wait. He needed to focus on his training and contemplate the principles of greed. 2 days later, while meditating, Chu Chun suddenly felt the yellow star representing the realm of martial arts tremble several times. Has it come alive? Exhaling a breath of stale air, he concluded his contemplation of the rules and, with a thought, activated the projection of the martial arts realm. Brother, why are you reaching out to me now? Have you ceased to be so cautious? On the other side, the martial arts Chu Chun wore a pained expression and replied, I do not know if you are real or an illusion, but I am on the brink of death, so that I can only take a gamble. If he were to perish within the illusion created by his last shred of hope, it would not seem too bad. Chu Chun. A question mark rose above Chu Chun's head. This phrase sounded somewhat familiar. On the brink of death. What has happened? Does the martial arts realm also have gods? Have they been targeted as well? Well, no need for further conversation. Serious, Chu Chun stated, I will first share my power with you. After you resolve your matters, we can take our time to discuss. Initially, upon seeing the martial arts Chu Chun reach out, he had intended to tease him a bit. Even though he was facing another version of himself from a different realm, it did not prevent him from indulging in a little mockery. After all, it was simply himself ridiculing himself, which was not embarrassing. However, he had not anticipated such turmoil in the martial arts realm. Thus, he resolved to share his power without delay. Once everything settled, he could take pleasure in teasing the other version of himself in the days to come. After all, once the other had received the shared power, he would come to understand just how foolish he had been before. Come now. Accept the divine power bestowed by another version of yourself. Utilize this power and let those who have looked down upon you or conspired against you experience the wrath of the divine. Boundary of space-time transition. In the martial arts realm. Within the Central Plains region, during the martial examination, a colossal crimson array loomed overhead, enveloping the sky and extending hundreds of kilometers around. The oppressive aura cascading from above nearly instilled despair into the hearts of all martial examinees present. They had encountered this array in their studies on the analysis of anti-cult knowledge. 100-mile radius. This was a spirit-refining grand formation capable of refining even 6th-rank masters, and the most powerful examiner present only possessed the 5th rank. No one had anticipated that the Dark Red sect could set such a terrifying array in full view of the public eye. Furthermore, no one had foreseen that such a formidable array, designed to target masters, would one day be wielded by cultists against a group of novice martial examinees just beginning their journey on the path of martial arts, cackling with sinister delight. The elder clad in a blood-red robe loomed above, manipulating the grand array of spirit refinement to descend ominously. After all, the martial examination was a grand event for all of Huaxia, pivotal to the future of martial arts in the nation. Even though his region, the Central Plains, suffered from economic stagnation and was distanced from battlefields, resulting in a scarcity of martial prowess. The vastness of the spirit refinement array left no room for concealment. Thus, if the powerful of Huaxia were granted even a moment's notice, master-level warriors would undoubtedly converge. Despite his desire to maintain an air of superiority, it did not impede his simultaneous actions. For a warrior of his caliber, multitasking was a mere trifle. At that moment, Chu Chun slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Such formidable power! He gazed upwards at the martial examination site shrouded by the spirit refinement array. Murmuring softly, the once insurmountable strongmen, perceived as harbingers of despair by all candidates, now seem as though I could easily extinguish them. Is this the power of a deity? Indeed, it is immense. Reflecting on recent events, he recognized his previous folly in rejecting such magnificent strength. Had it not been for these circumstances, he might have never attained such power. Tio think that he had doubted the very strength that others would go mad to acquire. Should this knowledge reach others, it would surely leave them astounded. The spirit refinement array continued its relentless suppression, yet Chu Chun felt no urgency. Tio him, this erstwhile invincible and now feeble formation was easily dismantled. He reveled in the awareness of his newfound strength, particularly the life evolution brought forth by such power, a sensation of unparalleled delight. The simultaneous evolution of body and soul created an exquisite experience, one that, once tasted, ignited an insatiable craving for more. Amidst the chaos of the martial examination venue, where candidates displayed a myriad of emotions and states, none noticed Chu Chun's peculiarity, or rather, his demeanor seemed entirely normal, displaying remarkable psychological fortitude compared to the frantic atmosphere surrounding him. Cackling incessantly, the elder's shrill laughter echoed ominously, seemingly infused with a psychic energy that caused the martial candidates, whose foundations were unsteady, to sway and feel dizzy. Irritated, Chu Chun could not help but clear his ears. Finding the elder's grotesque laughter utterly repugnant, could he not laugh like a normal person? Must he resort to such maniacal cackling? It seems you have chosen the path to your demise. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chun fixed his gaze upon the blood-robed elder and uttered the words Tianxian with a deliberate calmness. These words resonated like a decree from heaven, sending the nearby energies into a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, the blood-robed elder exploded, his soul scattering, completely and irrevocably deceased. Upon the elder's demise, the spirit refinement array lost its core controller and began to tremble violently. The powerful warriors at the martial examination, upon realizing this, wasted no time unleashing their full might, relentlessly assaulting the encompassing array. Though they were unaware of the specifics, the tide of events clearly shifted in their favor. Hesitation at this juncture would be sheer folly. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful energies see when the god of greed demanded the sacrifice of my soul. I activated the rule of mutual destruction, resulting in the demise of my adversary. I end the moments before my own death. I offered up the entirety of the god of greed, and thus, I emerged alive, bestowed with certain rewards of cultivation. Wu Dao Chu Chun wore a perplexed expression. This was not quite what he had envisioned. Was it truly that simple? Was there nothing more to it? Could a deity be so easily vanquished? For a time, Wu Dao Chu Chun fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 57. A cautious plan. The rule of abilities I mentioned is concealed within the little gray sphere I shared with you. Observing the bewildered expression of the other, Chu Chun smiled and explained. I am unaware of the circumstances on your side. Therefore, unless one enters battle with the intent of certain death, it is imperative not to employ this ability. After all, the phrase mutual destruction is no jest. Were it not for the peculiarities of our situation, it is likely you would not even be seeing me now. Naturally, if you were to miss this encounter, it would probably mean you are no longer among the living. Wu Dao Chu Chun. In truth, that last remark was unnecessary. He was not foolish and understood the logical implications of the situation. Now, my welcoming ceremony has concluded. Chu Chun shifted the topic, stating, next, we shall witness the arrival of another version of ourselves. He carefully studied the conditions of the stars and discovered he could simultaneously activate 2 stars. However, doing so would significantly increase the consumption of mental energy. Even the ability of time and space, which typically expended little mental energy, became comparable to that of Wu Dao. This realization made him understand that, As long as his strength was sufficiently formidable and his mental energy abundant, future communications with multiple versions of himself across different timelines would be entirely feasible. Buzz. A ripple surged forth, and suddenly, the ability Chu Chen appeared on the other side. Greetings. The alternate Chu Chen smiled and waved at Wu Dao Chu Chen. What is the matter? Chu Chen chuckled at the bewildered Wu Dao Chu Chen, who was momentarily speechless. Are you still processing this? Wu Dao Chu Chen took a deep breath and, in shock, asked, So, I am the third one, correct? The events of today continually upended his worldview, expanding his capacity for acceptance. The ability to communicate with one's parallel self, even sharing each other's cultivation and abilities, was already extraordinary. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that he was not the first to establish a temporal connection. A third party. No, a third version? Did this imply that even more versions of himself would join in the future? Terrifying, indeed. Chu Chen nodded. Here, we embrace the path of deities, in the realm of abilities. We follow the path of extraordinary powers. As for your side, you have yet to introduce yourself, so we remain ignorant of your circumstances. Upon hearing this, Wu Dao Chu Chen straightened his expression and began to outline the general situation of the Wu Dao realm. Practitioners of Wu Dao must refine their vital essence, hone their physical forms, and temper their bodies along their cultivation journey. Due to the arduous and painful nature of the body tempering process, high-level martial artists typically possess exceptionally resilient and powerful mental energy. Of course, this development of mental strength is often a forced endeavor. Thus, most martial artists excel in close combat and prefer to engage in melee battles. The collision of flesh against flesh is the ultimate pursuit of Wu Dao. To be placed in a life-or-death situation is the essence of a true martial artist. What do you think the power I shared with you would rank in your realm? After Wu Dao's brief introduction, Chu Chen inquired softly. I believe it would be at least grade 9 or above. Wu Dao Chu Chen pondered for a moment before responding. The formation sealing the martial examination venue can contain up to grade 6 masters. Yet, I can break it with a mere thought. Furthermore, I have seen the martial affairs minister on television, and quite frankly, I believe they would be unable to defeat you. As he spoke, Wu Dao Chu Chen paused, then clarified. The martial affairs minister possesses the cultivation of a grade 9 grandmaster. However, this is merely my impression. I have never encountered the minister and am unaware of the classifications above grade 9 in Wu Dao. Hence, I cannot ascertain how our combat strength aligns with the grades of Wu Dao. I suspect. Nearby, the alternate Chu Chen interrupted Wu Dao Chu Chen. Don't simply suspect. Why not test it out? How would one go about testing? You don't mean for me to seek out the martial affairs minister for practice, do you? What are your thoughts? Chu Chen shot a glance at the alternate Chu Chen, signaling him to refrain from speaking. He could tell that his counterpart from the Wu Dao realm was more cautious than either of them. Thus, he needed to temporarily understand the other's life plans. I genuinely do not wish to meet those formidable figures at the pinnacle of power, Wu Dao Chu Chen said thoughtfully. At least, not at this moment. My short-term goal is to gain admission into the highest martial academy through this martial examination. At an appropriate age, I wish to experience the joys of university life. I am uncertain how I will change in the future, or if my life philosophy will shift due to changes in my strength. For now, however, I simply desire a peaceful existence. If others do not provoke me, I have no intention of stirring trouble myself. At this moment, Chu Chen interjected. And what of the Blood Red sect? They sought to kill you. Do you not seek revenge? That vendetta is certainly one I intend to settle. How do you plan to exact it? I plan to assume a new identity and then eliminate the stronghold of the Blood Red sect with the strength of a mid-tier martial artist, ideally becoming a thorn in their side. Wu Dao Chu Chen contemplated briefly before speaking. The Blood Red sect is notorious for their thirst for vengeance. Therefore, if I destroy one of their strongholds, they will undoubtedly send even stronger individuals in retaliation. Then, I shall eliminate them one by one, controlling the timing and pacing, breaking through with each successive battle. Of course, I will show no mercy to the cultists. I will employ soul-searching techniques as well. I refuse to believe that after nearly annihilating the Blood Red sect's strongholds, their leader will not emerge. As he spoke, Wu Dao Chu Chen paused, then added solemnly, Of course, if the leader of the Blood Red sect possesses strength surpassing our own, I shall exercise restraint for the time being. I will wait until I am strong enough to eliminate them. However, before undertaking such actions, I will draft a detailed plan to ensure complete eradication. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future and my identity becomes exposed, what would happen if these cultists, who are no match for me, turn their attention to my family? By the way, do you possess any curse-related abilities? I have seen references to bloodline curses and karmic curses in some martial legends. If you are capable of such techniques, it would greatly facilitate my revenge. I could even hide in the shadows, repeatedly cursing the descendants of the blood-red sect's leader to weaken them. As Wu Dao Chuqian detailed his plans for revenge, he began to articulate the strategy he had formulated after a brief period of contemplation. Chuqian and the alternate Chuqian exchanged glances, unable to suppress their understanding of Wu Dao Chuqian's character. If someone wronged him, and he had the capability, he would annihilate their entire clan. Furthermore, to hedge against any eventualities, he would operate covertly, and after completing his tasks, should the opportunity arise, he would frame others for his actions. In terms of survival tactics, they certainly could not match his level. Chapter 58. Anticipating your performance, I have a general understanding of your life plans. After listening to the alternate Chuqian spoke. While I may not entirely agree with your perspective in certain areas, I choose to respect your approach due to our differing environments. However, we all require your assistance. With that, the alternate Chuqian elaborated on the peculiarities of the new path of abilities and the divine path in the realm of extraordinary powers, as well as their mutual speculations. The power of martial arts is indispensable, especially in the realms of extraordinary abilities and sacrificial powers. The emergence of martial arts would herald new hope. Listening to these words, Wu Dao Chuqian fell into contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and said, I have an idea that could simultaneously fulfill everyone's needs. The realm of extraordinary abilities boasts a rich variety of systems, flourishing in diversity. Meanwhile, we possess the new path of abilities, which, in principle, allows us to learn any extraordinary power. Therefore, could you grant me a cloning ability, preferably one where the death of the clone does not affect the original? Even if the clone cannot wield the full strength of the original, that would suffice. As long as it is a clone, it would be acceptable. With our current strength, even if a clone can only exert 1/10 or 1/100th of the original's power, it would be sufficient for me to acquire a legitimate high-tier martial artist identity. This would also enable me to collect various hidden martial cultivation methods and theoretical systems without revealing my true self. What do you think of my suggestion? The gifted Chuqian smiled faintly upon hearing these words, and then replied, Of course, give me a few days, and I shall arrange a batch of doppelganger abilities for you, allowing you to craft identities at your leisure. Suddenly, Chuqian continued, I've thought of something amusing. If it were to occur, it would surely be quite entertaining. With that, Chuqian's gaze shifted towards the martial arts Chuqian. Each doppelganger could embody a formidable martial artist. These martial masters, while gathering information, could indeed serve as your protectors in this world. If you wish to remain low-key, certain conditions must be met. If you are powerful, then your discretion will naturally keep disturbances at bay. Others might even endeavor to discern your preferences, striving to bring you joy. However, if you are weak, even if you wish to avoid trouble, it will inevitably find you. At such times, your doppelgangers will need to step in. What do you think? Does it not evoke a sense of superiority? The gifted Chuqian's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a smile, he remarked, You've begun seeking amusement again? Haven't you? Indeed. The harbinger of fun has arrived. This notion is undeniably exhilarating to consider. The martial arts Chuqian interjected. Yet this does not align with my usual conduct. If I were to act in such a manner, I fear I would quickly attract the attention of the martial authorities' upper echelons. Nonetheless, as long as I proceed with caution, a display of superiority can be effortlessly achieved. While doppelgangers cannot serve as my protectors, they can certainly act as guardians for themselves. Wearing a single guise may render one easily recognizable. However, donning multiple layers of disguise, coupled with the persuasion of one's doppelgangers, would exponentially increase the difficulty of detection. Furthermore, these protected doppelgangers could be friends, roommates, or even admirers. The world is vast, and the variety of identities and professions is numerous. Surely, there exists one that intersects with your own, does there not? Why must one be so overtly transparent in presenting oneself before the upper echelons? Chuqian then stated, Let us eagerly anticipate your performance, he added. Of course, this is merely a source of amusement. If it does not pan out, it matters not. However, through the martial arts Chuqian's reaction, He can discern that the predicament of humanity in the martial realm may indeed be the most favorable among them all from this perspective. It seems that the potential of martial arts may surpass that of supernatural powers and divine paths. Though they are currently unaware of the martial arts situation, the martial arts Chu Chen's strength has already ascended. It is only a matter of time before they acquire a clear comparison in their minds. If one is weak, one ought to be cautious in word and deed. Isn't it exhausting to remain so careful when one is already invincible? After a moment, the martial arts Chu Chen suddenly remarked, "Once I return, I shall have a thorough discussion with my brothers. I also ask for their understanding. The martial examination is of utmost importance to us. My parents have always hoped that I would excel in the martial examination and secure a place in a martial arts undergraduate program. This time, I wish to bring joy to my parents. Setting a modest goal, I aspire to gain admission to Qingbei University or Shanghai University to make my elders happy. To this, both Chu Chen and the gifted Chu Chen expressed their understanding. After all, bringing joy to one's parents is entirely reasonable. Given that they are the same individuals from the martial realm, one could say without hesitation that the martial arts Chu Chen's parents are, in fact, their parents as well. If they cannot bring joy to their own parents in a short time, it seems only fitting to bring happiness to the parents of the martial realm. Let us strive for success, Chu Chen said with a smile. Aim to be the top scorer, so that the family lineage of the Chus begins with us. The martial arts Chu Chen replied with a bow. I shall do my utmost. With that, the projection of the martial arts realm flickered and vanished. What are your thoughts on the martial arts realm? Chu Chen turned his gaze towards the gifted Chu Chen and inquired softly. Within my realm of acceptance, the gifted Chu Chen replied with a smile. I cherish my homeland and wish to protect the people of Huaxia. However, our counterparts in other realms may have different perspectives. I can fully understand that. What is the point of moral coercion? We are all the same, and the decisions they make at this moment differ from mine solely due to the disparity in realms and growth environments. With that, the gifted Chu Chen paused briefly and then softly continued. Since my awakening, I have been under the protection of the state. I vaguely recall an incident where 5 stellar ability users perished in an attempt to protect me, and 2 lunar ability users were injured. Meanwhile, among the ability users beneath the stars, casualties were severe. Yet, I, who was at the center of the assassination, emerged unscathed. I can't perceive the affection the president holds for me. With the state treating me thus, how could I not fight to protect it? However, in the martial arts realm, such a significant martial examination venue could be invaded by cultists in such a manner. Who knows how deeply the official ranks have been infiltrated by various cults? Moreover, as long as I have a clear conscience, it suffices. Even if the counterpart from a different realm is not me, they are still not me. So why should I concern myself with such matters? Did we not agree to mutually assist one another and create brilliance together? Everything beyond that must yield under this premise. Let alone the martial arts Chu Chen, who merely desires a peaceful existence, even if the other party is a schemer, a behind-the-scenes manipulator disrupting the world's order, or a great demon reaping lives. As long as we can assist each other, I would be willing to sit down and engage in calm, amicable dialogue. Chapter 59. Musings of the Star Goddess that makes sense. Chu Chen pivoted the conversation and said, in the martial arts realm, it appears that martial virtue is quite abundant. Viewing this realm rich in martial virtue as akin to a vibrant campus life, though it may seem slightly incongruous, is indeed quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, the gifted Chu Chen chuckled. The martial arts, which ought to be the fiercest in combat, instead leads the most tranquil existence, even progressing towards a realm of song and dance. Nevertheless, that is acceptable. Everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. If one wishes to experience campus life, then let them do so. It is just as well, for we often discuss war and casualties, which can become quite tiresome. At this moment, we could certainly use some delightful campus gossip to alleviate our spirits. Chu Chen laughed heartily. Indeed, within the university, if one seeks amusement, it is nearly ubiquitous. The martial arts Chu Chen's aspiration is to enter the most prestigious martial arts academy through the martial examination. If we consider it purely from a cautious and prudent perspective, there may be slight issues with the method of entering the highest martial academy. However, the martial arts Chu Chen merely wishes to avoid the attention of the upper echelons. Everything else, he can easily muddle through by employing layers of disguises to confuse and mislead. Most importantly, each year, numerous students gain admission to the highest martial academy. Unless one is a close relative, who would persistently monitor the progress of a particular student. In the end, even within the highest martial academy, a multitude of students graduate each year. How many truly ascend to become martial masters? Subsequently, after conversing for a while longer, the gifted Chu Chun went off to attend to his significant matters. To use his own words, inspired by the martial arts Chu Chen's teachings, he suddenly conceived an idea. During the next wave of attacks by the sea beasts, he plans to subtly reveal his importance. Yes, possessing the strength of a solar realm cultivator, a type of strong support that the Sea Beast clan cannot tolerate. Just imagine, when the Sea Beast clan expends tremendous resources and sacrifices to breach layers of formations and overcome numerous obstacles, only to discover that the strongest among the humans stands before them, the mightiest support, an invincible war god, a pure six-sided warrior. What expression would the Sea Beast clan bear upon receiving this news on the battlefield? Regarding this notion, Chu Chun expressed his strong support. He even felt that during such a dramatically charged moment of battle, the martial arts Chu Chun should also be present to witness it. Alternatively, this individual immersed in survival might propose new insights based on the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. The probing of the gods would transition from the wind god to whichever unfortunate soul next. Chu Chun rose and approached the window, gazing up at the crimson star suspended in midair. Before he could contemplate further, Qing Yin knocked on his door, bringing with him crucial intelligence. I have just received news that the god of destruction intends to make a move against you in the near future. Qing Yin said with a serious expression. This information was relayed by a comrade lurking within the ranks of the Thunder God cult. Under normal circumstances, such high-level news would likely be false. Moreover, the comrade from the Thunder God cult should not have access to such sensitive information. However, he is aware of the Thunder God's request for the Star Goddess to come and offer an apology. He has roughly deduced the extent of the Thunder God's reparations. Even for a god, this would constitute a significant expenditure. It should not be debilitating, but the Thunder God certainly wishes to avoid experiencing it again. Furthermore, based on the relevant information conveyed by that comrade and the channels through which it was obtained, it can be inferred that the infiltrating comrade has indeed been exposed. The Thunder God sect has uncovered the identity of the individual. Yet instead of pursuing accountability, they have even promoted him, enabling him to relay this crucial intelligence. Chu Chen's influence is undeniably significant. Were it not for the divine mandate issued by the Thunder God, would the Thunder God sect have reacted in such a manner? According to the manner in which the Thunder God sect deals with hostile heretics, merely not incinerating the flesh and extracting the soul to light a lantern would be considered a lenient outcome. The Inquisition within the pantheon of gods is not something to be taken lightly. Is there any information regarding the god of destruction? Chu Qian pondered for a moment, then inquired aloud. Beneath the chief deity, the entity with the widest sphere of influence and the largest number of followers, Qing Yin, while retrieving the information regarding the god of destruction, remarked, as the sole subordinate of the god of destruction, he possesses immense autonomy and dominion over warfare. Consequently, the god of destruction can mobilize resources within his jurisdiction to cultivate his destructive adherents to the fullest extent. The Destruction Legion under his command is notorious for its brutality and bloodlust. Their strength is formidable. To put it in perspective, under equivalent circumstances, the legions of the gods operate on one level, while the Destruction Legion and the Judgment Legion operate on an entirely different tier. The Judgment Legion, under the relatively ruthless divine arts of the Judgment God, is celebrated for its fervent combat style and fearless demeanor. However, the characteristic of consuming souls and true spirits. The more Chu Chen listened, the more he felt the conversation was veering off course. Wasn't the discussion supposed to be about the god of destruction? Why had it shifted to the Judgment God? The Judgment God was not here to concern himself with him. So why waste time on this? Where did this information originate? It derives from Chapter 54, Section 6 of the Essays of the Star Goddess. Qing Yin inquired softly, is there an issue with this information? Chapter 54, Section 6 primarily discusses the god of destruction. The mention of the Judgment Legion serves merely as a point of comparison. I even specifically relayed the materials from Chapter 18, Section 3 regarding the Judgment God to provide context. Pausing momentarily, Qing Yin continued, should a conflict arise between you and the Judgment God in the future, you will be able to deduce relevant information about the Judgment God and the Judgment Legion based on the divine authority and combat capabilities of the God of Destruction and the Destruction Legion. Upon hearing this, Chu Chon nodded slightly and said, please continue. I am all ears. The Judgment God, as you mentioned earlier, has engaged in warfare with the God of Fire over certain matters within their respective domains. The God of Fire has a connection to me, after all, as I was the one who extinguished Luo Hai, whose soul now lies suppressed within my divine realm. Thus, Qing Yan's earlier conjecture held a kernel of truth. As for the Judgment God, presently, there is no encounter, yet in the future, the situation remains uncertain. Chapter 60. The Descent of the Gods. Very well, I shall proceed. Qing Yan's expression turned serious as he waved his right hand, causing a violet tome radiating the brilliance of the stars to materialize before Chu Chen. This is the goddess's essay, within which I shall meticulously introduce the information pertinent to the god of destruction. This tome contains various accounts concerning the gods, which you may wish to study in depth at your leisure. Given the vast chasm in our levels compared to the gods, knowing this information may be of little utility. In fact, during certain critical moments, such knowledge could potentially serve as a death knell for us. With a flick of his right hand, the celestial tome fell into his grasp, while Qing Yan commenced his exposition. He elaborated on various aspects related to the god of destruction, providing both horizontal comparisons and vertical contrasts regarding divine authority. Everything Qing Yan knew was conveyed in a remarkably logical manner. On one hand, Qing Yan spoke in great detail. On the other hand, Chu Chen utilized his divine power to scan the contents of the goddess's essay incessantly. Thus, his understanding of the pantheon of gods expanded at an astonishing pace. 3 days later, seated at a tea table, Chu Chen savored his tea while studying the myriad information contained within the goddess's essay. Has it arrived? Suddenly, Chu Chen sensed an unusual presence. With a mere thought, he stowed away the goddess's essay. In the next instant, Chu Chen's figure had materialized at the entrance of the Red Star Realm. In the blink of an eye, a handsome young man clad in white robes, exuding a gentle aura, appeared before Chu Chen. To my surprise, you awaited me here. The white-robed man regarded Chu Chen with a soft voice. Are you astonished by my arrival? Chu Chen gazed ahead, calmly inquiring. It is surprising, yet upon reflection, it seems rather natural. What difference is there between such words and mere platitudes? However, my statement is far from superfluous. What do you think? Thus, Chu Chen and the white-robed man engaged in a dialogue at the entrance of the Red Star Realm, exchanging words as if they were long-lost brothers, joyfully reminiscing about shared experiences. Meanwhile, the personnel of the Red Star organization traversed around them, seemingly oblivious to their presence, proceeding with hurried expressions, buzzing. Soon, subtle divine thoughts appeared from above, penetrating layer upon layer of barriers, guided by an unseen force to precisely materialize above the Red Star Realm. Thunderous roars resounded from the sky, accompanied by various celestial phenomena unfolding overhead. There were pitch-black eyes, rings of flame, spears of ice, and radiant white wings. Each manifestation signified the descent of a deity, brazenly and openly displayed above the Red Star organization, which stood in opposition to the gods. Damn it. Muong looked skyward, his voice brimming with anger. What do they mean by this? They have always known of our existence and could easily locate us. What have we been doing all these years? Performing as jesters beneath the gods' watchful eyes? Nearby, Qing Yan's tone remained unchanged as he suddenly interjected. Muong, tread carefully. Muong glanced at Qing Yan, then back at the sky, hesitating to speak. Today's events are indeed ironic. Whoosh, whoosh, whooshed at that moment. A series of sounds akin to breaking air echoed. Soon, the senior members of the Red Star organization gathered near Qing Yan. They looked at the silent Qing Yan, enveloped in their own silence. Faced with such circumstances, confronting the gods, the vice commander must feel equally powerless. No? Commander, will you not emerge? How shall we navigate this current predicament? Commander, could it be that all our actions have transpired beneath the gods' very noses? In an instant, a torrent of information reached the sequestered commander through various means. Do not worry. Everyone, I was already aware of today's events in advance. During my retreat, the vice commander has full authority to act on my behalf. Rest assured, the Red Star organization shall endure, and our future remains bright. The commander's voice resonated in the minds of the gathered, imbued with a peculiar force. Despite their ability to discern the comforting intent behind the commander's words, they were compelled to believe them. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion, but after the commander's reassurances, they felt that the vice commander's presence and demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation, instilling even greater trust in him. Faced with the current situation, they had no choice but to adhere to the vice commander's directives. Could they truly draw their swords against the heavens and challenge the gods? If such power existed, they would have long since emerged from the Red Star realm, igniting a fervent rebellion against the gods in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, on another front, "Do you wish to perish?" After conversing for a while, Chu Chun suddenly posed the question. "Naturally, I do not," the white-robed man replied with a smile. "Having lived for so long, striving diligently for so long, who would wish for their downfall at this stage of strength and status?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he softly stated, "Then you should depart. If you continue to linger here, you shall meet your demise." The white-robed man shook his head and replied, "I cannot leave. You see the multitude of divine beings present, all gathered here today without exception. You should understand that I cannot depart." Chu Chun looked skyward, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The illustrious god of destruction willingly walks into the jaws of death. Is this truly an act of acceptance? It is not, the god of destruction stated directly. Yet the gods are not merely spectators. With their assistance, the resources consumed by my earthly incarnation could have sufficed to forge several deities. With that, the god of destruction paused briefly before continuing. "I comprehend that even a being as formidable as the god of greed possesses no means of resistance before you. How much less so for me? A mere weakling who is not even a chief deity. However, there is no alternative. The divine sovereign has issued a decree, and I must comply, even if it costs me my life and everything else. As a subordinate deity of the god of destruction, from the moment I resolved to join the pantheon of destruction and pledge my loyalty to my divine master, I have been prepared to sacrifice my life for him. The grace bestowed upon me by my master, the nurturing, the elevation, the divine path, has been immeasurable. Therefore, whenever my master is in need, I can unhesitatingly dedicate everything to him." Chu Chun gazed at the other figure and sighed softly. The god of destruction, too, is a man of loyalty and righteousness. In Essays of the Goddesses, the relationship between the god of destruction and the god of annihilation is elaborated upon and defined. Thus, granting the other party a death they yearn for, perhaps, is the most anticipated form of their demise. Chapter 61. Listening to the power of the goddess of stars was somewhat unexpected. Chu Chun couldn't help but marvel. As the sole subordinate of the god of annihilation, the importance of the god of destruction to the god of annihilation is beyond question. Even so, the goddess of stars was able to arrange for him to come and test her. To call it a test is, in reality, akin to inviting death. From the perspective of the gods, considering that I can wield the power of the rules, and that one of the chief gods, the god of greed, has fallen at my hands, this inexplicable act of testing appears more like a death wish. Not to mention the god of destruction, even the god of annihilation standing behind him would have a considerable chance of demise. From my perspective, this encounter marks my first direct confrontation with the Pantheon since emerging in their sight. I do not comprehend the significance of this trial, yet regardless, I must emerge victorious. I must triumph splendidly. Among the gods, there are no fools. Should I display even a hint of weakness, the attitude of the Pantheon would transform drastically, ushering in wave after wave of troubles. I believe you are quite a good person. Chu Chen's expression turned serious as he spoke. If we were not on opposing sides, perhaps we might have become friends. Alas, we are enemies, Tio, this day. I still do not understand the purpose behind the Pantheon sending you to test me. With all the deities bearing witness, what does it signify that I have slain the god of greed and would slay you next? The god of destruction looked at Chu Chen, opening his mouth yet saying nothing. Among the deities, there are traitors, and these traitors are aiding the enemies in invading our world. My survival matters little. However, I hope that after this battle, you will identify that traitor. I still believe that you and the Divine Master should not be adversaries. As soon as the words fell, divine light began to emanate from behind the god of destruction. In the next moment, a terrifying light of destruction surged forth, centered on the god of destruction, wreaking havoc in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to dust. Buzz! At that moment, a starry radiance erupted in the sky. The realm I protect ought to be deserving of the respect of the gods. The indifferent voice of the goddess of stars echoed above the crimson star realm. Such a commanding declaration drew no opposition from any deity. In fact, The reactions of the gods suggested that this was a perfectly normal occurrence. All hail the goddess. Qingyan looked up at the surrounding starlight and began to pray according to the rituals established by the goddess of stars. Simultaneously, others in the Crimson Star organization began their solemn prayers. Under the radiance of the stars, this act of devotion seemed to carry a unique ambience. Were this to happen with other deities, the Crimson Star organization would have likely been obliterated long ago. The ethereal figure of the goddess of stars hovered above, observing the pious faith of the Crimson Star organization below. Her lips twitching slightly as the recipient of their prayers, she was acutely aware of the fickleness of their faith. Today they worship the god of greed, tomorrow they venerate her. Such a fence-sitting behavior in matters of faith would likely incur divine punishment for any two gods involved. She and the newly appointed god of greed could be considered two oddities within the divine realm. Stars, do not overstep your bounds. Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air. Whoosh, a streak of light, seemingly capable of annihilating all, flashed by, and the embodiment of the god of destruction appeared before the goddess of stars. Using the cultivation of a rebellious organization to eradicate dissenters, is a goddess life not worth anything? The god of destruction exclaimed, filled with animosity. You wish to strengthen your influence by toppling the rule of the gods through the development of the Crimson Star organization, thereby expanding the scope of your faith, correct? Ultimately, you aim to take that step, yes? Pausing, the god of destruction closed his eyes and, with a voice heavy with restraint, said, I cannot fathom how you managed to persuade fate and dusk. But you shall not pass my trial. The goddess of stars cast a glance at the god of destruction and replied coolly, I have never intended to persuade you, nor do I need to pass your trial. If you find me displeasing, feel free to attack me with your power of destruction, rather than standing before me, merely hurling empty words, god of destruction. It is merely that he cannot prevail. Otherwise, he would have long rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward. He deals with the fury of destruction daily, and under its violent influence, his temper is not likely to be amiable if he could win. He would engage in battle with the other at least 800 times a day. If you wish to observe, then do so from the sidelines without offering your foolish opinions. The goddess of stars' eyes sparkled with endless starlight. And after a moment, she suddenly stated, if you continue to offend me, you shall learn that starlight can also become wrathful. With her words, the god of destruction instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chuchen unleashed his full power, colliding with the god of destruction in the void. The mere aftermath of their clash was enough to cleanse the violent and murderous aura of the void entirely. Senior, you need not pity me. The god of destruction sighed, speaking, use your true power, and let my fall illuminate the world one last time. Though he spoke thus, the might unleashed by the god of destruction only grew stronger. Until he began to employ underhanded tactics amidst the battle. He understood the thoughts of certain beings within the divine realm. The utilization of the power of rules must come at a cost. Having previously slain the god of greed, would it not be absurd to emerge unscathed? Are chief gods so easily dispatched? If the rules can be wielded against a chief god, what of the weaker true gods? Is it worth the risk? If not, or if this formidable opponent cannot tap into the power of rules, then a feast of division awaits. Not to mention others, he himself was also curious about the application of the power of rules. As for the sentiments he expressed, of compassion and sacrifice for the world, merely words. The chief god association's orders were beyond his defiance. Furthermore, he was aware of the formidable strength of his opponent prior to the battle. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of sorrowful empathy. Would it not be more advantageous to portray oneself as pitiful, to sound noble and righteous, to claim one's willingness to sacrifice all for the world? Should he not provoke the opponent into a reckless act? What if he could win the opponent's favor and survive? As long as he lives, there remains hope for a turnaround. Thus, let the invitation to death commence. Chuchen's figure flickered, retreating 100,000 miles, and softly declared, after your fall, I will personally erect a tombstone for you. He had never truly believed in the words of the god of destruction. They were merely tokens of sentiment. The crux of the matter was that the character of the opponent bore no relevance to him. The god of destruction approached with murderous intent, employing various techniques aimed at eliminating him. Regardless of the opponent's character or contributions to the world, or their potential achievements, if they sought his life, he would retaliate with all his might. Other matters were of no concern to him. Whoosh, a blood-red light imbued with the power of Rule's annihilation, carrying the dread of the gods, reappeared in this world under their witness. Chapter 62. The so-called Rules. In the instant the crimson power of Rules manifested, it transformed into a streak of light, disregarding the distance between Chuchen and the god of destruction, and instantly pierced through the chest of the god of destruction. The god of destruction's formidable vitality and the corrosive force of destruction appeared feeble and insignificant in the face of such power. Collapsing at the slightest touch, crack, a sound of shattering echoed, clearly audible in the sky above the Crimson Star realm. Soon after, that earthly manifestation of the god of destruction, nearly equal in strength to his true form due to the blessings of the gods, vanished like scattered embers, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, echoes of mournful collisions resonated in the sky, rapidly expanding outward. The fall of a chief god draws tears from the heavens. The fall of a true god invokes lamentation. Such phenomena signify one thing. A true god has met their end. At this pivotal juncture, who else but the god of destruction could have fallen? Coupled with the earlier flicker of the power of Rules, it is evident that the god who has just fallen is indeed the god of destruction. It is unfathomable that the god of destruction, known as the foremost deity beneath the chief gods, has been directly erased by Chuchen utilizing the power of Rules, witnessed by the pantheon. Especially in this case, directly severing the connection between the earthly manifestation of the god of destruction and its true self serves as a pivotal point, swiftly and decisively obliterating it from top to bottom. Most importantly, this blood-red force of Rule bears an uncanny resemblance to the power of Rules that accompanied the fall of the god of greed. Under normal circumstances, even in battles between supreme deities, when it involves earthly manifestations, the attacks merely aim to eliminate the opponent's earthly incarnation. After all, the earthly manifestations of deities are numerous. If an enemy could pinpoint the true deity's location based on a single incarnation and inflict harm upon them, the gods would not regard their incarnations as mere tools. Buzzing above the Crimson Star realm, the divine consciousness dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. The divine spectacle that enveloped the Crimson Star realm, even painting a picture of world annihilation, reverted to the serene vista of the Crimson Star within mere breaths. The gods, all have fled, without exception, each one hastening away, fearing that lingering too long would result in being the last to depart and thus caught in the memory of Chuchen. Being remembered by a powerful entity is not necessarily a bad thing. However, being preoccupied by Chuchen surely bodes ill. First, the god of greed, and now the god of destruction, two formidable divine beings have fallen at the hands of Chuchen. This implies that today's probing by the gods yielded results they least wished to witness. If the manipulation of Rule power is singular, then their future actions need not be fraught with concern. How can it be like it is now? If, in the future, the paths of extraordinary abilities and divine paths were to clash, should a severe conflict arise that jeopardizes their standing, would they dare to personally intervene? Had this extraordinary creator been weak, they might have shamelessly acted without regard. But now, they are fervently hoping that the great supreme deities can negotiate with this extraordinary creator, ideally signing a contract witnessed by the primordial consciousness in advance. If the enemy is weak, they would disregard the rules. But if the enemy is formidable, possessing the power to annihilate them effortlessly, then it becomes imperative to establish certain regulations. They can assure that all their actions, both now and in the future, will remain within the confines of these regulations. That, of course, these matters are not theirs to manage. The establishment of rules should be entrusted to the lofty supreme deities. As for the present, they yearn to depart this place with utmost alacrity, even striving to erase any traces they leave behind. They fear that should they lag even slightly, they might attract Chuchen's attention, thereby meeting a fate as ruthless as that of the god of destruction, perishing amidst heaven and earth. Detecting whether the sacrificial offering has commenced, all except for the divine rank, to be sacrificed, Chuchen stated without hesitation. The self within the realm of extraordinary abilities has progressively begun to wield divine power. The opponent's distinctive display sufficiently attests to the mystery and might of the foremost deity of divine paths. Therefore, he wishes to see if he can absorb this divine rank of destruction. After all, the trump card of mutual annihilation cannot be relied upon indefinitely. This power not only endangers others' lives but, if mismanaged, can imperil one's own life. Hence, the strength of his true self is paramount. A substantial reward of rules, exchanged for the god of destruction, would intimidate the other gods. This transaction seems far from unprofitable. Standing at the entrance of the Crimson Star realm, Chu Chun appeared majestic, his robes billowing. Not far away, nearly all members of the Crimson Star organization gazed at him with profound admiration. Yet, among them, a few harbored expressions of sentiment and helplessness. Contrasting with the reactions of the others, Qing Yin quietly took note. He had anticipated Chu Chin's strength long ago, although witnessing it firsthand was far more astonishing than mere hearsay. His formidable self-restraint allowed him to comprehend what he ought to do at this moment. Within the Crimson Star organization, numerous members of various divine sects lay in ambush. This is certain. Through this opportunity, he could discern a group of them. After all, the grand spectacle of divine beings descending is sufficient to stir the fervent hearts of staunch believers in divine paths, igniting their spirits. The retreat of the gods would further leave this group in despondency and dismay. Such emotional upheaval caused by witnessing a historical event in rapid succession can only be controlled by the wise. Thus, observing the reactions of this group now reveals significant disparities. If given time to cool down, encountering an opportunity like today's would become exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's thoughts had already extended into the realm of the Rule Altar. The tumultuous events unfolding outside did not capture his attention much. Sacrificial offering, incomplete god of destruction. Offerer, Chu Chen. Detecting the special identity of the offerer, the primordial consciousness pays considerable attention to this rule sacrifice. Due to the intervention of the primordial consciousness, the offerer may select certain rewards for the sacrificial offering according to his will. This is a special grace from the primordial consciousness for the offerer. In this era, only the offerer can enjoy such an honor. Ding. The primordial consciousness descends. Everything is handed over to its control. The primordial consciousness detects that the sacrificial offering, the god of destruction, lacks the most crucial rule component. The offerer can supplement it through rule rewards. Friendly reminder. A complete state of the offering will enjoy greater blessings from the primordial consciousness. Chapter 63. The reasonable star goddess. How many rule rewards are needed for completion? Chu Chun pondered briefly before inquiring. A substantial reward of rules. This price seems rather steep, does it not? A substantial reward of rules could enable him to eliminate another deity. Now, exchanging a substantial reward for a divine rank? Even though a divine rank is the most vital component of a deity, it hardly seems justifiable, does it? How much of a fool must he be to commit such an irrational act? Most importantly, the divine rank acquired through rule rewards would not be for his own use, but intended as a sacrificial offering to the rule altar. The altar accepts offerings, which are then converted into cultivation or other forms. A process that incurs significant wear and tear. Well, only the supreme god of greed could exchange for true divine-level cultivation and related standards. Thus, to exchange a substantial reward for a divine rank of destruction, supplementing the offering, would lead to data reduction in his own gains post-sacrifice, potentially yielding less than the original substantial reward. It would be akin to trading a watermelon for sesame seeds, then collecting those sesame seeds in hopes of eventually trading them back for a watermelon. Is that not pure folly? In light of the offerer's special identity, the primordial consciousness considers the perilous situation the offerer currently faces. For the offerer's benefit, the primordial consciousness will conduct a thorough analysis based on special circumstances and provide significant concessions. To supplement the most critical part of the offering, the offerer need only provide 3 medium rewards. 3 medium rewards? That is acceptable. Chu Chen's eyes brightened, and he promptly agreed to the primordial consciousness's proposal. In the next moment, the amount of rule rewards in his possession diminished by 3 medium rewards. Under the omnipotent power of rules, the missing divine rank within the sacrificial offering, the god of destruction, was restored. Now, the sacrificial ceremony officially commences. By standard protocol, upon completion of the sacrifice, the offerer will receive semi-divine level cultivation, soul power, divinity, and the embryonic form of the god of destruction's realm. However, since the offerer already possesses the rank of the god of greed, this reward can be converted into general equivalents, allowing him to exchange for the portions he requires. Given that there is a standard protocol, is there also a non-standard one? A flash of insight crossed Chu Chen's mind, and he suddenly asked, or rather, a non-standard state. Had this been his first encounter with the rule altar, he certainly would not have posed such a question. After all, it is prudent and respectful to approach such extraordinary entities with caution and reverence. However, having observed the primordial consciousness's intent, it appears that his identity as the Path Creator is quite extraordinary. Could he negotiate? Even perhaps engage in a bit of trickery? The primordial consciousness, considering the status of the Path Creator, might overlook his audacity that the implication. Detecting the offerer's request, the primordial consciousness begins to fully consider the offerer's opinions. Detecting rule rewards. If the offerer wishes to alter the rewards or enhance their quality and quantity, he need only provide rule rewards. Based on the amount and quality of the rule rewards, the items provided by the primordial consciousness will be proportionately enhanced. How many rule rewards are required to completely repair my divine rank of greed? Elevate my divine realm, ignite divine fire, stabilize my divinity, and become a true deity. 4 substantial rule rewards, 6 medium rule rewards, and 15 minor rule rewards. Chu Chen thought the medium and minor rule rewards are relatively easy to obtain, so he is not overly concerned. The crux lies in the substantial rule rewards. He has accumulated only 6 over several months. Having used 1 for mutual destruction, if he were to expend 4 more, he would be left with but a single reward. Now, he can't help but suspect whether the primordial consciousness has intentionally reserved 1 substantial rule reward for his protection, considering that should any misfortune befall this Path Creator, the primordial consciousness might deem it a significant loss. Let us proceed. Chu Chen raised his gaze to the altar of rules and spoke. Asked the foremost demigod if he required such considerable resources to ascend to true divinity through the altar of rules. It was indeed a daunting prospect for an ordinary individual to achieve godhood by such means. The path to divinity was fraught with challenges, more arduous than that faced by mortals scaling the heavens. Buzz! A beam of radiant light emerged from the altar of rules and enveloped Chu Chen. In the next moment, his entire being began to undergo a profound transformation, from his physical form to his soul. From soul to true spirit, a complete metamorphosis was initiated from within, culminating in his ascension from demigod to true god. The disparity between these states was undeniably vast within the realms of the divine. At the same time, above the crimson star realm, the star goddess seemed to sense something, gesturing with her hand as a colossal pillar of stars descended, casting a shadow over the entire realm. The matters of today have concluded. Since we have reached a conclusion in our hearts and have made judgments about the future, we should no longer linger here to spy. Beside her, the god of slaughter, exuding an aura of death and destruction, frowned and inquired, should we not descend collectively and meet with the pioneer of those extraordinary abilities? We might as well discuss plans for the next 100,000 years. The star goddess, unfazed by his words, interjected coolly, I brought you here to observe the crimson star realm under certain conditions. Now, I bid you to depart. Do you refuse to leave? The god of slaughter lowered his head slightly, lost in thought. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, he retracted his aura of slaughter, cast a glance at the god of fate, and vanished without a trace. Since all is well, I shall take my leave as well, remarked the god of fate after a moment of observation. His departure seemed to trigger a chain reaction, and in the blink of an eye, most of the primary gods had also exited. Although none present were intimidated by the others, why provoke the star goddess over trivial matters? The other gods may not know the star goddess well, but surely they understood her nature. When she was in the mood for reason, it was prudent to engage her calmly. Otherwise, when she ceased being reasonable, there would be no space left to negotiate. Still here? The star goddess turned her gaze toward the god of destruction, her voice softening. Your actions will bear consequences. After a moment of silence, the god of destruction replied, I have never heard of a god betraying the pantheon as a whole. While I may not harbor fondness for you, I also do not wish to see you positioned against the gods. If that is the case, the fall of the stars shall be upon us by tomorrow. As his words faded, the god of destruction vanished swiftly, leaving no opportunity for the star goddess to retort. Though he could not best her in argument or combat, he was free to leave after stating his piece. Would she truly incite a war over this matter? After a pause, Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes, Within them a flicker of the rule of greed and desire illuminated his gaze. The ascension from demigod to true god was complete in that fleeting moment. He traversed a path that had taken the gods tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years to navigate. This process was nothing short of rapid. He could even sense that the power he now wielded differed somewhat from the true godly information contained within the essence of greed. Typically, deities ignite their divine fires through the power of faith, and their divine essences coalesce through the combined forces of rule and faith. Yet, in his ascension to true godhood, he had scarcely utilized the power of faith. Thus, the differences were to be expected. Warning: the high priest now possesses true godly power and must uplift the divine realm within 1,000 years to ascend to the divine plane. If ascension has not been achieved after 1,000 years, he will face expulsion from the mortal realm according to its rules. 1,000 years. Upon receiving this information from the primordial consciousness, Chu Chun raised an eyebrow. A millennium felt like an eternity to him now. He had only been in this realm for less than a year. If granted another 1,000 years to develop, he could scarcely envision the heights he might attain. Perhaps he would already be at the pinnacle of strength. Have you completed your ascension? The voice of the star goddess suddenly reached him from afar. And in an instant, a starry light blossomed before him. The next moment, the star goddess, adorned with a smile, materialized before Chu Chen. "It is done," he replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Given her inquiry, it seemed she was already aware of his transformation to true godhood, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. The gods wish to ascertain whether you can still wield that power of rule to annihilate. The star goddess nodded slightly, then shifted the conversation, stating, "What I seek to discern is which of the primary gods has ties to external forces." Fortunately, there were gains to be had. Chu Chun gently inquired, "The external forces, are they your enemies?" This time, the star goddess did not evade his question. "Now that you are a true god, aside from your life-preserving measures, you possess the genuine power to stand atop this world. Thus, certain matters need not be concealed from you." She paused for a moment, then continued, "Our world has long been under the watchful gaze of external forces, continually besieged. The foes invading our realm call themselves the Ashes. Their ultimate goal is to reduce the world to cinders. You may believe the world ruled by the gods is dark, corrupt, and repugnant. Yet, you must acknowledge that, at present, the majority of deities stand as the bulwark against the Ashes. Do you know where my divine kingdom is established?" Chu Chen's eyes flickered with curiosity as he softly asked, "The front lines?" "Indeed, I have relocated my divine kingdom to the front lines, unleashing all my power to repel the relentless waves of Ashes," the star goddess stated earnestly. Yet, amidst the clashes with the Ashes, the divine coalition has gradually fallen into a state of decline. The strength of the Ashes grows more formidable with each incursion, and as the situation deteriorates, the gods' resolve wavers. Thus, the current circumstances are perilous. A single misstep could lead to extinction of life and the obliteration of our world. To be candid, the defection of true gods did not greatly concern her. Even on the battlefield, should a true god suddenly betray them, she could swiftly eliminate them. However, the defection of a primary god was intolerable. As the war situation spiraled beyond control, she began frantically seeking out variables within the world. The Crimson Star organization was one such variable she had casually sown. Initially, it had not drawn much of her attention. But with the emergence of extraordinary abilities, it became impossible for her to overlook. In truth, it was only when the Crimson Star organization began producing extraordinary individuals that she truly recognized it as a key asset. Initiating cost-agnostic support and cultivation. Which primary god poses a problem? After a moment of silence, Chu Chun shifted the topic, inquiring softly, "Is it the god of destruction?" The god of ruin was a subordinate of the god of destruction. Thus, bringing the god of ruin into play seemed to target the god of destruction directly. "Not him," the star goddess replied, shaking her head. "To act as a traitor, one must possess cunning. Especially for a traitor who betrays the realm to external foes. Once identified, the entire world would reject them, and the rules would forsake them. This price is currently one that no primary god can afford. As for the future, it depends on how far the Ashes can push the front line." Chu Chen pondered, "Then why did you bring the god of ruin here? Isn't that what you requested?" "What?" He was taken aback. "The strongest deity under the primary gods, was that not your demand?" "At the time, He had merely thought that the god of tempests was weaker. Since a substantial fragment of rules could exchange for a deity, why not aim higher? Yet the star goddess had directly brought forth the sole subordinate of the god of destruction. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If the god of destruction held a grudge, he would eventually facilitate their demise in the future. Following their exchange about the ashes, the star goddess turned to leave. Before departing, she left behind a tome titled Records of Observations on the Ashes. The star goddess certainly had a penchant for writing. Chu Qian regarded the blood-purple volume in his hands, murmuring to himself. With a wave of his right hand, he tucked the book away in the next instant. His figure had already arrived in his chamber. Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts and directly connected with his extraordinary counterpart, Chu Qian. Having made significant progress, I must share in the joy, brother. What is it? I have ascended to godhood. A question mark floated above the head of his extraordinary self. Did I hear you correctly? You have become a god. How is that possible in such a short time? Incredible. The extraordinary Chu Qian could not help but give a thumbs up. Exclaiming in admiration, I initially thought that the transition from demigod to true god would require at least several years. After all, the mastery of divine realms, divine ranks, divine nature, and the associated laws is quite intricate. Yet I must say, it is truly befitting of me. Opposite him, Chu Qian twitched his mouth in silence, saying, Are you praising me, or are you praising yourself? The extraordinary Chu Qian chuckled. Aren't they one and the same? To praise you is effectively to praise myself. Since we have embarked on this self-praise, why not let it be even more fervent? Chu Qian jested. I believe you should replace self-praise with shamelessness. If we are already shameless, why not let our shamelessness be even more vigorous? That would be more accurate. The extraordinary Chu Qian. But this person is rather ruthless. Otherwise, why would he speak so harshly about himself? I just don't understand. Chapter 65. Unrivaled in the world, enemies from the heavens, let me first share my strength with you. Chu Qian stretched lazily and, after a brief physical warm-up, spoke softly, You are still on the battlefield. And the dangers there. I need not elaborate. I wouldn't want you to suddenly become the target of a stronger foe from your side while we are chatting, only to meet your demise. There are ancient predecessors on the human side, and it is likely that there are formidable beings on the side of the extraordinary beasts as well. Otherwise, the extraordinary beasts would have long been eradicated to the brink of extinction. Perhaps that so-called beast royal family would be kept in zoos for display purposes. Thus it is prudent to enhance your strength first, just in case. If such a situation were to occur, it would be quite absurd. The extraordinary Chu Qian. Can your words be any more pessimistic? Why can't you be a bit more lively and cheerful like me? Even if we consider the worst-case scenarios, you needn't be so despondent. Right? If it were anyone else, they might genuinely think you are cursing them after a while. Buzz. As their thoughts intertwined, a ripple of time and space began to shimmer. In an instant, the extraordinary Chu Qian gained the powers of a true god. Incredible! The extraordinary Chu Qian gazed at his hands, inhaled deeply a few times, and couldn't help but grin. What do you think? Am I not powerful? Opposite him, Chu Qian observed the excitement on his counterpart's face and felt a tinge of exhilaration himself. After all, sharing strength and joy, the more you share, the happier it becomes. I now feel invincible in the world. The extraordinary Chu Qian clenched his fists, exclaiming with enthusiasm, the coastal defense line, the incursion of sea beasts. I believe I can take them on. Upon hearing this, Chu Qian shook his head, seemingly disapproving of the extraordinary Chu Qian's thoughts. The extraordinary Chu Qian furrowed his brow and asked, Is there something wrong with what I just said? No problem. Then why did you shake your head? I was merely contemplating. Your declaration of invincibility seems a bit premature. How so? Your current mindset needs correction. Setting aside whether a true god is indeed invincible. Even if one were, there could still be heavenly foes and even threats from beyond the heavens. What do you think? For some reason, he felt a strong urge to curse. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the other self from a different timeline had a point. The reason he felt powerful now was that true formidable beings had yet to appear in two timelines. They were parallel. The enemies existing on the opposite side would most likely also exist on their side. Just the thought of future threats from the heavens and beyond made him shudder. What on earth are these? Have you gathered information on the enemies from your side? The extraordinary Chu Qian rubbed his brow and subsequently inquired. Roughly, yes. Chu Qian responded softly, I will soon utilize the memory combat technique you shared to consolidate information regarding the ashes. Then, I will share it with you. You should understand afterward. I shall refrain from elaborating further here." Upon hearing this, the extraordinary Chu Qian nodded slightly, eager to experience the sensation of knowledge flooding his mind, a feeling he had longed for ever since Chu Qian had mentioned it previously. Now, he finally had the opportunity. Who would want to toil through studying and waste time organizing information when one could simply enjoy the influx of knowledge? Afterward, as Chu Qian conversed with the extraordinary Chu Chen, he simultaneously focused his divine consciousness, beginning to read the new book gifted by the star goddess. Soon, he grasped a general understanding of the ashes. The ashes could be described as a distinct species from the myriad beings inhabiting the world. Their origins remain a mystery, but once they began to corrode the vibrant world, transforming it into a desolate wasteland, new ashes began to emerge. As long as there are areas still tainted by the ashes, they will continue to proliferate, seemingly endless. Thus, the overall strength of the ashes grows ever stronger, leading the gods to shift their focus from offense to defense. In fact, 1,000 years ago, the ashes once breached the divine defenses in a major assault. That time, the primordial consciousness intervened, repelling the ashes. However, the intervention of the primordial consciousness is not infinite. The star goddess could sense that following its previous action, the energy of the entire world became somewhat disordered. And even the understanding of rules grew obscured. In summary, the world is in dire need of transformation. New powers must be integrated. Otherwise, the future of the entire world is all but predetermined. It is not only the powerful supreme gods who can foresee a despairing future. Even the most ordinary mortals, upon learning this news, could still predict a dark and bleak future. The ashes. After receiving the information, the extraordinary Chu Chun let out a slight sigh. How did such a calamity come to exist? The more they fought, the more they proliferated. What does that imply? This means that if the ashes cannot be eradicated at the outset, will they not simply await death in the end? The more casualties on their side, the weaker their strength becomes, while the more the enemies proliferate and grow stronger. What is there left to fight for? Tell me, do we have ashes on our side? After a moment of silence, the extraordinary Chu Chun suddenly asked, "I believe it is highly probable." Chu Chun replied softly, "Powerful extraordinary beings also have lengthy lifespans, do they not? How did your Qin Shi Huang, who swept across the extraordinary beast realms and suppressed the giant demons, vanish within just a few decades? To put it bluntly, even if the ashes do not exist on your side, there are likely other formidable foes. After all, one can only name one, as there are undoubtedly strong adversaries lurking." The extraordinary Chu Qian contemplated for a moment and then said, "I think I need to have a chat with the president. Last time, the president mentioned a book. He referred to it as a forbidden tome. But if the information contained within were false, how would the president know? Moreover, it seems the president has also perused its contents. When one's strength is insufficient, some knowledge holds no benefit. However, when one becomes sufficiently powerful, such potentially harmful information to the weak becomes crucial. You should tidy up the coastal defense line before seeking out the president," Chu Qian said helplessly. It would be better to assist him with his troubling matters before engaging in casual conversation. The extraordinary Chu Qian contemplated, and then turned his gaze towards the direction of the East Peak Divine Mountain. "You make a valid point. The matters concerning the East Peak Divine Mountain indeed require attention." Chapter 66. The Family of Ashes. While the two were conversing, Chu Chen's eyes flickered. He then slightly turned to the side, giving the extraordinary Chu Qian a meaningful glance. His counterpart, with an understanding look, promptly fell silent. "Since a guest has arrived, let them show themselves." Chu Qian sat on the bench, waved his right hand, and two freshly brewed cups of tea appeared on the table. Buzz! A shadow flickering with a dark glow materialized before Chu Qian. The moment this figure appeared, Chu Qian felt as though his house was rapidly aging at an alarming rate. This was already his second house. He had finally gotten accustomed to this one and did not wish to move to a new one. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Chu Qian waved his right hand, unleashing powerful divine energy that swiftly dispelled the encroaching force. "I come here to invite you to seek the great path together." The shadow, cloaked in black, stared at Chu Qian for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. "What kind of great path?" Chu Qian asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Quite simple. You need only accept the baptism of the ashes origin and merge into our family of ashes. Then, you shall transform from a human into an ashen being. The shadow elaborated, "Become our partner, join our family of ashes, and you may pursue the eternal existence of the Ashen Great Path, Chu Chun. Are you suggesting I relinquish my humanity upon your arrival? Is that appropriate? Your world is destined to tread the path of ashes, I in the realm of ashes. Any life not belonging to the ashes shall be obliterated. If you do not wish to be destroyed, then you must join us." The shadowy figure, clad in black, appeared oblivious to Chu Chin's expression, continuing to incessantly promote the so-called Ashen family. It resorted to coercion and enticement, extolling the virtues of transforming into ashen beings while vehemently criticizing the current state of the world. Ultimately, it resorted to threats, declaring that those who refused to join the Ashen family would inevitably perish in the forthcoming conflicts. Ashes, it proclaimed, would supplant all. Everything that existed outside of ashes would be reduced to mere fuel to bolster the ascendance of ashes. "Are you out of your mind?" Chu Chen inquired after a brief silence. "Does this thing truly possess intelligence? Otherwise, why would it incessantly repeat these phrases?" Yet the shadow continued to gaze at Chu Chen, persistently urging him to embrace the Ashen existence. Presumably, this was a mere tactic employed by the Ashen faction. Furrowing his brow, Chu Chen pondered. Before the celestial goddess had mentioned these matters, he had never encountered the ashes. Why, the moment he became aware of them, did they come knocking at his door? Was this the very reason the celestial goddess had withheld this information from him? Or perhaps, was this entity intentionally introduced by the celestial goddess to broaden his horizons? Contemplating these thoughts, Chu Chen willed the shadowy figure before him to be transported beyond the realm of the Crimson Star. In the next instant, an overwhelming divine power erupted in that locale. Within a mere moment, the representative of the Ashen faction was obliterated by Chu Chen, reduced to nothingness. Such power was commendable. Observing the chaotic scene of destruction, Chu Chen, with a smile, remarked, "To hone my combat abilities, General Mu and the President have both engaged with me in brief skirmishes. I cannot ascertain the full extent of the President's strength, but I sense that even with General Mu at his peak, he would scarcely endure more than a quarter of an hour against our current prowess, even if he employed his formidable forbidden techniques." With a glimmer in his eyes, Chu Chen solemnly declared, "I believe I am now ready to propagate the divine path among us." He turned to Chu Chen and added, "Let's go for it. The path of abilities has already brought us significant surprises. I trust that the divine path will not fall short of expectations, at the very least. For the pioneers willing to take the plunge, the divine path is an immensely powerful means of cultivation." Chu Chen nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I too believe that if the patriotic officials become deities, then the circumstances over there may not unfold upon us here." The notion of disseminating the divine path across the realm of abilities had always lingered in his mind. Initially, he envisioned that the officials led by General Mu would utilize the new path to achieve breakthroughs, ascend to higher realms, and secure victories in coastal defenses or the Eastern Peak Sacred Mountain campaign before embarking on the dissemination of the divine path. After all, with the strongest standing by their side, the propagation of the divine path would likely encounter minimal hindrances. However, with his newfound divine-level power, it was time for a change. After exchanging a few more words, Chu Chen returned to his own affairs. He mused about the Ashen representative. Under normal circumstances, if it sought to entice him into treachery, it would first shatter his resolve with overwhelming strength before attempting to persuade him to yield. Who comes to engage in mere chatter before any confrontation? He thought, I wonder how the data collection is progressing in the realm of martial arts. The propagation of the path of abilities had granted him a set of rule-based rewards as a form of acknowledgement. Thus, he successfully ascended from demigod to true god. Surely, in this world, the source consciousness would not be stingy when it came to disseminating martial arts, would it? With a hum, a ripple in time and space materialized. In the projection of martial arts, Chu Chen soon appeared before him. How is the data collection of martial arts proceeding? Chu Chen directly inquired. Typically, he might engage in some small talk or light banter before broaching serious matters. However, facing himself, he deemed such pleasantries unnecessary and a waste of time. Rest assured, I am diligent in my endeavors. Martial arts, Chu Chen replied unhurriedly. I have recorded the general framework of martial arts and various foundational theories using the memory techniques you shared with me. However, due to the limited time, the avatars I crafted, despite their formidable power and efficiency, have not had the opportunity to delve into the core secrets of the major martial arts organizations. Naturally, I have dispatched several powerful avatars to seize some resources. Though I have made some gains, it has also heightened the vigilance of the various martial arts organizations. With a few advanced martial arts secrets to reference, I believe you won't lack for information in the short term. Therefore, I plan to take my time, honing the coordination between my avatars. I aim to systematically organize the martial arts theoretical knowledge from our side before the commencement of my university studies. For now, you will need to make do with these disparate bits of information. Chapter 67. Numerous avatars, brother? That's impressive, Chu Chen exclaimed after receiving the memory techniques containing a vast array of martial arts information. It's hard to fathom how you managed to gather so much data in such a short time. Upon receiving the martial arts information, he was momentarily taken aback by its sheer volume. Now that he had ascended to true god status, his soul was extraordinarily strong. Merely the influx of information was enough to momentarily daze him, illustrating just how extensive the martial arts data transmitted to him was. To put it bluntly, the total information received from the realm of abilities might not even match the volume sent by martial arts Chu Chen this time. Furthermore, his discerning eye could see that much of the information conveyed was already systematized. Aside from the high-level martial arts secrets, which were somewhat fragmented, the rest was quite complete. In other words, it was time to get started. As for the high-level informational resources, that would take time. There was no rush. Could one expect someone to reach the Grandmaster level mere days after the dissemination of martial arts? It was no trivial matter. Fortunately, with the martial arts examination concluded, I found myself with ample free time at home. Martial arts Chu Chen remarked with a smile. Though my family pressures me to pursue certifications, the time spent on that is minimal, allowing me ample leisure to seek out information. Most importantly, the effectiveness of this avatar technique is remarkable. With so many avatars searching for data simultaneously, the results far surpass the meager efforts of a single individual. Pausing, martial arts Chu Chen burst into laughter. Thanks to these avatars, the beast invasion in the Jiang City battlefield has been successfully repelled. A case of serendipity, if you will. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen raised an eyebrow, unable to resist asking, how many avatars did you actually create? He was well aware of the beast invasion in the martial arts realm. The portals from the underworld would randomly appear across various locations in the martial arts realm, yet typically, each super city would suppress one such portal. Given the strength of the martial arts realm, they generally managed to repel the beast invasions. Moreover, the martial arts realm could even enter the underworld to conduct counter-invasions. However, Jiang City, as a major city, was tasked with suppressing a high-level underworld portal. Yet now, even that had been pushed back by martial arts Chu Chen's assembled avatars. The number of avatars he had conjured was undoubtedly considerable. Not many, just a few thousand, martial arts Chu Chen calculated softly. Chu Chen, a few thousand avatars? Is there even that many grandmasters in the martial arts realm? The sudden emergence of so many grandmasters would undoubtedly alter the battlefield's dynamics, by the way. Won't the higher-ups raise suspicions about the sheer number of avatars you've created? Chu Chen contemplated aloud. Let them. Martial arts Chu Chen replied with a chuckle. That's precisely the point, to arouse their suspicion and prompt them to investigate, or even to conduct their own inquiries. This will divert their attention, and coupled with the improving situation on the battlefield, I believe life at the martial arts university should not become overly arduous. Hearing this, Chu Chen's lips twitched, exclaiming in disbelief, you aren't orchestrating all this just to make your university life a bit easier, are you? If circumstances were dire, the various arrangements at the martial arts university would undoubtedly align with the current events. After all, the university's initial purpose was to cultivate warriors who dared to fight. However, if the war situation improved and everything began to trend positively, the pressures on students at the martial arts university would naturally ease. There's a slight connection, but it's not significant, martial arts Chu Chen replied. Do I look like someone who would create such a commotion for trivial matters? Chu Chen, you don't just look like it. You are. If such a ruckus would disrupt his peaceful existence, he would certainly refrain from causing it. However, with so many avatars, and the intricate relationships among them, merely investigating these avatars would be enough to give the official higher-ups in the martial arts realm a headache. Despite the fact that an increase in the number of martial arts practitioners is a positive development, and an improvement in the battlefield situation is also commendable, when these favorable circumstances converge, especially when these warriors emerge inexplicably, it becomes less advantageous for the nation on a broader scale. At least, from a long-term perspective, It does not bode well, and my primary objective is to attract the attention of the higher-ups in those martial arts organizations. Martial artist Chu Chun began to explain. I have already attempted unconventional means of information acquisition. However, I remain unaware of the locations where crucial martial arts manuals and related materials are stored. Therefore, at this juncture, it is necessary to pursue this matter through peaceful means. In fact, considering that my avatars have mingled among the upper echelons of various martial arts organizations or universities over the years, it is quite an exhilarating thought. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "This is not merely a pleasant feeling. It is a clear desire for greatness. If a novel were to be written based on you, it would surely span thousands of chapters filled with ostentatious displays and face-slapping moments." Martial artist Chu Chun shook his head and remarked, "I do not wish to attract excessive attention, but that does not mean I intend to engage in reckless endeavors. Engaging in such activities too frequently may indeed lead to dire consequences. Why would a top-tier powerhouse endure insults from the weak in silence? Is it merely to flaunt their superiority at a critical moment? Such actions are devoid of meaning. Those who dare to seek him out will find that he possesses various means to ensure they do not see the light of day again. After all, he has numerous avatars, and the martial arts cult is not without his presence." Tio put it bluntly. He has avatars existing in all shades of morality, black, white, and gray. Were it not for his formidable strength and resilient mental fortitude, managing so many avatars might very well lead to a fracture of his psyche. However, at present, this is far from his limit. Indeed. Chu Chun smiled and said, "But should you ever find yourself bored and in need of some amusement, do remember to call upon me. I believe your current conditions and circumstances are quite suitable for making a grand spectacle. The various large organizations are comprised of my people. How could I possibly lose? Even if I were to offend someone and seek to hire an assassin for my own demise, in the end, the leader of that assassin organization would also be myself. Doesn't that sound thrilling? Such antics, should I indulge, would be kept to a minimum." Martial artist Chu Chun spoke up. "Once or twice is inconsequential. No one will pay much heed. However, if it becomes a recurring theme, with my avatars consistently coming to my aid, there will inevitably be telltale signs. After completing my undergraduate studies in martial arts, I am contemplating pursuing a master's and doctoral degree in the same field. Reflecting on these many years of splendid experiences, it seems quite agreeable. Surely, you do not wish for my peaceful campus life to be disrupted?" Chapter 68. The humble minister of martial affairs in the realm of survival, you remain unparalleled. Chu Chun chuckled and remarked, "Look at you." In truth, the other party is correct. There are indeed many wise individuals in this world. Especially in an era of flourishing martial arts, there are those capable of deducing truths from even the faintest clues. However, as long as one refrains from taking action, there are no traces left behind, and thus no suspicion of exposure arises. By the way, allow me to share some good news. As Chu Chun shifted the conversation. Martial artist Chu Chun remained silent, staring blankly at him, awaiting the promised good news. "Really, can't you just inquire?" After a moment of silence, Chu Chun scratched his head and asked, "Martial artist Chu Chun, you simply wish to see my curious expression and expectant tone, don't you? What good news is this?" "More good news. How splendid. Pray tell, quickly." Without hesitation, martial artist Chu Chun resolved to indulge this peculiar interest of his other self from a different timeline. Such socially awkward behavior would not align with his usual survival philosophy when interacting with others, but facing his own self, it mattered not. Ahem. Chu Chun cleared his throat and began. "That is to say, your strength can ascend to a new echelon." Martial artist Chu Chun was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously inquired, "As a deity, can you truly break through once more in such a short span?" "Not at all." "What do you mean by not at all?" "It means I have slain a deity and offered them as a sacrifice, allowing me to ascend from demigod to true god. The power I shared with you previously, strictly speaking, does not belong to a true god but rather to a demigod. Now, I am the genuine article. Is the power of a demigod truly that formidable? Even as merely a demigod, he feels as though he embodies the essence of the god of martial arts. If true gods possess such strength, how powerful must they be? Do not be so perplexed." Chu Chun laughed heartily. "Shouldn't you be elated at this moment?" As soon as the words left his lips, Chu Chun focused his thoughts and initiated the sharing of strength. Upon receiving Chu Chun's request, Martial artist Chu Qian inhaled deeply in the next instant. His figure vanished from the spot. He was unaware of the magnitude of the disturbance caused by his ascension from demigod to true god. But to be cautious, he opted to leave his homeland, at the very least. He intended to retreat deep into a mountain range on the borders of Huaxia, finding a cave to establish some restrictive measures before undergoing the breakthrough. Thus, even if the ensuing commotion were earth-shattering, he could subtly redirect others' attention away from himself. Timeline shift. In the martial arts dimension, Chu Qian arrived deep within the Hengduan Mountains. With a sweep of his divine sense, he quickly located a suitable spot. While it may not have entirely met his expectations, it sufficed. With a mere wave of his hand, he could mold the mountain range to align with his aspirations. Buzz! A flash of light illuminated the area, and in an instant, Chu Qian's visage underwent a dramatic transformation. At that moment, he had morphed into a muscular and imposing elder. Come forth! With a thought, Chu Qian unleashed an aura that shook the very foundations of the world. Boom! The powerful energy stirred the heavens and the earth, causing the entire Hengduan mountain range to tremble in an instant. Every top-tier powerhouse in the world sensed the anomaly emanating from the Hengduan Mountains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A series of sonic booms erupted from within the imperial capital as grandmasters of various sects transformed into streaks of light, swiftly making their way towards the Hengduan mountain range. Beyond the borders, numerous top-tier powerhouses turned their gazes in that direction. However, due to the deterrence exerted by Huaxia's martial artists and military forces, these formidable beings remained suspended above the national border, hesitant to overstep their bounds. After all, the aura erupting from beyond the Hengduan Mountains did not resemble the emergence of rare treasures, but rather the unmistakable presence of a peerless powerhouse in secluded cultivation. The sheer magnitude of the aura suggested a being of extraordinary caliber had emerged from seclusion. Given that they are not Huaxia citizens, it may be prudent not to pry too closely. The history of Huaxia is long and rich, and those familiar with its cultural traditions are well aware of the prevailing exclusivity among Huaxia martial artists. While there may be some who are more accommodating, who can guarantee the temperament of this newly emerged individual, should they encounter an extreme nationalist, their fates might be sealed. Boom, boom, boom. The celestial phenomena swirled above, and the aura representing the power of greed radiated outward, inevitably triggering a cascade of unusual occurrences in the vicinity. Almost every martial artist approaching the Hengduan Mountains sensed the imminent danger from the unfolding phenomena. Thus, they instinctively came to a halt. This elder is far too powerful. The Minister of Martial Affairs gazed at the unsettling celestial phenomena, unable to contain his astonishment. The attitude of such a formidable being upon emerging from seclusion is of paramount importance. A misstep could potentially jeopardize the nation's fortunes, and the hard-won peace established since the founding of Huaxia may need to be re-evaluated. One must look forward. A middle-aged man clad in military attire and draped in a black cloak gazed ahead. His expression unchanging. Very well, should conflict arise, you shall stand at the forefront. The Minister of Martial Affairs cast a sidelong glance at him and spoke. The middle-aged man chuckled, jesting. Come now, you are the Minister of Martial Affairs? Huaxia's strongest. How could you expect me, a mere educator, to charge into battle? The Minister of Martial Affairs sighed at his words, his tone laden with melancholy. I cannot fathom why you insist on bestowing the title of Minister of Martial Affairs upon me while you retreat to the realm of education. Pausing for a moment, the minister continued. Clearly, your strength surpasses mine. The middle-aged man spoke earnestly. No, it is your strength that reigns supreme. The Minister of Martial Affairs shrugged nonchalantly. Indeed, on the surface, I appear the strongest. Typically, the authority of the martial affairs departments of various nations is unparalleled. The Martial Affairs Ministry ranks above all other governmental departments. Thus, being the Minister of Martial Affairs signifies one of the highest positions in any nation. Yet, Huaxia stands as an exception. Its strongest martial artist has opted to pursue education instead. This leaves him, a top 3 martial artist in Huaxia, to assume the role of Minister of Martial Affairs. Well, there are many contenders for the second spot, and he cannot surpass them. Hence, the current situation is somewhat awkward. Although the position of Minister of Martial Affairs is indeed elevated, he does not hold the highest status among the ministers. The circumstances are peculiar, yet they somehow seem plausible. In any case, it is decidedly strange. This is also the reason why he often considers relinquishing his position, without the unrivaled strength to back him. The pressure on the Minister of Martial Affairs is too immense. Hush! After a brief pause, the middle-aged man's expression shifted, and he suddenly declared, "Enough, that will be all." The atmosphere around them transformed. The elder may be about to emerge from seclusion. Chapter 69. The Secret of Muong Buzzing. Obscure spatial fluctuations flickered around, and after reaching a certain moment, the phenomena swirling above seemed to have received a command, dissipating in an instant, leaving no trace. Minister Lu Qing of the Ministry of Education of Huaxia pays his respects to the elder. Lu Qing, with his cape billowing, stepped forward and bowed deeply, speaking in a loud voice. Minister Wang Neng of the Ministry of Martial Affairs of Huaxia pays his respects to the elder. Deputy Minister Mu Wang of the Military Department of Huaxia pays his respects to the elder. A series of powerful voices resonated in the surroundings, each representing a grandmaster of Huaxia. Fortunately, the breakthrough did not occur at home. Chu Chun took a deep breath, dispelling the aura that had lingered around, and slowly rose. It was truly unexpected that the high-ranking officials of the nation had all arrived at him for the sake of a systematic martial theory. It is still worth meeting them. With this thought, a doppelganger emerged from the muscular old man that Chu Chun had transformed into. Although their strength was far inferior to his own, it would be inappropriate for the true self to meet them. Thus, he decided to send out a doppelganger to draw attention. If the previous issues regarding the doppelganger army were difficult to explain, this situation was just right. The apprentices had come out of seclusion ahead of time. With such a formidable ancestor supporting them, even if he appeared a bit rebellious, he should not be suspected. Moreover, it would not be a problem for such a powerful being to wish to peruse the modern, updated martial arts secrets. In fact, the nation would need to specifically gather the necessary materials for him to study. As long as he stood by the nation during critical moments, and as long as his true self did not come into the nation's sight, helping the country a little would not be an issue. From now on, the doppelganger would work while the true self enjoyed campus life. Thus, it was perfect. In the next moment, an elder clad in battle robes emerged from the Hengduan Mountains, each step sending ripples through the surrounding atmosphere. "I have seen the elder." Lu Qing was the first to step forward, displaying utmost respect. "You have summoned me. What is your request?" Chu Chen asked, his expression impassive. "Elder, the gate of the Earth Realm has been reopened, and we wish to. I am aware of the matter regarding the gate of the Earth Realm." Chu Chun raised a hand, directly interrupting the speaker. "During this time, did I not send my apprentices out of seclusion? What? With their involvement, is Huaxia still incapable of contending with the Earth Realm?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qing's eyes flickered with surprise as he asked, "The grandmasters who suddenly appeared in society recently are your disciples?" "Elder?" Chu Chun shook his head, saying, "They are not my disciples." "Then who are they?" "They are the disciples of my disciples." The elder before him seemed to have a penchant for jesting, as long as he was not particularly stern or obstinate. Communication would be much easier. "Very well, I can roughly guess your purpose," Chu Chen stated. "There must be ancient entities on the other side, right? I can oversee Huaxia, but I require your assistance with a task." Lu Qing felt a surge of joy and promptly asked, "Elder, please instruct us." Perhaps the request from this elder was quite challenging and might not be achievable in a short time, but that was fine. They could first placate him, invite the elder back, and everything else could be discussed later. Society has undergone significant changes over the years, and many things have transformed greatly. An ancient person arriving in modern society would undoubtedly be astonished, especially by modern cuisine, which is a marvel of technology and innovation. As long as one expresses their desired flavor, it can be effortlessly concocted. Furthermore, he believed that with the elder's physical constitution, it would be no trouble at all. Even consuming industrial waste or nuclear wastewater as regular drinking water would pose no issue, as his robust physique could easily expel it, no problem. After years of seclusion, the global martial arts landscape has transformed dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Chen solemnly stated, "I am quite curious about the martial arts knowledge of your era. I need you to gather and organize it for me to examine in detail." Lu Qing. A question mark arose above Lu Qing's head. Is that all? He had prepared for a monumental task, only to find that this elder's request was so simple. "Gathering and organizing books is the forte of our Ministry of Education. Grant me 3 days, no, just 1 day, and I will surely present you with a satisfactory answer." Lu Qing declared without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun nodded slightly, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. As Lu Qing gazed at the benevolent smile of Chu Chun, he inexplicably felt as though he were being regarded as a grandson. However, upon reflection, possessing such strength indicated that the elder must have lived for an extraordinarily long time. Being treated as a grandson by such a senior meant that his own lineage might have been elevated by several generations. Thinking this way felt rather pleasant. Next, under Lu Qing's subtle cues, everyone stepped forward. The others. Chu Chun was quite amicable, however. Upon seeing Muong, his gaze sharpened slightly. A familiar face. The other two versions of himself from different dimensions were connected to Muong. It was unexpected that as soon as he slightly revealed his aura and cultivation, Muong would come knocking. Elder, do you know Deputy Minister Muong? Lu Qing noticed the change in Chu Chen's expression and inquired curiously. Nearby, Muong tensed up. Being remembered by such a formidable being, before knowing his attitude towards him, was not a good sign. I have heard of him, Chu Chen replied, and then shifted the topic to other matters. Seeing that Chu Chun did not wish to elaborate on Muong, the others dared not pursue the matter further. Yet, the mention of Muong piqued their curiosity. What could it mean? Why would this elder, who had been in seclusion for so long, know Muong? I have heard of him. What does that imply? Could it be that Muong has some connection to this elder? Or is he perhaps the reincarnation of a top-tier powerhouse? Muong, aside from being reckless, does this name hold any deeper significance? Were there legendary figures named Muong in ancient or prehistoric times? With a myriad of questions swirling in their minds, the group, along with Chu Chen's doppelganger, began to depart from the Hengduan Mountains, heading towards the capital. Meanwhile, in a place unseen by the others, Chu Chen's true self quietly returned home. After achieving divinity, his physique and soul had grown even stronger. He was not particularly concerned about anything else. After all, from the current perspective, he was indeed invincible. What excited him most was the apparent increase in the number of doppelgangers he could control. He contemplated establishing an assassin organization, with himself as the administrative head, from clerks to directors, and from upper management to leaders. What a fascinating thought. Sitting on his sofa at home, Chu Chun sipped water while pondering meaningful endeavors. Chapter 70. 1,000 miles in a day, sacrificing time and space. Chu Chun looked at the martial arts version of himself, who excelled in survival, and smiled. After exchanging a few simple words with the martial arts version of himself, he closed the time-space communication channel. If his martial arts self wished to experience life leisurely, then so be it. As for himself, he planned to disseminate martial arts once he finished his own training and then see what rewards his primordial consciousness would bestow upon him. The methods of refining vital energy and blood through martial arts, honing the internal organs, and tempering the bones, he decided to try a simple test. With his current cultivation level, even if errors occurred, it would not matter. Chu Chun thought to himself, and then, with a flick of his consciousness, he began his training without adopting the unique postures typical of martial arts. The various movements of martial arts were merely meant to exert pressure on the body, stimulating and refining the vital energy throughout. However, Chu Chun, at this point, did not require such practices. He only needed to comprehend the martial theory and then utilize his mental energy to refine directly according to its implications. Where a martial artist would need years or even decades to reach a certain level, he accomplished it in mere moments. As the saying goes, master one method, and you master all. After all, standing at such a high level, even techniques from other cultivation systems were easily grasped by a true deity. No difficulty whatsoever. The progress made was indeed astonishing. Is this the 6th grade Grandmaster? After some time, Chu Chun stood up to stretch, laughing aloud. Becoming a master of martial arts in such a short time was quite normal. After all, Chu Chun possessed a physique at the divine level, effectively bypassing the stages of body tempering and bone refining. Purely activating and refining the vital energy was exceedingly simple for someone with his soul power. Thus, within the realm of sacrificial time and space, a miracle was born that had never occurred in the martial arts realm: one-step mastery. However, advancing beyond the level of master would not be so simple. At the very least, it would take several days for Chu Chun to cultivate to the level of a grandmaster. If martial artists from the martial arts realm were to hear this, they would likely be infuriated. The martial arts bottleneck that has constrained them for a lifetime, compelling them to hone their skills through life and death battles to achieve breakthroughs, seems to be as trivial as a child's play in the hands of Chu Chun. It appears that martial arts lacks the pronounced distinctions found in the realm of extraordinary abilities. After bouncing around and attuning his senses, Chu Chun murmured softly. Considering this, he shook his head slightly. Indeed, it cannot be that every cultivation system has venerable predecessors blocking the path, can it? Martial arts should belong to a realm where one grows stronger with development, without the situation of earlier practitioners overshadowing their successors. Qing Yin, please make your way to my side when you have a moment, Chu Chun communicated, having completed his training to a satisfactory extent. Shortly thereafter, Qing Yin hurried over to Is there something you need? He inquired upon his arrival. How has the cultivation in the realm of extraordinary abilities been progressing lately? Those with extraordinary talent are advancing rapidly, while those lacking such gifts find it rather unsatisfactory. Qing Yin responded with a hint of resignation, being well aware of the circumstances during the initial phase of extraordinary abilities. Given the challenges faced during this nascent period, if such difficulties persist into the future, awakening extraordinary powers may become a significant issue. For those struggling with extraordinary cultivation, this might be worth a try. Chu Chun slowly rose, revealing a tome titled True Understanding of Martial Arts, crafted from divine power, in his right hand. This represents a cultivation method entirely distinct from the realm of extraordinary abilities. Perhaps those less adept at extraordinary cultivation may possess superior martial arts aptitude. After a brief pause, Chu Chun continued, of course, under normal circumstances, those with exceptional extraordinary talent, like you and Muong, would also not be lacking in martial arts talent. In the martial arts dimension, he still did not perceive Qing Yin but encountered Muong as usual. In this dimension of martial arts, Muong had risen to the position of deputy minister, comparable in stature to his extraordinary counterpart. Indeed, the essence of a person remains unchanged, even when situated in different environments. The discerning eyes of the higher-ups reveal that in one dimension, Muong is a deputy, while in another, he holds the same role. It seems that, should the opportunity arise to meet Muong from other dimensions, it would not be surprising if he too held a deputy position. All right, I shall return to prepare, Qing Yin stated earnestly, despite his rapid progress in the realm of extraordinary abilities and the absence of any current bottlenecks. Typically, encountering no obstacles means that pursuing an additional cultivation system would be a waste of time and effort. However, Qing Yin had his own thoughts, and since Chu Chun merely offered a suggestion without insisting on his training, the decision ultimately rested with him. Very well, then off you go, Chu Chun replied. Raising an eyebrow, he sensed that the rules altar within his sea of consciousness had begun to resonate. Indeed, the dissemination of martial arts would attract the arrival of primordial consciousness. Counting martial arts, 2 paths have already emerged from my hands. The primordial consciousness must be quite familiar with me by now, right? At the very least, even if I exploit loopholes, it wouldn't seek my demise. Reflecting on this, Chu Chun stroked his chin and mused, but I must wait a moment to see how the primordial consciousness chooses to communicate this time. If it changes again, that would indicate that the situation has progressed significantly. Chapter 71. The Grand Conclusion. Detected that the Pathfinder is opening another path. The primordial consciousness has begun to descend. After evaluation by the primordial consciousness, it concludes that the Altar Master possesses an exceptionally strong will to save the world and is likely to act upon it. Furthermore, the Altar Master holds significant plans against the world's enemy, Ashes. Thus, the primordial consciousness has decided to grant the Altar Master unimpeded access. This includes, but is not limited to entering the realm of the primordial to comprehend the rules, enjoying teachings from the primordial consciousness, a series of specialized services tailored for the Altar Master. Herein, the primordial consciousness hopes that the Altar Master can rise swiftly and subsequently lead the world in repelling the Ashes. The voice of the primordial consciousness echoed in Chu Chun's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned by the weight of the information. What does this mean? Am I being regarded as a savior? If so, does that render my exploitation of loopholes inconsequential? The realms of extraordinary abilities and martial arts. Chu Chun's eyes sparkled, and he softly mused. 2 new paths, and the primordial consciousness has chosen me, beginning to pave the way for me, hasn't he it? Then those matters can indeed be addressed. With that, Chu Chun looked skyward, his gaze shimmering with an infinite brilliance. As time flowed by, a decade later, the strength of the Scarlet Star organization, bolstered by the dissemination of extraordinary abilities and martial arts, saw a dramatic enhancement. Moreover, due to the devoted cultivation by the primordial consciousness, Chu Chen experienced substantial growth in his comprehension of the rules of greed. Ultimately, following numerous discussions in grand assemblies, the Scarlet Star Organization collectively stepped out of the Scarlet Star realm, seeking a territory within the human realm to establish their foundation. Their initial focus was on the area governed by the former god of greed. From any perspective, with the current god of greed standing in their favor, that territory rightfully belonged to them. Upon venturing forth, it was prudent to avoid outright confrontation with the world. However, as the Scarlet Star Organization entered the human realm, certain matters became manifestly clear. Having crossed over, they effectively possessed a political status equivalent to that of other sections. Consequently, members of the Scarlet Star Organization, branded as criminals and heretics within the jurisdictions of other sects, upon returning to their organization, would naturally receive its protection. Thus, various sects began to approach them. Amidst a series of disputes and struggles, particularly under the divine directive to avoid conflict, the major sects dispatched liaison officers to reside within the territory of the Scarlet Star Organization. Subsequently, the organization reciprocated by actively engaging in diplomatic efforts. Ultimately, under the proactive diplomacy led by Minister Chu Qian and Deputy Minister Muong, the Scarlet Star Organization established a war posture against the divine sects with their singular strength. The unfortunate reality was that in most territories governed by the divine sects, the populace lived in dire straits. This unbearable plight spurred the members of the Scarlet Star Organization, who possessed a resolute belief in resistance, to act. Especially as these people shared the same skin color and spoke the same language, the suffering of their fellow beings was intolerable. Several diplomatic personnel, shortly after their arrival, found themselves weeping alone at night, overwhelmed by the heartbreaking scenes they witnessed. While the deities did not wish to engage in conflict with the Scarlet Star Organization, since the latter brandished the banner of liberation and revolution, they could not shrink back in fear. If a confrontation was desired, then let it be so. Thus, this war raged on for 14 years. During this time, a multitude of individuals within the sect territories underwent ideological reawakening, beginning to scrutinize society from a higher vantage point, leading to self-awareness throughout the process. The rampant dissemination of extraordinary abilities and martial arts laid the groundwork for this awakening. Consequently, numerous aspiring individuals, having grown up under the oppressive environments of the divine sects, joined the Scarlet Star Organization through various means and channels, uniting in their pursuit of the great cause that inspired all. It was precisely in the 14th year of the war that the divine sects united to send representatives to discuss proposals for peaceful development. With the threat of the Ashes invasion escalating, they deemed it unwise to expend their living forces on meaningless internal conflicts. The Scarlet Star Organization expressed its willingness for peaceful development and to jointly resist external foes, yet they required a territory to establish a nation and societal framework for humanity. Under considerable duress, the deities conceded. Thus, the war came to a temporary halt, witnessed by both parties. Subsequently, the deities provided the Scarlet Star Organization with a distribution map of the outer battlefield, managed by the Goddess of Stars. They discussed the regions of ashes that the Scarlet Star Nation intended to confront, and since they had chosen to unite, they would collectively contribute to the world's development in the inaugural Joint Assembly of the Scarlet Star Nation. All members unanimously endorsed the proposal to combat the ashes. Therefore, in the second year following the cessation of hostilities, the Scarlet Star Nation dispatched millions of expeditionary forces, composed of high-tier extraordinary practitioners and martial artists, to traverse the Star Sea and engage the ashes. The outer war reignited under such circumstances. Throughout this process, as the number and strength of high-tier extraordinary practitioners increased, guided by the power of rules, Chu Chen ascended to the rank of the supreme deity. A new parallel dimension emerged once more. This was a civilization birthed by cultivators, where flying swords served as commonplace means of transport, and cave abodes became essential for couples uniting in their cultivation journey, commanding exorbitant prices. As cultivation methods proliferated alongside the emergence of this cultivation dimension, they began to spread widely across the globe. Some were astonishingly surprised to discover that the special energy formed by the fusion of true essence cultivated from these methods with the vital energy from martial arts training inflicted fundamental damage upon the ashes. This revelation astonished the deities and alarmed the primordial consciousness. In a flash, all, including the deities, began to study cultivation methods, even integrating them into their divine realm's defenses and offensives. The alliance between the deities and the Scarlet Star Nation against the Ashes began to shift. The advantages once held by the Ashes were gradually being dismantled. The combined forces of the deities and the Scarlet Star Nation were steadily strengthening, particularly when Qing Yin ascended to the throne of extraordinary abilities and Mu Ong achieved supremacy in martial arts. It was as if a geyser had erupted, unleashing a torrent of powerful individuals from the ranks of the Scarlet Star Nation, all striving for breakthroughs. Within less than a century, extraordinary beings emerged from the battlefield, wielding immense powers, while martial supremacy reigned over the fray. Indeed, there were sword immortals whose sword energies traversed 30,000 miles in the outer realms, their blades casting a chilling light across 19 continents. As the situation on the Ashen Front grew increasingly dire, a decisive battle was launched. Observing the formidable strength of the Crimson Star Nation, the deities, under the leadership of several principal gods, resolved to diminish its power. Thus, during a critical phase of the conflict, they deliberately refrained from providing support, leaving the Crimson Star Nation to confront the frenzied Ashen army alone. Despite the grim nature of their victory, the nation emerged triumphant, an outcome that further solidified their resolve to overthrow the gods and transform the world into one where the Crimson Star would reign supreme. The deities proved utterly unreliable, even in the face of a world-threatening crisis. They chose to betray their own allies. However, before the Ashen forces could mount another offensive, the gods united in a sweeping internal purge, under the pretext of consolidating their own power. Enraged by the audacity of the principal gods, Chu Qian emerged from seclusion and unleashed a devastating assault, resulting in the fall of countless deities, heralding the twilight of the gods. Consequently, apart from a few resolute primordial beings dedicated to safeguarding the world's development, the rest of the gods vanished into the annals of history, swept away like obsolete relics. This conflict was deemed by scholars of the Crimson Star Nation to be a monumental upheaval against the world. Thus, the favorable balance achieved through decades of united efforts to suppress the Ashen forces was shattered once more. The Ashen legions returned with renewed vigor, plunging the world back into a state of arduous resistance. Yet, the people of the Crimson Star harbored unwavering confidence in the future. With the deities no longer hindering their progress, they acknowledged their current weaknesses, yet believed that enduring this most arduous moment would lead to greater strength in the days to come. For 70 years following the upheaval, the Crimson Star engaged in a grueling tug-of-war with the Ashen forces. Notably, after the initial 20 years of Ashen dominance, the following 50 saw the Crimson Star steadily gain ground. As the earliest members of the Crimson Star organization advanced in strength, a pivotal victory spurred them to initiate a counteroffensive. One by one, they ascended their extraordinary thrones, unleashing their divine powers, which surged through the heavens like a mighty tide. The martial supremes shattered the barriers of the void, achieving the status of martial deities, their overwhelming vitality eclipsing the decaying aura of the Ashen forces. Furthermore, those who had attained the rank of celestial immortals ceased to conceal their prowess, launching a final assault on the Ashen. Ultimately, victory was secured, and the Ashen were utterly eradicated from this world, leaving no trace behind. The moment the last remnant of Ashen was vanquished, Chu Qian felt a profound resonance, a moment of divine inspiration, as the four great systems of spiritual, extraordinary, martial, and celestial cultivation underwent a significant breakthrough almost simultaneously. With the assistance of 3 temporal realms, he stabilized the balance among the 4 systems, achieving an ineffable harmony within his soul. Thus, in the depths of his being, he sensed the direction of home. It seemed that he could finally return. In the depths of Chu Qian's eyes, an endless cycle flickered.